I just found out that we have hit 500 subscribers, so I've put together this video compilation that is 500 minutes long.
500k.
What's that?
500,000.
No, we can't have that many subscribers, that's insane.
Well, you do.
That's like, I don't know, roughly about 25 times the amount of people that were at Agincourt. Okay, so we have just hit 500,000 subscribers. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. So apparently YouTube only give you a plaque at 100,000 and 1 million, so we're gonna make our own 500,000 plaque with this little sticker here. There we go. Perfect. You would never know that that's not official. I genuinely can't believe how kind and supportive our audience has been these past few years, and it's seeing how much medieval history means to all of you that gives us the means and motivation to keep making these videos every single week. I am really excited for this new era of the channel, and we've got a lot of cool plans coming up in the future, which again is something that we'll be discussing over on YouTube memberships and Patreon. But for now, I've noticed a fair few people in the comments asking for us to do another big compilation video, and I thought what better way to thank you than doing this enormous 8-hour or 500-minute long compilation of some of our favorite episodes. So this is 1 minute of video for every 1,000 subscribers. Thank you so much everyone, and without further ado, welcome to Medieval Madness. Where do we go when we die? It's a question that humans have been pondering for thousands of years. For the Christian medievals, there were only 3 options: heaven, hell, or purgatory. The problem was they didn't know what condition their soul was in until they died, and that was causing concern. Even the theologians, with all their ecclesiastical knowledge and writings, debated the problem without success, so what chance did the common people have? Well, today we're going to look at just that. Welcome to Medieval Madness. A Vision of Love. In the 13th century, English chronicler and monk Ralph of Coggeshall related a story from a witness to the afterlife. This spectator was not a high-born prince or a divine bishop, but rather a lowly peasant named Thurkill. Coggeshall explained that Thurkill's experience was not an isolated incident, and his tale should be listened to and respected. Quote, "So as to deprive evil men of a pretext to make excuses in their sins, and to render these same men completely inexcusable in their faithlessness, Almighty God has through the ages endowed almost every generation with witnesses, through whom he has deigned to reveal plainly some uncertain and hidden facets of his wisdom. This he did so they might learn openly and clearly, not just by word, but also by sight, about the torments of the wicked, and the shining dwellings of the just, and the state of souls after they leave the body, and what places of punishment or what kinds of torments await each sin, and finally by what suffrages these sins can be expiated after death." The humble Thurkill had been visited by St. Julian on the night of the 28th of October 1206. St. Julian took Thurkill's soul on a journey through the afterlife where he saw all the agonies of hell and purgatory. He also witnessed souls being judged and learned how the intervention of the living could help the dead leave purgatory and join the other blessed souls in heaven. Pagan afterlife imaginings were co-opted. Such stories proved the existence of the eternal afterlife. They helped maintain traditional practices of veneration for ancestors and rich burial. Story of Radbod in Wolfram's Vita indicates pagan concern for connecting with dead ancestors. King Harold of Denmark disinterred his pagan father and buried him in a Christian churchyard after his conversion in 960. The concept of journeys to the realm of the dead was not exclusive to medieval Christianity. In ancient Mesopotamia mythology, the hero Gilgamesh visits the underworld, as does Odysseus, the legendary Greek king of Ithaca. China also had early stories of visits to the afterlife. One of the oldest Christian texts, the Passion of Saints Perpetua and Felicity, presents a hopeful view of heaven. The Bible tells many tales of the afterlife, such as the fate of the rich man in the story of Lazarus and the Last Judgment in the Book of Matthew. In England, pagan stories were passed down through to the Middle Ages, stories that talked of veneration of the dead and rich burials. In the tale of Radbod of Frisia, he refused to convert to Christianity and be baptized by the monk Wolfram because he was told that he would not be able to find any of his heathen ancestors in heaven. Radbod preferred to spend eternity in hell rather than be parted from them. This concern for connecting with dead ancestors was clear when King Harold of Denmark, after his conversion in the 10th century, reburied his pagan father in a Christian churchyard. It was stories like these, the vision of Thurkill, and the famous Divine Comedy by Dante that shaped how the medievals behaved in this world and what they expected in the next. And she's buying a stairway to heaven. The church officially accepted the concept of purgatory in the early Middle Ages, and it became a central doctrine. The idea had grown more widespread by the end of the era. The belief was that after death you would temporarily stay in purgatory and suffer there for your sins before being allowed into heaven. The flames there were about purification rather than punishment, and that proved more useful to the church. There was even a chance that a person could still be sent to hell if their soul was not adequately purified in purgatory. So the idea of having to spend any time there was a frightening prospect, almost as frightening as the prospect of hell itself. One way to absolve the body of all mortal sin was by having the living pray for the soul. Absolution from a priest was not enough to wipe the slate clean, and indulgences were a way to reduce the temporary punishment. A way of getting time off for good behaviour. As the medieval age went on, the Christian belief in the concept of purgatory grew and intensified, and the idea was abused and twisted into a way of making huge amounts of money with the use of indulgences. This led to the apparent corruption of the church and helped to fuel the later Reformation. Indulgences could be granted as a way to pay for the sins committed in life. They were paid for by the living through prayer, good works, charitable acts, or pilgrimage. The church introduced two kinds of indulgence: partial, which dealt with part of the debt owed for the sin committed, and plenary, which took away all need for any punishment. In the 11th and 12th centuries, Christians who wanted to escape the horrors of purgatory at all costs were relieved that they could now avoid going there by taking part in the Crusades. In 1095, at the Council of Clermont, Pope Urban II guaranteed a plenary indulgence to any man who went to fight and save the Holy Land from Muslim rule. As time went on, the concept of indulgences became corrupted into a money-making scheme. The church devised a complicated system to evaluate how much time deducted from purgatory each indulgence was worth. The bigger the indulgence, the more time taken away. Because of the treasury of merit, there was a never-ending supply of good works that could be drawn upon for the remission of sins. The good works done by Jesus, the Virgin Mary, the saints, and others were collected in a kind of spiritual bank that could be drawn upon. But instead of people earning their indulgences fairly by good acts and Christian devotion, they were paying for them. Of course, wealthy people were only too happy to pay for churches, abbeys, and hospitals to be built on the expectation of having powerful bishops say prayers for their souls. The more money that was given, then the more chance you had of escaping the fires of purgatory altogether and going straight to heaven. And you could even buy indulgences for those who were already dead, no matter how they had lived their life on earth. The bottom line was money equaled salvation. Stuck in the middle. According to the historian Jacques Le Goff, as the 12th century dawned, the church's attitude towards what happened at the point of death was that, quote, "After the last judgment, men will be grouped for all eternity into two classes, the saved and the damned. A man's fate will be determined essentially by his behavior in life. Faith and good works militate in favor of salvation. Impiety and criminal sins consign the soul to hell." What happened on the way to one place or the other was all a bit vague. Some thought that you waited in the grave or some similar dark space. Some thought that souls lived in other places such as the bosom of Abraham while waiting to be admitted to heaven. Many in the church favored the idea of a final judgment being made immediately, and that the righteous, the martyrs, and the saints went to heaven right away. The bad went straight to hell. But some fell somewhere in the grey area between. What happened to them? Augustine believed that they had to undergo a trial to gain entry to heaven. For those who were only a bit bad, well, they still had to go to hell, but the torment there might not be as unbearable. Most of those who believed in an in-between world of heaven's waiting room thought that there would be some sort of purge there. Some said all the dead, including the righteous, had to go through this trial no matter their status in the eyes of the church, even saints, martyrs, and Jesus himself. but for them it was just a formality and of no real importance. The Ghost of You. The medievals often told tales of seeing and even talking to ghosts. Most theologians like to keep quiet on the matter. Thomas Aquinas accepted that ghosts existed, but wouldn't be pressed on what he thought they could be. The 12th century Cistercian monk Alca of Clairvaux also accepted that ghosts were real in his Liber de Spiritu et Anima. He too was unsure how they could be explained. Others thought ghosts might be demons who were trying to deceive the faithful, misinform, and terrify Christians. James of Clusa, the writer who died in 1465, thought that Christian souls could only appear to Christians, and any other ghosts seen by Jews or other infidels had to be demonic. Clusa also thought that Christian souls needed help to get through purgatory. He pondered the question that if prayers for the dead were allowed, then why shouldn't the dead appear and ask for them? Even when they were tested, some ghosts were able to fool the unsuspecting. In the 13th century, Jacques de Vitry recounted the story of a young Catholic girl who was enticed into the Gnostic branch of Catharism, where she was visited by a ghost that took the form of her dead mother, urging her to join the movement. The girl went to the Catholic priests for advice, and a series of masses and prayers were able to reveal the apparition as a demon in disguise. The ghost of her real mother came back to lament her own fate and urged her daughter to remain true to her Catholic faith. In a 15th century story from Germany, the ghost of Henry Buschmann, who had died 40 years previous, appeared to his grandson Arndt. He materialized not as a human, but as a dog, and it took some time before Arndt was able to recognize that the spirit was not an evil entity. After consulting with the clerics, Arndt allowed the ghost to come forward and declare itself so that the two men could communicate. Henry told his grandson that he had a guardian angel and that he had seen a widow pass through purgatory, and she was now in the 8th choir of angels. It took another 6 months before Henry's own soul was released from purgatory. Another man whose ghostly soul was trapped in his son's home on Earth had killed 7 of his grandchildren after their baptisms to punish his son and his family for their sins. Medieval ideas of the afterlife are an intermingling of ghosts and purgatory. A reminder that the soul continued after death, and it was the responsibility of the living to pray for them so that they could leave that midway station and pass the rest of their hereafter in heaven. Today, ghosts are seen as something to be feared, even malevolent. For the medievals, they were the spirits that were in search of help. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and as always, I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope you all have an awesome week. Cheers! It was a spectacular win for Robert the Bruce, King of the Scots, over the 2 days of the 23rd and 24th of June 1314. Just like the Triumph of Agincourt, which was to follow 100 years later, the Battle of Bannockburn was a win for the underdog, when a formidable army lost to one of significantly fewer numbers. A pivotal battle that would change the course of the First Scottish War of Independence, which ended 14 years later with a victory for the Scots. Today we continue our Day in the Life series and travel back in time to see what life was like for one of Robert the Bruce's soldiers at the Battle of Bannockburn. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Two warring nations. I was 20 years old as the spring became the summer in June 1314. The wars between England and my homeland of Scotland had been going on since 1296, when I was just a boy. My father had told me stories about brave Sir William Wallace at Stirling Bridge, and his victorious fight against the English King Edward I, known as Longshanks, the man they called the Hammer of the Scots. And sadly of our defeat the following year at Falkirk, the horrific death of Wallace, and our struggle against the English tyranny ever since. In 1313, King Robert the Bruce had captured every English-held castle except Stirling, and now his demand for that fortress was enough to provoke Edward II to invade my beloved country. And so Edward's army marched north, and King Robert began to plan. As Edward and his men crossed over the border, he found the road to Stirling was blocked. King Robert had chosen his ground well. It was to the south of the castle where the road ran through the hunting park. To the east of us was the Bannock and Pelstream Burns. The land there was soft and marshy. I think the idea was just to defend the castle. Because of the English numbers, there was probably no chance we could win. They had at least 3 times as many men as us, so we dug pits along the road, the forest behind us, which meant that we could retreat easily when the need arose, and we waited. Cut down. There were about 6,000 of us, some on horseback, though not many, perhaps about 500. King Robert divided us into schiltrons. One was commanded by the king's brother Edward Bruce, Earl of Carrick, another by his nephew Sir Thomas Randolph, Earl of Moray. The third was led jointly by Sir James Douglas and the young Walter the Steward, and the fourth by King Robert himself. King Robert's friend Angus Og MacDonald, Lord of the Isles, brought many Islesmen and Highlanders down to fight, as well as the Gallowglass warriors from the Norse Gaelic clans of Ireland and Scotland. They were given a place of honour in the king's own schiltron to stay at his side with the men from Argyll and Carrick. My commander was the Black Douglas, good Sir James. The man was a legend and was among the first to stand with brave William Wallace back when Longshanks had his boot firmly planted on our necks. Formidable and ruthless, Douglas was famous for his ambush of English soldiers the year before. When the enemy garrison had attacked his own castle of Douglas, he had hidden away with a small troop until the English soldiers attended church on Palm Sunday. Then he entered the chapel and attacked the unsuspecting worshippers, killing some and taking others prisoner. Sir James took the prisoners down into the cellar of the castle where the stores of food were and piled them all together. He burst open the wine casks and used the wood for fuel after beheading all of the prisoners and throwing their bodies onto the pile. Then he set it all alight before poisoning the wells with salt and throwing in the carcasses of dead horses. Aye, we all laugh now and call that the Douglas larder, but it was clear that Sir James feared no man, and after the massacre in the church, we were sure that he feared God just as little. The first blow. The English army came north up the old road through our war-ravaged land. Thousands of them came, maybe as many as 20,000 men, led by the English King Edward II. Their baggage train, miles long, weighted down with arms and all the food and wine needed to satisfy his needs. Their vanguard arrived late in the afternoon. They were led by a young knight. He must have noticed the crown on his helmet and recognized King Robert. The knight decided to openly challenge the king and rode at him full pelt with his lance lowered. The king saw him coming and turned his horse so that the two men rode at a tremendous pace towards one another. I held my breath, and just as they were about to clash, at the last second, King Robert wrenched his horse to one side. Standing high in his stirrups, he brought his axe down on the helpless knight's head. I heard the clang of metal on metal and saw the blood and shattering of bone. The king's axe handle split in two with the force of it, and the knight fell from his horse, his helmet and head crushed by the brutal blow. I later learned that the knight was Henry de Bohun, a nobleman. Some called him brave, but I thought him foolish to think that he could defeat the Bruce. This loss mightily angered the English, and their cavalry charged at us, but despite the clamour and chaos, we could hear King Robert encouraging us as he shouted his support above the noise. Be not dismayed because of their din, but set your spears before you, and keep all back to back with the spear points out. And despite the English numbers, I found that I was not afraid and stood firm. A deadly clash. We were well trained and stood together in schiltrons, armed with our 6-foot-long steel-tipped pikes. We also each carried an axe in our belt for close encounters. We stood tightly together, a few dozen of us, in 3 rows, each behind the other. I was at the front, and along with my comrades, we wedged our spears into the ground, knelt down, leaned them out, and held them steady in front of us. The row behind us stood upright, their lances filling the gaps between each of us on the front row, and then the third row adding even more points to the wall of skewers. We must have looked like some sort of huge hedgehog, our pikes radiating out in a formation that made it virtually impenetrable. The English still relied on their mounted men-at-arms to make a mass charge together. In that way, they would sweep across the battlefield and devastate their enemy, but we had more spearmen. So, on they came thundering in, too fast, too slow, as they saw what awaited them. Their war horses dying as they impaled themselves on our razor-sharp pikes. Many English knights died there and then, whilst others went crashing to the ground, unable to get up, their heavy armour weighing them down. Our infantrymen came in with their axes and swords, howling their battle cries to smash the fallen to pieces as they lay helpless. The schiltrons proved to be too much for the English, and on their second attack they resorted to throwing their weapons at us from a distance in their frustration. There were spears, darts, and knives cast among us. I saw an unmounted knight come towards me, his teeth bared, snarling and spitting. He held his mace high above his head before he hurled it straight at me. For a split second, I thought it might strike, but it fell at my feet with an unimpressive thud. The day was ours. We had managed to push the English back, and they were forced to flee. Day 2. That night, we were able to rest in the cool of the wood. Our backs and legs aching and weary from holding the heavy pikes, but we were triumphant and morale was high. We even talked about the possibility of taking the fight to the English rather than playing a defensive game. Their display that day had been pathetic, and they showed themselves to be weak and disorganized. The thick woodland sheltered us, and we were able to lay our heads down on the bracken away from the evil, wet marshland where the English had to make camp. I hoped it was alive with biting midges so that they would get no peace. We could hear the cries of the injured and smell the stench of boiling herbs and moss as they tended to their wounds. It was a short night, as there are only about 6 hours of darkness during the summer in Scotland, so the day was soon on us again. As dawn was breaking, we ate our breakfast of thin porridge and then came out from the dark of the wood, blinking into the light to face the enemy. We knew that God needed to be on our side for the win, and so we arranged ourselves into our schiltrons. Abbot Bernard of Aberoth walked among us, carrying the relics of our most beloved St. Columba. Then King Robert himself spoke to us, petitioning the power of John the Baptist, St. Andrew, and Thomas Becket, before we all knelt in prayer and were blessed by Abbot Maurice of Inchaffrey. We rose as one and began our advance on the English, who were completely unprepared, the idea being that we had to close the gap between us and them as quickly as possible. That way, the cavalry wouldn't have the time to get a clear run at our line. The schiltrons pushed forward like a hedge of marching spikes. It was Midsummer's Day, and even at this early hour, huddled together as we were, it was hot and I was bathed in sweat, my hands slippery on the wooden pike. The English vanguard advanced, and when we reached them, the knights were trapped, hemmed in between us Scots and the mass of their own army behind. Arrows began to rain down on us, but Sir Robert Keith rode in with his mounted cavalry, and the bowmen quickly scattered. There, in the centre of the field, we fought on and were gaining ground, skewering and hacking our way through knights, the demonic sounds of dying horses and shrieking men punctuated by the clangs and thuds of weapon on weapon and weapon on bone. Then there was a shout. "On them! On them! They flail!" was the cry, as King Robert the Bruce himself pledged his schiltron and rode in with his Gaelic warriors. There was chaos, as hundreds of the fleeing enemy, driven back to the burn, trampled on their own men now dead and dying, before they fell into the great ditch of water and were drowned in their hundreds in their desperation to escape. It was over. We had won the day, and Edward II, along with 500 knights, fled like miserable wretches for Dunbar Castle and the safety of a ship home, leaving all the others to their fate, my commander, the Black Douglas, in hot pursuit. The victory gave King Robert total control of Scotland. He immediately slighted Stirling Castle, destroying its defences to prevent the English from ever taking it again. I went on to fight with the king's brother Edward Bruce in his campaign to become the High King of Ireland, but that is another story for another day. Thank you for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. I do hope you've enjoyed it. Please do leave a comment below if you'd like us to do more videos like this, and I'll see you next time for another video. Until then, have a great week. Cheers. The medievals are often criticised for their bad child-rearing skills, such as sending their youngsters off to be fostered and trained by other families. Many of the decisions they made as parents are considered bizarre, if not downright cruel today. So just what was needed to survive babyhood in the Middle Ages? Let's travel back in time now to discover how medieval babies were fed and clothed, how precarious their lives were, and how they were lucky to have been conceived at all. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Dirty little secret. To start with, it's a wonder that we didn't become extinct during the Middle Ages, what with sex being such a taboo subject. No sex on fasting days, no sex while pregnant or breastfeeding, and when it was allowed, it could only be done in the missionary position, man on top, and after sunset, with no candlelight. It wouldn't do for a man and wife to see one another naked, as that would be sinful. A baby is cursed with original sin until the baptism, so not dying before that point was always a good idea, or the church would refuse a decent Christian burial. Then the baby would spend all eternity in limbo on the outskirts of hell with the suicides, heretics, witches, criminals, and beheaded traitors who could not rise again. Not really the best sounding place for anyone, let alone a tiny baby. If it's looking like the baby is going to die during the birth, the midwife can perform the sacrament in place of a priest. It was the only holy task that a woman could complete. Some midwives would pretend that a baby had taken a breath in some cases of stillbirth, so the child could be given a name and become known to God as only the living can be baptized. It's a wrap. For the medievals, swaddling a baby was quite a creative activity. Young girls were encouraged to practice the art form with their younger brothers and sisters. It was a way to keep the baby warm, comfortable, and safe. Swaddled babies also sleep longer and were thought to have straighter limbs, which is always a bonus. The baby was placed in a simple, open-fronted T-shaped linen shirt. Then the tail clout was added around the baby's bottom. This was very important and needed to be a double layer. It could be reinforced with a piece of flannel cloth known as a pilch. But leakages could still be a big problem, especially at night and during a punami. Then a wide piece of cloth called a bed was added. It was placed on the baby's chest and then wrapped over the feet and around to the back on the other side. A bib was put under the chin for any dribbling necessary during teething when there is an awful lot of drooling going on. Keeping the baby's head warm is very important. They have a large head compared to their body size and are more susceptible to losing heat from their heads than adults. A cross-cloth linen band was placed across the forehead, and then a biggin, which is a close-fitting woolen hat, was placed on the head. Now that the baby's head was set in position, the body could be swaddled with strips of linen about 3 inches wide wrapped around the baby. In winter, the strips might be made from wool for extra insulation. Wrapping started at the chest and went down to the feet and back up again with no uncomfortable creases. In the end, the child would look like an Egyptian mummy rather than a baby. It was essential to be careful and not stab the baby with one of the pins used to hold everything in place. These were dressmaker's pins, not safety pins. Don't forget how much work was involved in swaddling a baby, and every time the tail clout needed changing, the baby had to be unwrapped and rewrapped again. All in all, swaddling was a complicated and time-consuming activity. How convenient does a baby grow in a packet of Pampers sound now? All babies need to crawl about as they get older, so the swaddling came off when they were able to sit up unaided. Some mothers would leave the baby unswaddled and instead lace strips of cloth across their cradle to stop them from falling out. Most babies would have been born to working parents, so many were swaddled onto boards that had a rope or loop attached, so the baby could be carried around or hung up on a hook, safely out of the way. Field and farm workers might even hang their babies from a tree or post so that they could carry out their tasks, sort of like a primitive baby harness. Breast is best. Breastfeeding was often discussed during the Middle Ages, and the image of the Virgin Mary suckling the baby Jesus was ever present throughout medieval Europe. This perfect expression of maternity was something that real women had to live up to, and social pressure to breastfeed was just as intense as it is today. Most women from peasant families, which made up the majority of the European population, suckled their babies. Hey, breast milk was free and helped to immunize the baby against several diseases. Chances were that a baby brought up on cow, sheep, or goat's milk had little chance of surviving before the invention of pasteurization due to the unsanitary methods of feeding. Only the wealthy could afford to employ a wet nurse, the nobility, and later those from the middle classes. Some babies were sent to be nursed immediately after birth. Some parents visited regularly to check on the health of both baby and wet nurse, others didn't even show up once during the period of nursing. The 12th century Trotula, a group of 3 texts on women's medicine, discusses the best cure for a baby who is unable to sleep. The recipe includes, among other things, cinnamon, ginger, henbane, and the juice of opium poppy. It is recommended that the potion is used, quote, in the night when children chatter excessively, but only given in the amount of a chestnut. Good job when you consider that henbane is an extremely poisonous plant known in the Middle Ages for its anesthetic properties. The fact that the word bane meant death doesn't fill us with confidence either. The opium poppy, of course, contains morphine, again, not the best drug to be given to a baby. Once weaning began, the Trotula recommends that, quote, the meat of the breasts of hens ought to be given because after it begins to take these things well, you will begin to change reliance upon the breast. You should not allow the child to, quote, eat neither sweet nor salty things, so my favourite popcorn is out. It also added that quote, "You should not permit the child to suck at night, for obvious reasons." This leads us to our next survival technique, the avoidance of accidental death. Danger, heartbreak dead ahead. Accidents did occur, and in the late 13th century, one toddler crawled out of his crib while his parents were attending a funeral. 2-year-old Roger was the son of one of the cooks at Conwy Castle in North Wales. Roger was able to crawl out of his house in the dark and onto the drawbridge. Unfortunately, that is when he fell into the moat. A stranger was passing by and saw poor Roger's body lying there, apparently lifeless. He prayed to Thomas Cantilupe, the late Bishop of Hereford, for a miracle, and promised a pilgrimage to Cantilupe's tomb if only the boy could be saved. When the child's mother arrived, she began to wail and beat her breast. It seemed at one point that she may even throw herself into the moat after her son. The little body was retrieved, and Roger was handed to his mother. She ripped open her cloak and warmed the child against her chest. Miraculously, he began to breathe again. Resuscitated, Roger began to gurgle and smile. This story was retold as part of Thomas Cantilupe's canonization process. Because of this and other tales told of his many miracles, Cantilupe was made a saint of the Catholic Church in 1320. The story highlights the deep emotion experienced by the loss of a child in the Middle Ages. Medieval children were not disposable or replaceable, they were just as beloved by their parents and cared for by the wider community as they are today. Water was one of the most common dangers for medieval infants. Pools, ditches, ponds, and wells were particularly hazardous for toddlers, as were rain barrels, ale and wine casks, and bathtubs. Many fell into mill ponds and were swept under the mill wheel where they drowned. Parents were often guilty of leaving their children in the care of someone who was either too young or too incompetent to be given the task. In the 13th century, William, who was 2, got away from an 11-year-old servant girl and tried to follow his mother, who had gone to a neighbour's house for dinner. He fell through a hole in the footbridge and into the river. A Flemish sailor took his 2-year-old daughter to work repairing boats on the beach. He realised far too late that he had acted foolishly when he gave her to a girl who was much too young to be a proper guardian. A large wave swept the 2 girls into the water. The older girl clung onto the pier, but the little one was swept under. Older siblings turned out to be just as unreliable. One 6-month-old baby was left in the care of her 3-year-old brother while their mother went to thresh barley. The toddler understandably lost interest and ran off to play, and sadly the baby slipped beneath the water. Domestic animals often inflicted injury on medieval babies too. In 1386, a sow was executed in France because it chewed up a 3-year-old child who was lying in its cradle at the time. The pig was dressed up as a human for the trial, maimed, and publicly hanged. Sibylla left her 4-month-old daughter in the care of another child so she could shear a sheep. The baby was upside down and lifeless, tangled up by the strips of cloth used to tie her in when Sibylla returned. And many others like 6-month-old George, who was not swaddled properly and loosely wrapped in cloth, strangled himself as he tried to get out of his cradle. He had been restrained by only a single band across his chest and a string that held a rattle. High hopes. Although not 100% foolproof, cradles did keep most babies out of danger. Once they were mobile, the dangers increased. They fell downstairs, went headfirst into wells, crawled out into the street, and got crushed by passing carts. Baby-proofing a medieval house was an impossible task. Their parents had a never-ending list of jobs that needed to be done, and even the most diligent mother could be distracted for a few minutes. Figures for the childhood mortality rate during the Middle Ages vary. Some are as high as 50%. So that's 1 child dying for every 1 that survived. And it's been said that the medievals didn't emotionally invest in their children because of this. But there are accounts of mothers going insane with grief after the death of a child and needing counsel from priests over the loss of their faith in God. Most medieval parents were loving, affectionate, hopeful for their baby's survival, and prayed that their child would be one of the 50% that grew up to be a strong and healthy adult. It is true that many medieval babies died in infancy. Fortunately though, if the child could live through until their teens, they had got through the worst of times, and their life expectancy went up dramatically. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and as always, I'll see you next Friday for another one. Until then, hope everyone has an amazing week. Cheers! During the Middle Ages, disabled people were found in all parts of society. Those born into ordinary peasant families just got on with their lives and coped as best they could, whatever their impairment, be they lame, blind, or dumb. However, the little people with their short stature found themselves popular with monarchs across Europe. At court, they were required to fill roles such as the king's fool or jester, giving them a level of prestige that the medieval disabled person couldn't find anywhere else. Well, in today's episode, we're going to learn more about surviving dwarfism in the Middle Ages. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Closer to God. There was no blanket term for people with physical or mental impairments during the Middle Ages. People suffering from poverty, illness, or disabilities were all lumped together as the unfortunate who deserved sympathy and needed compassion, prayer, and help. There was no diagnosis. You were a cripple if you couldn't walk, mad if you suffered from mental illness, and a fool if you had a learning disability. Disabilities were considered a gift by many, although a curse by others. There were two opposing schools of thought. The first was that the physical body could be corrupted by sin. The whole medieval world lived in fear of angering God, and having some form of physical illness was seen as divine retribution. The second school of thought was that people with disabilities displayed a higher form of godliness. They were closer to God because they endured purgatory on earth and would get to heaven sooner. In the first instance, families were expected to support their disabled kinsfolk. Many lived and worked in their communities with the support of family and friends. If this wasn't possible, the monasteries and almshouses would step in and help. No one understood why some people were born with disabilities, so the parents were often blamed. Disability historian Philippa Vincent Connolly states, quote, "If a child was born with a severe deformity, they would probably not have survived very long. But if they did, then it was considered that there was something wrong with the parents. The parents must have sinned really badly or seen something inappropriate that must have affected the baby in the womb, or the mother must have been involved in satanic worship or witchcraft." It is hard for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. Some disabled people, including those with physical infirmities, travelled on foot to holy sites and healing springs as pilgrims. They hoped to be blessed with a cure from shrines such as those of St. Thomas Becket at Canterbury or the Leper's Well in Dorset. In many churches, small wax offerings in the shape of arms and legs were left on the altar. Made by sufferers or their loved ones, the votives were crafted in the hope that God might relieve them of their complaint. After all, even with the help of a physician, there could be no chance of a cure without God's grace. Many clerics sought to live among and help the poor and unfortunate, the disabled and the outcasts as a way of gaining entry into heaven. Care of the sick and disabled was based on the teachings of the Church. One of the Middle Ages' most influential philosophers and theologians, Thomas Aquinas, considered the act of charity to, quote, "extend not only to the love of God, but also to the love of our neighbour." So, feeding, clothing, and housing the poor and infirm became the work of nuns and monks. The Church built an economic system whereby the wealthiest members of society were able to buy their way into salvation by giving to charity and helping the poor. Again, the medievals feared God's wrath, and the wealthiest in society felt the need to give their money to the poor to make up for the fact that they were rich. It was a kind of penance to make up for any sins committed. Although disabled people were not always considered to be either poor or sick. According to the author J.L. Goglin, quote, "In the hospices of the 14th and 15th centuries, all kinds of the sick were taken, with the exception of lepers, the lame, one-armed and blind, who by nature of their incurable disabilities could not be considered truly sick. On the other hand, pregnant women without means were given shelter, because three categories of people are admitted into the hospices: the poor, pilgrims, and especially the sick." Mind matters. The mad were another case entirely and were often imprisoned if considered dangerous. In the middle of the 13th century, the Royal English courts began to oversee cases involving alleged idiots. Mental competency inquisitions were held before juries to establish a person's mental capacity. Some were said to be born an idiot, whilst others were said to have become an idiot. Like Marjorie de Anlobby, who, according to the records from York, became an idiot after the death of her husband in 1279. In 1345, John ad Burton lost his memory from terror and grief after the death of his father. Or Robert de Corbrig, who had mental competency until he went to Oxford and, quote, "When he returned he was an idiot and has remained so and has not enjoyed lucid intervals." So just a heads up in case you were thinking of visiting Oxford anytime soon. To ascertain their mental state, the inquisitors might ask the person a series of questions such as if the person knew where they were or what the days of the week were. In 1341, Thomas Eyre of Griffin de Grenstead was found to be sane, quote, "because he could count money and measure cloth." Those who were found to be incompetent of having, quote, "the face and countenance of an idiot," were deemed unfit to manage their lands and goods. It's a sad fact that many people were charged with idiocy just so their accuser could gain wardship over them and inherit their estate. The Middle Ages was a time of superstition, and there were also many cases where demonic possession was blamed when anyone showed signs of mental illness. In 1318, Alexander Toth was said to have lost his memory on account of maligned spirits. By the beginning of the 15th century, Bethlehem Hospital in London, known as Bedlam, had become the first mental institution in Europe. There, quote, "lunatic patients, along with epileptics, dementia patients, and those with learning disabilities were treated with a regime of punishment and religion, as pain was thought to help some mental patients come to their senses." It's just foolishness. In addition to coming to the aid of unfortunates by the giving of money, some nobles and wealthier families adopted those with learning disabilities and brought them up within the household. They were given board and lodging, dressed and educated. Thomas More, Henry VIII's chief minister, kept a domestic fool named Henry Pattinson. More was so fond of Henry that he took him to mainland Europe when he went there on diplomatic missions. Fools played an important part in Renaissance courts. Henry VIII had two natural fools at court named Will Somers and Jane Fool. They even appear in a family portrait painted in 1545. After the death of his wife Jane Seymour, Jane Fool was the only person that Henry would allow near him for several weeks. Henry's sixth wife, Catherine Parr, bought a flock of geese for Jane Fool so that she could herd them around the Hampton Court gardens. Natural fools usually had paid keepers to look after them as they were unable to manage their affairs. There were both natural and contrived fools. The natural fool was the type of person that we would perceive to have learning difficulties. The artificial fool might be either a clown or buffoon who was a master of slapstick and silliness, or a slick comedian who was quick and clever with his jokes and wit. Those affected by dwarfism would fall into the second category, and many were appreciated in European royal courts because of their novelty value. Let's hear it for the little guy. Dwarfism is a genetic condition that is physically marked by a short stature, usually defined as being less than 4 feet 10 inches in adulthood. Depending upon the cause of the condition, people with dwarfism may also have a large head and disproportionate limb or torso size. Queen Henrietta Maria, wife to Charles I of England, had a beloved dwarf jester named Sir Geoffrey Hudson. He was also known as Lord Minimus and was described as, quote, "one of the wonders of the age." He was gifted to the Queen after delighting her by jumping out of a pie dressed in a miniature suit of armour. He fought for the Royalists in the English Civil War and accompanied the Queen when she fled to France. However, after being insulted by the brother of Lord Crofts, he shot and killed the man in a duel and was exiled. A few months later, Hudson was captured by Barbary pirates and spent the next 25 years enslaved in North Africa. In a strange twist, on his return to London in 1676, he was said to have grown a foot in height and was arrested in the anti-Catholic response to the Popish plot. After 4 years of imprisonment, Hudson was released and died around 1682, aged about 63. Mary of Guise, the Queen of Scotland, had both a female fool named Surratt and a dwarf named Jane in her household during the 1530s. James I had a dwarf jester named Archie Armstrong, who was described as, quote, "a yard high and a nail no more his stature." Being a court was often a lottery and treatment could be mixed. Some dwarfs were considered as no better than hunting dogs, and as such the Marchioness of Mantua married her two dwarfs to one another and gave away their children as gifts as though they were puppies. At other courts, dwarfs were held in high esteem. At the French court in 1319, accounts show that the Queen's dwarf was given 32 pairs of shoes. A dwarf named Jamit lived with the Stuarts of Merthley Castle. His duties included posting mail, weeding the court, and counting the number of fowls sent by tenants as rent. He is described in the Red Book of Grantully as being, quote, "obese and deformed." Jamit had another talent though, and would be found in the dining room where he would sit on the floor and observe the diners during their conversations whilst commenting critically, quote, "with much quickness, sometimes caustic bitterness." Jamit was also allowed to stroll into the chambers of Sir William's aunts and, quote, "converse with them until it was time to rise." Jamit spent his later life, quote, "eating and making love to lady maids, and he died partly from the loss of his sweethearts and partly from the discountenance of the cook." At the time of his death, Jamit had saved between £400 and £500 from his wages at Merthley, which is estimated to be around £24,000 to £37,000 today. Not too shabby. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and as always, I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has an amazing week. Cheers! English soldier and knight, Condottiero, Captain General of Florence, Duke of the Duchy of Spoleto. Who was this man? A man nicknamed John Sharp by the Italians in reference to his cleverness and cunning. A man so highly thought of by the Italians that he is depicted in a fresco painted by Uccello at the Duomo in Florence. Could such an honourable man really be responsible for one of the worst massacres of the Middle Ages? Let's travel back in time now to the 14th century and take a look at the man, the mercenary who earned himself the nickname the Son of Baliol. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Tug of War. When Hawkwood was 18, Edward III kicked off the whole 100 Years' War fiasco. King Charles IV of France died without any male heirs. Queen Isabella, who happened to be Charles's sister, claimed the throne for his nephew, her son Edward. Unsurprisingly, the French nobility was not happy with this idea and instead gave the crown to Edward's cousin Philip, Count of Valois, a native Frenchman. So Hawkwood went off to fight for his king in France as a longbowman. He was accompanied by his lord and neighbour John de Vere. It's thought that Hawkwood served with de Vere's war party as an archer on its first campaign to France in 1342. It took years of training to master the skill. Crossbowmen needed an assistant and took as long as a minute to reload once he had shot his bolt. This is where the phrase originated. However, the best longbowmen could manage a firing rate of 1 every 5 seconds, and they had a longer range. Edward went so far as to ban dishonest games at home in England. Pastimes such as football, cockfighting, and cricket were put aside in a push to encourage his subjects to take up the bow instead. Hawkwood's ability as an archer did not go unnoticed, and in just 3 years, by 1346, at the Battle of Crécy, he had risen through the ranks to become a captain. All the time, the warfare was dominated by knights riding their expensive horses and wearing their costly armour. Battles were all about chivalry, and any captured knights that were held as prisoners were treated well until they could be returned to the enemy for a price. Edward III turned all that on its head at Crécy when he used longbowmen to cut down the French nobility. It was a shocking turn of events. Not only were the French thoroughly vanquished, but their highly trained knights fell to lowly born archers. Hawkwood fought under de Vere at Crécy in the vanguard of Edward, the 16-year-old Black Prince. He commanded a company of 150 archers. As the Black Death raged across Europe, there was a 10-year gap between Crécy and the Battle of Poitiers, where Hawkwood disappeared from the history books and the 100 Years' War. He shows up again in 1356 at Poitiers, where he fought with the Earl of Warwick, sharing command. The English were successful and the French King John II was captured. It's thought that Hawkwood was awarded his knighthood there, at Poitiers, by the Earl of Oxford. Bad company. During the campaign, the English had used the scorched earth policy against the French, whereby they went out into the countryside and laid waste to the towns and villages. After the battle, Hawkwood stayed in France, and in 1360 the Treaty of Bretigny was agreed upon. Now Hawkwood was, quote, finding his estate too small to support his title and dignity, and he was described by the French chronicler Jean Froissart as, quote, a poor knight who thought it would not be of any advantage to him to return home. What was a soldier meant to do with himself when, for now at least, there was peace between England and France? The English chronicler Henry Knighton noted the men now had no livelihood unless they actually worked, now that there was peace between the two realms. He said, quote, these strong men and warlike, accustomed to fine things, enterprising, who lived by what they gained in the war, having nothing in time of peace. Well, despite the peace treaty, the raids went on and groups of soldiers joined together to pillage and plunder across France. As one medieval manuscript put it, quote, they attack a village, one beats a peasant on the head, another strikes a farmer's wife, and others set fire to a house. Stealing, preying on the powerless, burning, all these acts were prohibited in the manuals of chivalry. Nevertheless, this was the way. War was to be won. The largest of these three companies of English mercenaries was a group called the Great Company, which later became known as the White Company. By December of 1360, the 1,200-strong force had reached Provence in southwest France and Avignon. To avoid the violence of Rome, which was in the midst of a civil war, the papal court had resided in Avignon since 1309. Wherever the Pope went, money followed, and everyone wanted a peace. The White Company was now a bandit gang blown up to the nightmare proportions of a full-scale army, and at its head as commander was none other than Sir John Hawkwood. His troops were vicious and cruel. They were known to rape, murder, and dismember their enemies. Even Hawkwood's faith was questioned, as along with his men he would sack monasteries and holy places. Nothing was off limits. Changes. In December 1360, Hawkwood and his band held Pont Saint-Esprit near Avignon for 3 months, ransoming the clergy, merchants, and travellers there and cutting off Pope Innocent's supply line. The Pope tried to intercede, but Hawkwood and his men continued their siege of the fort, and the Pope was forced to excommunicate the men. In the early months of 1361, an agreement was made whereby the Pope bribed the mercenaries to leave and travel across the Pyrenees in Spain and across the Alps in Italy to fight for him. So the company split up, and Hawkwood, now contracted to the Marquis of Montferrat, set off with his band of brothers to the other side of the Alps, where he was given the title Condottiero as an Italian military leader. 14th century Italy was the most prosperous country in Europe, but it was divided into small city-states that were almost always at war with one another. The Pope was having to juggle his attempt to control his assets in Italy whilst trying to prevent any one state from becoming too dominant. It was the perfect backdrop for mercenary armies like the one commanded by Hawkwood to flourish. They were hired by all sides, changed loyalty freely and eagerly if the money was right, extorted huge ransoms, and behaved with the utmost barbarity. After successfully attacking the Count of Savoy, the company signed on again with Montferrat to fight the noble family of the Visconti of Milan. When that campaign reached a stalemate, Hawkwood transferred his services to Pisa in their fight against the Florentines. Hawkwood was nearly 40 when he took command of the Pisan army in 1364, and even though he lost the Battle of Cascina, his strategies distinguished him as a great military tactician. During the following 30 years, his loyalties changed with a confusing regularity. He fought for and against Milan, Florence, Pisa, Siena, Perugia, and the Pope, depending on who was paying the most money and offering the best incentives. Hawkwood became so influential that he was involved in arranging the marriage of Edward III's son, the Duke of Clarence, to Violante Visconti, daughter to the Duke of Milan. He was held in such high regard that when he was 57, he was married to the Duke's niece, the 17-year-old Donnina Visconti. The couple had 4 children. At Rubiera in 1372, Hawkwood fought against the Pope and won a great victory by outflanking and outmaneuvering a much larger enemy force. The Great Raid on Tuscany led to another career boost, fame, and wealth. Killing in the name. In 1375, in the War of the Eight Saints, Hawkwood and his company fought for Pope Gregory XI against a coalition from Florence, Milan, and Siena. The Florentines incited rebellion in some of the key towns in the Papal States, and Hawkwood and his mercenaries were sent in to suppress the uprisings. The Pope was angry and sent Cardinal Robert to make an example of the rebel town of Cesena. Although Robert swore a binding oath of leniency towards the people if they opened the gates, he broke his promise and ordered a band of Breton mercenaries, along with the White Company, to indiscriminately kill the citizens. Hawkwood and his men were there at the massacre at Cesena, where hundreds were slaughtered over 3 days and nights, with reports of children torn from their mothers' arms and sliced up in front of them, and that Cesena was consumed inside and out. Accounts are conflicting as to whether Hawkwood was agreeable to such horrible slaughter. Nevertheless, he took part in the city's destruction. The following year, the cardinal was rewarded by being elected pope and was ironically named Clement. After this, Hawkwood left papal service to work with Florence, Milan, and their allies. By 1385, Hawkwood was over 60 and was officially a Florentine citizen, where he fought in the Battle of Castigliano and secured his finest victory and one of the greatest feats of military prowess of the era when he fought for Padua against Verona. His last major military campaign was in 1390 to 1392, when he was almost 70. For whom the bell tolls. Hawkwood was able to live into his 70s and died at his home in Florence in the middle of the night on the 18th of March 1394. His funeral was an elaborate affair and he was given the great honour of being buried in the Duomo. 3 banners with the arms of Florence were furnished by the town fathers, and his brigade sent 14 richly ornamented war horses, bearing the Englishman's personal banner, sword, shield, and helmet. A mural was commissioned in his honour, which remains in the cathedral. There is also a memorial at the 14th century Church of St. Peter in his birthplace of Sybil Hedingham. So one story goes, Hawkwood was out walking on his estates at Montecchio when he came across 2 Franciscan monks. "May God grant you peace," one of the monks said by way of a greeting. "And may God take away all your alms," Hawkwood replied. The monks were shocked at the knight's response and asked, "Why do you speak to us in such a way?" Hawkwood answered, "Don't you know that I live by war and peace would destroy me? As I live by war, so you live by alms." During his career, Hawkwood was usually paid in gold florins. He served as a captain for 30 years, and in that time his earnings ranged from 6,000 to 80,000 florins a year. A skilled Florentine craftsman earned about 30 florins annually. It's all the more astonishing when you bear in mind that in the middle of the 14th century, 1 florin was worth about £21 or $28 today. The medieval mercenary business was certainly a lucrative one. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you haven't yet, and as always, I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has an awesome week. Cheers! The 14th century wasn't a great time for sunbathing in Europe. Right from the start, it seemed as though a distinct chill had settled over the land. The Baltic Sea froze over twice in 1303 and again over the winter of 1306 to 1307. For many years following, there were cold storms and heavy rain, resulting in a rise in levels in the Caspian Sea. What the medievals could not have known then was that this was the start of what we now call the Little Ice Age. It wasn't a real ice age, more of a cooling down of the temperature, and it caused havoc for the Europeans. Let's travel back in time now to take a look at rain, snow, and cannibalism in the Middle Ages. Welcome to Medieval Madness. It's cold up north. During the 300 years between the 10th and 13th centuries, known as the medieval warm period, in some places the population reached levels that were not matched again until the 19th century. Today, some areas of France are still less populated than they were in the early 1300s. At that time, the weather was less harsh and winters were much milder. The weather wasn't permanently cold during the Little Ice Age. Weather-related cooling, just like weather-related warming, causes extreme weather events like hail and snow and freak flooding, with excessive rains during the summer months and colder than average winters. Yes, the temperature did decrease during the Little Ice Age, but it was the extremes in the weather that really caused the trouble. The climate change, triggered by the outflow of sea ice from the Arctic Ocean into the Atlantic, caused untold misery. In Iceland, grain cultivation was failing. It wasn't going well in the Scandinavian countries either. Colder weather meant a shorter growing season, and that was a frightening prospect. And it wasn't just the north that struggled. One chronicle written by an Italian discussed the cripplingly cold weather of 1215 to 16. He said, quote, "It was so cold that bread, apples, and pears, and all manners of foods froze solid, and could not be eaten until they had been warmed up and thawed out at a fire. The snow was deep that winter, and the freezing cold lasted for 2 months. People were already struggling to feed themselves properly, and there were food shortages. In Europe, the population had boomed during the High Middle Ages, reaching its peak at around the beginning of the 14th century. Medieval farming methods were unable to keep up with demand and feed so many. A lot of surplus grain could only be transported by water, and frozen waterways caused more and more inhabitants of the inland towns and cities to starve when their own farms failed to produce enough foodstuffs, or the crops failed. Those people who couldn't get enough to eat were left defenseless against hunger and disease, and dysentery hit the vulnerable. There were shocking reports of parents eating their own children. In Poland, those desperate enough were said to take down and eat the bodies of anyone executed and left to die on the gibbet. The hunger. Between the years of 1315 and 1317, the Great Famine struck northern Europe from Poland in the east down to the Alps in the south. The weather was particularly bad over the spring of 1315. The heavy rains went on into the summer and the temperature remained cool. The grain couldn't ripen, so there were widespread crop failures. The crops that could be saved were taken indoors in urns and pots to stay dry. The straw and hay could not be cured, so there was no fodder for the livestock. The soil, incredibly heavy and wet from the relentless downpour, was impossible to plough. To make matters worse, cattle disease struck, and the numbers of sheep and cattle fell by as much as 80%. People resorted to eating wild grasses, edible roots, nuts, and even tree bark. Crime and disease soared, as did the reports of infanticide and cannibalism. The famine even affected the King of England. In August of 1315, Edward II stopped at the town of St. Albans with his entourage, only to find that there was no bread to eat. The Bristol Archives reported that in the city there was, quote, "a great famine of dearth, with such mortality that the living could scarce suffice to bury the dead. Horseflesh and dog's flesh was accounted good meat, and some eat their own children. The thieves that were imprisoned did pluck and tear in pieces such as were newly put into prison, and devoured them half alive." On into the following spring, it continued to rain on Europe. As is always the case, it was the poorer members of society who suffered the most. The 95% had no reserves of food, nothing to sustain themselves. What animals were left were now slaughtered, people took to eating the seeds of the grains that they could not plant, the old folk volunteered to starve to save the younger ones. Parents abandoned their children, and this behavior has been credited as being the origin of the tale Hansel and Gretel by the Brothers Grimm. Dead bodies were dug up from freshly built graves and used for food. The wet weather continued into 1317, and the famine reached its peak. However, as summer arrived, the weather began to settle at last. By now, though, lung diseases had taken hold of a weakened population, and tuberculosis, bronchitis, and pneumonia took hold. It wasn't until 1325 that the food supply began to reach relatively normal levels, and the population began to rise again. Death rates for the Great Famine varied from place to place, but in northern France about 10% of the people died. In the south of England, that statistic rose up to around 15%. The Catholic Church blamed any natural disaster on the people and their sinfulness. However, no amount of repentance and praying did anything to stop the rain. This began to undermine the authority of the Church. Governments also came under fire due to their ineptitude in the handling of the famine, and the crime wave that occurred in the following decades didn't help. Violent crimes such as rape and murder multiplied, chivalry, it seemed, was dead, and many English people were also happy to blame the immorality of the reigning monarch, King Edward II, for their troubles. This contributed to his spectacular downfall in 1327. Here comes the rain again. A huge extratropical cyclone struck northwestern Europe in January of 1362. In England, it was named the Great Wind, the Danes called it the Great Drowning of Men, and 36,000 people lost their lives along the coast of the Netherlands. Huge storm tides came in from the North Sea, regularly drowning the Middle Ages, and swept across England, Denmark, the Netherlands, and the German coast, wiping out entire towns and districts, causing thousands of deaths. The water level can rise to more than 5 meters or 17 feet above the normal tide level during these storms. In November of 1099, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle states that in London, quote, "On the festival of St. Martin, the sea flood sprung up to such a height, and did so as no man remembered that it ever did before." 1212 was a particularly bad year when there were as many as 60,000 deaths in the Netherlands. On November the 19th of 1404, during the first St. Elizabeth flood, there was a major loss of land in Belgium and the Netherlands. In the second St. Elizabeth flood, exactly 17 years later, heavy rains accompanied the storm tide and the high river waters caused up to 100,000 deaths. Stormy weather. The St. Maur's Day storm hit on the 15th of January 1362 and tracked across the south of England before travelling across the North Sea to hit Denmark and Germany the next morning. The event was recorded by an anonymous writer in Canterbury, England, who was probably a monk from the cathedral. He wrote about the, quote, "houses and buildings having their roofs blown off by the force of the winds. Ruined trees standing in the woods were wrenched from the earth by their roots. No one knew where he could safely hide." The unknown writer blamed the storm on an upcoming joust that was to take place a couple of days later. He referred to the participants as harbingers of future evils, the consensus being that jousts were sinful because they took fighting men away from the Crusades. The Eulogium Historiarum, a world history from the creation to 1366, also states that the storm that hit on St. Maud's Day was believed by some a scourging from God. Let it snow. In Europe, the winter of 1363 to 64 was particularly harsh. Not just in the north, but also in the southern countries like Italy, where the Venetian lagoon froze solid, as did the estuary of the River Rhone. Snow fell over the town of Phocis in Belgium and stayed for 100 days. Without any thermometers, as they weren't used until the 17th century, writers could only explain how harsh the winters were by describing the life-threatening cold, the deep snowfalls and the persistent frosts, and by showing the damage that the extreme weather caused to livestock, crops, and society in general. One English poem written in the 14th century stressed that the winter of 1317 to 18 was 1,000 times colder than any winter before. In the middle of the 1430s, in the northeast of France, a scribe named Philippe de Vignel wrote that, quote, "For at least 300 years there had been no colder winters." Around that time, a German chronicle, called Jahrbuch, described the winter as being the coldest since the birth of Jesus Christ. The Moldova River froze for 5 months between November 1317 and March of the following year. There, the writers reported that people could walk over it daily as if one's foot was passing over dry land. Snow covered the city of Florence in Italy for a whole month in February of 1352. Ghent and Antwerp, in what is now modern-day Belgium, had 15 weeks of continuous frost in the winter of 1433 to 34. According to the Kölner Jahrbuch, a year later, there was 13 weeks of frost in Cologne, which also saw 36 days of non-stop snow over the same winter. In 1359, across central Italy, a country usually associated with mild winter weather, there were drifts and, quote, "The snow rose to an extraordinary height. To lighten up the roofs, the snow was thrown into the streets and some of the towns were blocked, so the inhabitants were trapped for several days in their homes." Bologna was under 18 foot of snow, and it was even deeper in Modena. In 1442, Marie of Anjou, queen to the French King Charles VII, got stuck in Carcassonne in the south of France for 3 months when 6 feet of snow hit the region. Also in southern France during the winter of 1389, the region of Lozère had an extraordinary snowfall. Quote, "In January, February and March, the snowfalls were so great that they destroyed many farmsteads, and that many people died because their houses fell down on them. Other people died of cold, others of hunger. Because snowfalls had lasted so much longer than usual that people had run out of provisions. And there are people of the country whose memories date back 80 years who say that they have never seen such great snowfalls. Frozen. It was the scarcity of food that caused the most hardship. The transportation of food along icebound rivers and roads was an impossible task. Inevitably, in times of shortages, prices went through the roof. In the winter of 1432-33, the German rivers couldn't carry any charcoal or firewood for heating. The ice damaged the watermills, so no flour could be ground, leading to shortages. A late 14th century book of accounts from Montpellier reported the death of a homeless man who froze to death on the street. One Parisian writer described how people were dying from cold on the streets in the winter of 1437-38. There were reports from Germany of cattle dying because of the weather that very same winter. It wasn't all doom and gloom though. The medievals were resilient, if nothing else, and many made the most of the snow and ice. In 14th century Cologne, Germany, a market was held on the Rhine. When the River Po froze over in Italy in 1215, there were jousts held on the ice. In Cologne, snow houses were built and bears and lions were sculpted when there was the huge snowfall in 1434, and the people went sledding and had snowball fights just as we do today. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I hope you all have a fantastic week and stay warm out there. Until next time, cheers! Born in 1359, Owain was the last native Welshman to hold the title Prince of Wales and fought for 15 years against English rule. He led successful sieges and battlefield victories to establish an independent Welsh state, refusing to ever give up. Even when it seemed that all was lost, he continued to resist the English in the Welsh mountains by utilizing guerrilla warfare. Let's travel back in time now to the Middle Ages and meet the last Welsh Prince of Wales, Owain Glyndŵr, who it is said will rise in defense of his country if she is ever threatened again. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Downfall. Late in the 14th century, King Richard II tried to break the power of his nobles, who were always threatening his sovereignty. He devised a plan to shift his base of power from London in the southeast to the county of Cheshire in the northwest of England and build up his supremacy in Wales. Wales was under direct royal control, but was made up of a hodgepodge of bishoprics, shires, and feudal states. So Richard removed his rivals and gave their lands to his favourites. To his magnates, it was just another sign of how uncontrollable the king was. In 1399, the heir to the Duchy of Lancaster, Henry Bolingbroke, came home from exile to reclaim his lands. Henry returned to England whilst Richard was on a military campaign in Ireland, marched on Cheshire, and destroyed much of the county. Richard hurried back but was imprisoned at Chester and taken to London. Parliament quickly installed Henry as regent, and Richard died in Pontefract Castle in that mysterious way that a lot of medieval monarchs did. Henry bypassed Richard's 7-year-old heir and had himself crowned Henry IV of England. Henry's claim to the throne was opposed by some of the leading nobles, including the Mortimers and the Percy family in Northumberland. In Wales, the people were uncertain as to where their loyalties lay. The Welsh gentry had supported King Richard, who had succeeded his father Edward the Black Prince of Wales, but now with the king deposed, the future was uncertain. Then in January of 1400, civil order broke out in Chester and a mood of rebellion was growing on the English-Welsh border. Family. Like most of his fellow Welsh gentry, Owain seemed happy to go along with whatever the English crown and aristocracy wanted. Born into a powerful family in 1359, Owain's father was a Welsh lord who had inherited the title of Prince of Powys-Fadog and Lord of Glyndŵr and could trace his lineage back beyond the Norman invasion of 1066. Owain was sent to the Inns of Court in London to study law. By 1384, he was in his mid-20s, back in Wales, and married to Margaret Hanmer, with whom he started a large family. Owain then enlisted in King Richard's military army on the English-Scottish border. In 1385, he served in Scotland under the command of John of Gaunt. 2 years later, he fought against the Franco-Spanish-Flemish fleet in the English Channel and returned home on the death of his father-in-law David Hamner. Owain had a unique place among the people of Wales because he had the closest links to Owain of the Red Hand, Prince of Gwynedd. Friction. It's not clear what made Owain rise up against the crown. Perhaps it was the lack of recognition of his status, or it may have been a lack of confidence in the new Lancastrian monarch. As it turned out, the catalyst was a dispute over land with Owain's English neighbour Reginald Grey, Lord of Ruthin. The disagreement had actually gone on for years, and Owain had appealed to King Richard's parliament, which found in his favour. But now there was a new king, and Grey had enough influence with Henry IV to have the decision reversed. It's also possible that Owain refused to provide the new king with troops and join his Scottish campaign. And tenant-in-chief to Henry, he was obligated to do so, and his refusal would have really wound the king up. What marked the beginning of the uprising was a meeting held on the 16th of September 1400. The men met at Glyndeverdwy, an estate near to the River Dee. It was there that Owain was proclaimed Lord of the Estate and, more importantly, Prince of Wales. Along with members of his close family, the crowd included other prominent Welshmen as well as Owain's personal seer and prophet. The Dean of St. Asaph was also there, which was seen as a blessing from the church. Along with many ordinary men and a few brave women, there was a crowd of around 300 in attendance. Rebellion. Over the following weeks, Owain and his loyal followers attacked. First, on the 18th of September, they burned Ruthin and attacked Grey's castle there. Then they went on to Denbigh, Hawarden, Flint, and any other place that they conspired to be an English town in the northeast of Wales, before disappearing back up into the mountains. From the very first day, it was an anti-English revolt, and just to proclaim himself Prince of Wales was in itself a declaration of rebellion. By the 22nd of September, Owain and his men were on their way south, raiding Welshpool and attacking Powys castles. Around the same time, two brothers from Anglesey began a guerrilla war against the English. The Tuddars of Pemenid were an important family from Anglesey who had been loyal to King Richard II. Both Gwilym and Rhys were military leaders who were part of a force raised to protect North Wales against any French invasion, joining the king on his military expedition into Ireland in 1398. When Owain announced his revolt, Gwilym and Rhys, along with their third brother Merdud, were more than happy to swear allegiance to their cousin. On his way back from Scotland with his army, King Henry had no choice but to turn towards Wales. By the time he arrived in Anglesey, he had been besieged not only by attacks from Welsh guerrillas, but also by the constant bad weather. Henry burned villages and monasteries before returning to England. By 1401, the revolt had spread. Now Owain had followers from central Wales as well as the north, and there were even reports of lawlessness in Brecon and Gwent in the south. The king chose Henry Hotspur Percy to bring the country to heel. Back and forth. Owain's first major battlefield victory was in May or June of 1401, so the English Parliament brought in penal laws to try and force the Welsh into submission, but that only created more resentment. Support for Prince Owain came thick and fast. The Percy family joined the cause, while students from the universities of Oxford and Cambridge left their studies to fight, and labourers, quote, had suddenly fled the said realm for their same country of Wales, and had strongly equipped themselves with arms, bows, arrows, and swords, and other weapons of war, such as they had not done at any time since the conquest of Wales. In 1404, Owain's forces took the castles of Aberystwyth and Harlech before burning Cardiff Castle. By now, 4 royal expeditions had been kept at bay, and Owain called a parliament to outline his plans for an independent Wales with its own laws and church. A year later, a treaty was negotiated between Wales and France. In the year of the French, their army invaded Aquitaine and landed in West Wales to combine forces with the Welsh. Up until now, the Welsh had won several easy victories, but then came a series of devastating defeats. The French retreated, the Tuddars were pushed back by the English in Anglesey, Owain lost his brother in battle, and his son was captured. Owain and his cause became more and more vulnerable as economic sanctions and the English campaigns took their toll. But all was not lost. By using a strategy of economic blockades against English-controlled castles, Owain was able to regain rule of Wales. Then, at the siege of Harlech Castle in 1409, Owain's wife and 2 daughters were captured. They were imprisoned and died in the Tower of London. Owain escaped at night by using a disguise and withdrew to the Welsh mountains with a small group of loyal followers. From there, they continued a guerrilla war, carrying out raids along the Welsh borders. Refusing to surrender, Owain was a hunted man. He was last seen alive in 1412 when he carried out a successful ambush in Brecon. The 15-year rebellion had ruined the fragile peace that had existed between the Welsh and the English. At the time, it was written that Owain had brought all things to waste, and King Henry proclaimed havoc in Wales. It took between 20 to 30 years before life in Wales got back to how it was before the uprising began. Patriot. Mystery had surrounded the date and events of Owain's death for hundreds of years. Welsh archives from the 15th century state that, quote, in 1415, Owain went into hiding on St. Matthew's Day in harvest, being the 21st of September, and thereafter his hiding place was unknown. Very many say that he died. The seers maintain that he did not. The The Welsh priest and historian Adam of Usk, who was in Wales at the time of the Welsh uprising, claimed that Prince Owain was buried at night in a secret place and then later reinterred at another unknown location. The 16th century transcriber Elis Gruffydd was just as ambiguous in his writings, as he gave up to 3 differing accounts of Owain's death. By the time we reached the 17th century, it was reported that Owain had not died in Wales at all, but rather over the border in Herefordshire, England, at the house of one of his daughters. Although details of his death are rather vague, the impact that his life had on the future generations of Welsh people is very clear. As of 2024, the place of Owain's burial remains unknown. Hero. In 1778, Welsh travel writer Thomas Pennant wrote a tour in Wales about the history of places he visited. His account of Owain helped to cement the image of a national hero rather than a destructive rebel. By the early 20th century, the prince was hailed as the greatest Welshman that ever lived. In his native Wales, the love for Owain Glyndŵr is best summed up by the author and Welsh nationalist Owen Roscomhill in his 1905 book Flamebearers of Welsh History. He wrote, quote, "It is not known where Owain died. In Gwent they say that he did not die. They say that he and his men sit sleeping, buckled in their armour, their spears leaning against their shoulders, their swords across their knees. They are waiting for the day that comes for them to sally forth and fight for the land again. But other and learned men have vexed themselves for looking for his real grave. They say they cannot be sure where he is. They are all wrong. His grave is known, well known. It is beside no church nor under the shadow of any ancient yew. It is in a spot safer and more special still. Rain does not fall on it, hail nor sleet chill nor sear sod above it. It is forever green with the green of eternal spring. Time shall not touch it. Decay shall not dishonour it. That grave is in the heart of every true Welshman. There forever, from generation unto generation, grey Owen's heart lies dreaming on, safer forever and forever." Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, I hope you have a fantastic week. Cheers! In the Middle Ages, scholars followed the idea from antiquity that there were 7 primary colours: white, yellow, red, blue, purple, black, and with green in the middle, balanced between them. White was associated with purity, virginity, and even wisdom, but its true opposite colour was not black, but red, symbolic of love, the blood of Jesus Christ, and the fires of hell alike. Blue represented the Virgin Mary in both church and art. To the early Christians, black was associated with the devil, but later it became linked to priests and monastic virtue and became a symbol of luxury with courtiers, as was purple one of the costliest colours to reproduce. But it was a combination of colours in the form of stripes that came to be known as the Devil's Cloth. And before we start the video, special thanks must be given to the French art historian Michael Pastereau, as most of the research for this video was taken from his History of a Colour books. So, let's get into it. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Ebony, ivory. In early Christian writings, black and white were opposites often associated with good and evil. Monks were taught to have no interest in colourful habits. The Benedictines and Cluniacs chose black for their robes. White was the colour chosen by the Cistercian order. There was much theological debate over monastic colours. The abbot of Cluny, Peter the Venerable, said black was the colour of modesty and renunciation, whilst white should be worn on special holy days because it represented the resurrection. However, Bernard, the abbot of Clairvaux, believed that white symbolised innocence and righteousness, whilst black was a diabolical colour and stood for death and wickedness. In England, the first major sumptuary law was brought in during the reign of Edward IV in 1463. The decree was an attempt to reinforce social hierarchies and prevent commoners from imitating the aristocracy by purchasing luxury items and wearing certain colours. This helped usher in the use of high-quality black dyes used to colour expensive fabrics and worn by the wealthy merchant classes in the 14th century, as the use of reds and blues were restricted. Elegant black quickly caught on. By the end of the 16th century, it was being worn by royalty across Italian, French, English, and Spanish courts. White was often used to denote mourning by widows, and it even became the official colour worn by the Pope in the 16th century. And a little bit of red. Along with black and white, red formed a trio of colours that played an important role in the Middle Ages. As all roads led to the church, red was thought to represent the colour of the blood of Christ and the Christian martyrs. The emblem of the Christian soldiers during the First Crusade was a red cross on a white background to represent St. George, the military saint often depicted as a crusader. When the Western Roman Empire fell, red was adopted as the colour of authority and majesty by both Byzantine and European royalty. Scarlet and crimson dyes, although not as costly as purple, were nevertheless expensive. Charlemagne, who began his rule as Holy Roman Emperor from 800, used red as a visible symbol of his power when he wore scarlet leather shoes for his coronation in Rome. Later monarchs weren't as subtle. Having better access to rich red dyes meant that the English King Richard II could wear a complete outfit of crimson when he was crowned, including gown, hose, and shoes. Not so mellow yellow. In antiquity, the tones of a warm yellow were symbolic of sunshine and cordiality. After all, yellow was the colour of sweet honey, and gold was the most precious metal and a representation of light. Around the 13th century, possibly earlier, heraldry began as a way to distinguish one noble family from another. Knights would use their armorial insignia, comprised of symbols and colours on their shields, helmets, and clothing, as a form of identification, to show they belonged to a particular family or group. The colours and symbols used often held deep meanings for the wearer. The colour yellow or gold, referred to as ore, represented glory, wisdom, loyalty, and goodwill. However, in medieval Europe in the 12th century, images of Judas, the betrayer of Jesus, began appearing dressed in yellow, and the colour became associated with treachery and lawlessness. It became the go-to colour when marking outsiders of a faith. In some Muslim caliphates, Jews were forced to wear yellow badges. In the 12th century, in the North African Berber Muslim Empire, Jews had to wear yellow cloaks and turbans. In the largely Catholic medieval Europe, Jews were also marked with the colour yellow. In 1274, King Edward I of England continued Henry III's Statute of Jewry and included the condition that, quote, "Each Jew after he is 7 years old shall wear a distinguishing mark on his outer garment, that is to say in the form of 2 tables joined of yellow felt of the length of 6 inches and of the breadth of 3 inches. In 1415, when the Czech philosopher and reformer Jan Hus was convicted of heresy, he was dressed in yellow robes for his execution. By the 16th century, anyone accused of heresy and brought before the Spanish Inquisition was made to wear a yellow cape. True blue. During the early Middle Ages, blue played a minor role in European culture. Then suddenly, in the 12th century, the neglected colour became prominent in medieval art and life. In about 1137, Abbot Suger decided to rebuild the great church of Saint-Denis Basile in Paris using coloured fabric, metalwork, enamel, and glass because he, quote, believed that colour was a form of light and thus divine in nature. Suger used unusually large stained glass windows to flood the building with a mystical light so that the whole church would shine. The windows were coloured with red and cobalt blue glass, which cast a bluish-violet light throughout. The style of architecture was a revelation and is thought to be the first truly Gothic building. The blue colour of the glass became famous and known as the Bleu de Saint-Denis. Blue was not only present throughout the church as a colour of celestial and divine light, but wedded to gold, it evoked the splendour of creation. The idea soon caught on, and the Gothic cathedrals with elaborate stained glass windows were built all over Europe. In early Christian art, depictions of the Virgin Mary were almost always dressed in sombre clothing to convey her suffering and grief. With the success of the cult of the Virgin in the 12th century, the dark palette used for Mary's clothing had been reduced to just dark blue. In paintings to draw attention to the Virgin, the blue became brighter and was associated with goodness, modesty, and piety. By the beginning of the 13th century, blue got another promotion when it was used in the coat of arms of the kings of France. Blue had come out of the shadows to become the colour of royalty. It's easy being green. According to Guillaume de Vaughan, 13th century Bishop of Paris, green was the middle colour, perfectly positioned in the centre of the extremes of black and white. Whereas, whilst dilated, the retina excessively contracted black, green demanded no effort. Green was temperate and balanced. Medieval scribes kept green objects nearby so that they could stare at them from time to time to prevent eye strain. Green was often associated with luck, and still is today. At least it would seem to have been regarded as a lucky colour for the Northmen. When Eric the Red and his Vikings landed on Greenland, they named it so not because it was lush with vegetation, but because to them, green represented happiness, hope, and prosperity. In mainland Europe, like blue, green was a non-colour until the beginning of the 12th century. Although it didn't have the same impact as the Blue Revolution, green was especially admired in the Germanic lands, where the recent elevation of blue hadn't caught on. In the medieval Muslim world, green started out as a dynastic colour for the descendants of the Prophet, but Pastoro believes that from the 12th century, it came to represent the religious colour of Islam. Regarded as a positive and revered colour, quote, "Its symbolism is associated with paradise, happiness, riches, water, the sky, and hope. Green became the sacred colour." During the Crusades, green united the different colours of the ruling Islamic dynasties together against the red and white of the Christians. Purple swag. The ancient Phoenicians discovered how to make purple dye around 3,000 years ago. It was a long and expensive process involving extracting the juice of a sea snail. The rich, deep colour became known as Tyrian purple as it was produced in the Lebanese city of Tyre. Purple was a colour that only the privileged few could afford to wear, and it became a symbol of wealth and power. During the Middle Ages, purple was used as an imperial colour in the Byzantine Empire. Any family member who was born during the reign of their parent was said to be born into the purple. This separated them from any emperor who would seize the throne through political or military force. Byzantine bishops wore white robes with stripes of purple, and government officials wore squares of purple cloth on their clothing to denote their status. Along with his scarlet shoes, Emperor Charlemagne was crowned wearing a mantle of Tyrian purple, and in 814 he was buried in a purple shroud. In the West, although purple was worn less by European royalty, it was used in the universities. Professors had similar robes to that of the clergy, and often wore purple caps and mantles, or black robes trimmed with purple. I got stripes. The medievals had a huge problem with striped cloth and found it somewhat disturbing. According to Pastoro, that could have been because the Bible warns the faithful not to wear clothing woven from two kinds of material. Or he says the problem could have been due to the fact that visually, for the medievals at least, patterns were okay because they had foreground shapes of a lighter colour on dominant backgrounds that were darker. But stripes, along with checks and spots, another medieval no-no, were just a confusing mess of colours. Either way, the medievals disliked stripes. They were disordered and confusing, so they were used to dress those that lived on the fringes of society, the lepers, heretics, clowns, and prostitutes. The latter wore striped hoods in Bristol and London, and striped black and white sugarloaf hats in Strasbourg, France. In the middle of the 13th century, a scandal broke out when St. Louis returned from the Holy Land to Paris at the end of the Seventh Crusade. He brought 6 monks back with him from the Carmelite order. The problem was they wore striped cloaks. The Carmelites went out to the universities to teach and were immediately subjected to mockery by the people. The abuse became so bad that Pope Alexander IV had to step in and order the Carmelites to abandon their striped robes for plain ones, probably more for their safety than anything else. Even striped animals became creatures to fear. The tiger, the hyena, the wasp, even the poor zebra, they were all included in Satan's bestiary. In the Middle Ages, having stripes meant being outside the social norms, and for the ultra-religious medievals, that meant being associated with the devil. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. If you do enjoy these videos, a like or a subscribe will really help us out, and as always, I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has an awesome week. Cheers! In 1303, Westminster was an important place. West from the City of London, it was protected by its own walls and gates. Westminster Palace was there, which was one of the main residences of the Kings of England. On the evening of the 12th of May in Westminster Abbey, which lay just across the pathway from the palace, the Benedictine could be heard singing Compline, their final prayer at the end of the day before they retired to their sleeping quarters. In the abbey, beneath the chapter house, is a small crypt. Behind its solid doors were the crown jewels and royal treasury, which were about to be stolen by a band of robbers. Where's Johnny English when you need him? Welcome to Medieval Madness. Hard times. 1303 wasn't the greatest time to be alive, money was tight, and although many people possessed cloth or corn, pig or sheep, the people could do little with them. There were so few buyers in the market, and so many needy people, when money was so scarce the people were not joyful. According to the astrologers, a multitude of clouds and severe cold in winter with the excess of heat in summer led to disputes over produce. Tiredness and thickness of the eyes caused robbers and highwaymen to multiply in the streets. A king's ransom. A month after the robbery, a messenger travelled north to Linlithgow in Scotland, where King Edward I was on campaign. After successfully conquering Wales, 64-year-old Edward had one thing on his mind: crushing the Scots. In 1298, he had even moved his entire court to the city of York in the north of England to base his army there, closer to the Scottish border. Only a handful of B-list nobles stayed behind at the Royal Palace of Westminster to keep an eye on things. So the hustle and bustle that usually went on around the palace grounds had ceased, temporarily at least. It wasn't the first time that the royal treasury had come under attack. In 1296, John the Cook had attempted a similar theft. Then, just 4 years later, some monks had another go at raiding the treasury. They too were unsuccessful, and the incident was quickly hushed up when the abbot Walter de Wenlock bribed the king. It was obvious that the monks were not to be trusted though. Some of them had been involved in the theft of hundreds of pounds worth of silver sent by King Edward for the singing of chantry masses for the soul of his departed wife Eleanor of Castile. The treasure kept at Westminster consisted of a massive haul of gold and silver coins, jewels, chalices, goblets, spoons, jugs and vases, as well as two important relics: the Black Cross of St. Margaret and the Cross of Neath. The 9th century sword of King Ethelstan, said to have cut through the Rock of Dunbar, the sceptre of the Rod of Moses, the sword of the legendary Wayland the Smith used to knight King Henry II, the sword of the Arthurian knight Tristan, and the unicorn horn which held sacred anointing oil were also there, along with the dagger used in an attempt to assassinate King Edward when he had been on crusade in 1272 in the Holy Land. According to one story, Edward had been at Acre resting in his tent when the Syrian Order of Assassins sent someone with a poisoned dagger to try and kill him. Although his arm was injured, Edward was able to fend off the would-be murderer and slay him. His beloved wife Eleanor sucked the poison from his wound. Edward recovered from the ordeal and kept the dagger as a personal relic. In all, as King Edward's letter of November 1303 claims, there was an unprecedentedly high amount of at least £100,000 worth of stolen treasure, certainly a small medieval fortune. The treasure had been moved to the chapel from the Tower of London, which was believed to be too far away from the royal palace. Parish churches were often used to store valuables in the Middle Ages, and the abbey was the perfect place for the treasure, just a short walk from the palace, and the crypt was secure. After all, the monks already had their treasury in the Pyx chamber along the east cloister. The royal crypt had a great stone roof and floor, and the walls were 17 to 18 feet thick in places, and the door was reinforced. It could only be reached from the abbey by a narrow passageway and then down a deep staircase. Several of the stairs had been removed to make it even more difficult to descend to the crypt without the aid of a portable wooden bridge. A violation. Not only were Edward's ancestors buried there, but as stated by the historical author Paul Doherty, quote, "Westminster Abbey was the king's chapel, his personal shrine, the glorious mausoleum of his family, sacred ground blessed with the bones of Edward the Confessor and the centuries of holy ritual. Not only would anyone who dared to violate such a place be excommunicated by the church, but the crime would probably be perceived as treason, and the perpetrator could expect the wrath of King Edward to come down on them like a ton of bricks." So back to the poor messenger. We can only imagine what was going through his mind as he delivered the news that the treasury at Westminster Abbey had been looted of tens and tens of thousands of pounds of precious coins, jewels and plate, and that many of the items had been recovered in the money markets of London and scattered in the fields around Westminster. Edward Longshanks, Hammer of the Scots, was not known for his pleasant demeanour. At the time, he was well on his way to bankruptcy because he was obsessed with defeating the Scots. He'd already increased taxes on wool, demanded higher church donations, and borrowed significant amounts of money. His precious treasures could have been used as collateral for further credits, but they were now gone. It wasn't just his pride that had taken a hit, but also his pocket. Outraged, King Edward called for the immediate capture of the perpetrators, and one of the greatest criminal investigations of the era began. First, Edward dictated a letter from Linlithgow and insisted that the, quote, "knights and other upright and law-abiding men of London discover who were the malefactors, who knew about the robbery, who offered and gave the robbers help, counsel, and assistance, who knowingly received the said treasure, how was the said treasure taken, and how much, and in whose hands was the treasure now." Then he sent John de Drockenford, keeper of the king's wardrobe, to conduct the inquiry along with his justices. Robbery. The robbery had been planned for a long time. Hemp was a common crop in medieval England. At the end of 1302, the thieves had sprinkled hemp seeds all along the wall of the chapter house and around the cemetery. By April, the crop had grown up like weeds to a height of almost 2 meters in some places. It covered the walls of the chapter house and screened the small windows just above the ground to the crypt. Between Tuesday the 30th of April and Friday the 3rd of May, while the monks slept, John the Mason hid in the long hemp grass. For 3 nights he hacked away at one of the sills of the crypt to prise the bars out of the window. Luckily, it was the one furthest right that overlooked the desolate area near the infirmary of the Benedictine monks of Westminster. Finally, the bars came loose, and the mastermind behind the heist, Richard Pudlicott, was able to slip inside the crypt. Then the gang formed a human chain leading from the chapter house to the gate that led out towards the River Thames, where several getaway barges were waiting. The men passed the bags of treasure along the line to one another, then as the sun came up, the robbers sneaked away. Retribution. So, who were these robbers? Well, it seems that Richard de Pudlicott began organising the heist at the beginning of May. Richard was a wool merchant with a personal grudge against the English monarch. He regularly travelled to Flanders for work, but along with other merchants, he was arrested and held there because King Edward owed debts, which he could not pay off due to the ongoing war with Scotland. Walking past Westminster one day, he realised how slack security was, because everyone was in York, and began to plan the robbery. Inside Westminster, Adam de Warfeld, who held the powerful position of sacristan along with several other monks, was involved. Warfeld had access to the treasure and was the head of security of the abbey. William Palmer, also known as William of the Palace, was the lieutenant in charge of the keeping of the palace while his superior was away in Scotland with the king. Palmer was also the deputy keeper at the Fleet Prison, which gave him access to some of London's most seasoned criminals. On the 16th of June 1303, John de Drockenford, now in London, issued a proclamation. Anyone who knew anything about the robbery had to present themselves to the Guildhall by Sunday next before the hour of Vespers, or face, quote, "forfeiture of life and of limb and of land of chattels." A day later, William Palmer, deputy keeper of the palace, came forward and confessed to save his skin. He threw everyone under the cart, and after searching the grounds of Westminster and the Abbey, 10 monks were arrested and imprisoned in the Tower. On interrogation, they gave up the rest of the criminals, including Richard of Pudlicott and the main fence, John of Newmarket. They were all arrested in their homes and found to be in possession of stolen goods. William of the Palace was found to have the Cross of Neath and the unicorn horn under his bed. Most of the loot was recovered. The jury of the ward of Bread Street declared that Richard de Pudlicott was guilty of breaking into the treasury and that the sacristan and William of the Palace were consenting to it and helped him. The Annals of London tells us that, quote, "William of the Palace and 4 others were sentenced to be dragged through the city and hanged on the elms at Smithfield." Richard de Pudlicott insisted up until the end that he had acted alone, saving the clergy and his inside accomplices from being condemned. He was executed by hanging. The sacristan, Adam de Warfield, although he was condemned for receiving and concealing jewels of the Lord King, was eventually released along with the other 10 monks. Warfeld was a broken man and died not long after. The legendary door. After his hanging, Pudlacott was said to have been further humiliated by being flayed. According to legend, his skin was dried, cured, and nailed to a door at Westminster Abbey to deter other would-be robbers. During the 19th century, pieces of hide were found attached to the door leading to the chapter house. However, a study of the door in 2005 discovered the legend was not true, and the hide found under the door's iron strap was from an animal. However, experts did find that the door was made in the middle of the 11th century during the reign of King Edward I, making it the oldest door in Britain. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope you have an awesome week. Cheers! Food for the European medievals was not so very different from what we eat today. Meats like beef, pork, lamb, and venison were available, along with fruits and vegetables, dairy products, eggs, fish, bread, and ale. Those who could afford it might enjoy the delights of imported foods such as pomegranates, sweet Mediterranean wines, and expensive spices from the Middle East, such as cinnamon and ginger. Sugar, which was also classed as a spice, was imported from as early as the 12th century and was very expensive. So what about the peasants who lived out in the countryside? What did they eat? Or the poorer people in the towns and cities? And what about the rich nobles and royal courtiers? What sort of fare were they scoffing and quaffing? Let's travel back to the Middle Ages and find out, but please take warning, there won't be any tomatoes, potatoes, or chocolate. If you find that offensive or upsetting, it's better to leave now. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Breaking the fast. Breakfast wasn't really a thing until the mid-13th century, and only 2 meals a day were eaten, whether people were toiling in the fields, crafting in a workshop, writing in the monastic scriptorium, or flouncing around at court. In medieval Europe, only 2 formal meals were eaten each day, as the Catholic Church considered that to be enough. Gluttony and any other indulgences were frowned upon, and fasting and temperance were the custom, so eating breakfast was regarded as sinful. Dinner, the first meal of the day, was the main meal and was probably eaten around late morning. The meal required a lot of preparation, especially in wealthy households, so it wouldn't have been served much earlier than the 6th hour of the day, which was noon. By that point, half of the day's work was more than likely completed. At the end of the day's activities, another lighter meal would be eaten, probably after dusk, around 6 to 8 hours after dinner. Rear sopa, or rear supper, a meal served later in the evening, usually with a liberal amount of wine, was also disapproved of. The teachings of John of Milan from the Schola Medica of Salerno, the first and most important medical school of its time, founded in the 9th century, advised the following: rise at 5, dine at 9, sup at 5, retire at 9, for a long life. As meals became more complicated, dinner got pushed back even further, so diners might not eat their first meal until past noon, meaning that supper would be delayed too, possibly until after the valuable daylight had passed. So it became accepted practice to break the overnight fast with the indulgence of a small light meal sometime before dinner. For the peasant, the dish that many now considered to be the most important meal of the day would likely be some watered-down ale and a chunk of rye bread, perhaps if they're lucky a piece of cheese. Any fish fillets, be they trout, salmon or herring, were almost always smoked for preservation and were also nibbled on in the morning, giving rise to the British breakfast food of kippers. Eating breakfast was associated with the poor because only the peasant farmers and manual workers needed the energy to get through to dinner. Similarly, the very young, very old, and infirm would have increased their food intake in the morning by eating gruel. Evacuate after eating. By the end of the Middle Ages, many physicians still considered it unhealthy to eat breakfast because it was believed that a meal should never be eaten until the last one had been digested. It usually takes around 6 hours for the food to be processed and the nutrients to be dispersed. Sleeping overnight should easily be enough time for digestion to take place, right? Well, no, because physicians believed that another meal shouldn't be eaten until after digestion, and the body's passages had been cleaned out. It wasn't until the mid-16th century that physicians begrudgingly began to approve of breakfast. British MP Sir Thomas Wingfield believed that breakfast was essential in thy's realm, even though Galen never ate breakfast, Galen being the 1st century Greek physician whose views dominated Western medieval medicine. And the Tudor physician Thomas Cogan concluded that, quote, "To suffer hunger long filleth the stomach with ill humours." Cogan went on to disclose that the English often ate 3 meals a day and believed that it was fine until the age of around 40, but then the digestive system became too weak to handle breakfast. He also added that the brown bread and butter of a countryman's breakfast was much better than the fine white bread known as manchet, which was eaten by the wealthy because that caused constipation. Noble men, Cogan said, also liked to start the day off with toast dipped into a draught of strong wine. Alcohol must have been an early morning thing with the wealthy medievals, and it seems that being away on pilgrimage gave them a pass when it came to eating breakfast. In 1255, the English King Henry III had 6 tons of wine delivered to the Cathedral of St. Albans for breakfast whilst he was visiting there. That is 1,500 gallons of wine. It was probably to make sure that the king and his entourage only drank the best wine whilst they were on their journey, as shops and inns along the way would be hit and miss regarding the quality of their vino. Still, if the king was to go against the teachings of the church by having breakfast, he may as well have a little tipple whilst doing it. Take what you can get. Seeing as it was the countryside peasants who produced most of the food available in the Middle Ages, it is to be expected that they also ate quite a lot of it themselves. It meant that they usually had enough to eat, except in times of famine. Carbohydrates came in the form of grains, mostly wheat, rye, oats, and barley, and were either baked into bread or brewed into ale. Some fruits and vegetables, such as apples, pears, onions, and beans, were grown, and wild fruits and nuts could be foraged from nearby woods. Many dwellings in the towns and cities had a small garden plot to grow a few veggies. Otherwise, any food would have to be bought, which is not an easy task for those with little money. In London, there were plenty of market stalls selling everything from cherries to meat pies. Cookshops were available for people to buy a ready-made meal and either eat it inside or take it away. Cows, sheep, and pigs were the 3 main sources of protein. In England, in the early 13th century, a lot of kids were also eaten. Sorry, I've just been told to clarify that that's baby goats, not baby humans. Although this trend did seem to die out. Pigs were by far the best animal to keep as they were easier to fatten up and would eat anything. Cows produced milk, butter, cheese, and meat. Sheep, milk, cheese, and wool. In 14th century England, there were at least 8 million sheep, as that was the number of exported fleeces. Cheeses were very hard and had to be soaked before eating. Hung above the hearth, they would be continually smoked and would last for months. Cream cheeses were only served in the wealthiest of houses. Many geese and chickens were also kept, and small birds were captured and eaten. Rabbits, hares, pheasants, conies, and deer roamed around freely and would be skinned and eaten if caught, although anyone caught with any of these from a lord's land would be charged with poaching and could face serious punishment. Eating meat was not allowed during the 40 days of Lent, so fish had to be eaten then, as well as on Wednesdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and the eve of important holy days. Living by the coast gave poorer people the luxury of shellfish such as oysters, cockles, mussels, and winkles. William Langland wrote the poem Piers Plowman in the 14th century. In it he describes what food the poor man Piers had in his cottage. It included, quote, 2 green cheeses, some curds and cream, an oat cake, and 2 loaves made with bran, some beans, some parsley, a leek, and cabbage. He has no salt meat, no eggs, and no money to buy pullets. Langland also points out that other poor people don't even have bread or penny ale in winter, and because cold meat and fish were such a luxury, they ate vegetable broth and drank water. Sweet and spicy. The 13th century English knight and poet Walter of Bibsworth describes what he saw as a typical meal. Quote, "A fashionable yeoman who came from a great banquet has told us about the feast, how their service was ordered. Without bread and wine and ale, no one at a feast will be at ease, but naught but all 3 was set out there. but at least we were told about the serving they brought in first. A boar's head larded with the snout well garlanded, and venison with fermenty, a porridge of boiled grain, then a variety of other foods, cranes, peacocks and swans, kids, pigs and hens. Then they had rabbits in gravy all coated with sugar. Viand de Cypre, cold chicken mincemeat flavoured strongly with ginger, and mormony, a sweet meat stew, and all you could want of red and white wine, and then another lot of roasts all alongside the other, pheasants, woodcocks and partridges, thrush, larks and roast plovers, blackbirds, woodcocks and throstles, and other birds I cannot name. Brawn, a meat jelly, crepes, and fried dishes tempered with rose sugar. And when the table was taken down, sweet spice powder with coarse dragées, sugar plums, candied mace, cubeb, a valuable spice, clove, and many other candies. And lots of wafers. The meal was only typical if you hung around in wealthy circles, though. We can't really see Joe Bloggs, the peasant farmer from the village, sitting down to eat all that. There wasn't just a demand for spices during the Middle Ages, there was a craving for them, and they were even more expensive than meat. From 1431 to 32, the household accounts of the Earl of Oxford show that a whole pig could be bought for the price of a pound of pepper, and pepper was the cheapest spice to buy. The steward of the Talbot family in Shropshire kept accounts of expenditure for the household from 1431 to 32. The family ate 14 pounds of ginger and 17 pounds of pepper, along with another 17 pounds of other spices, 3 of which were saffron, which was obscenely expensive. Much of the same. Several English manuscripts on cookery have pages on elaborate feasts like the banquets held in honour of Lord de Grey, feasts for various bishops of the coronation banquet of King Henry IV. The coronation meal was typical of many wealthy feasts during the Middle Ages. There were 3 courses, which consisted of 43 dishes. During the first, there were large joints of meat, pheasants, a boar's head, and Lombardy custard made with prunes, dates, and bone marrow. There were huge pies, a stuffed piglet, venison, and fermenty for the second course, and rabbits, partridge, and blansaw, a white soup, for the third. Every course ended with a subtlety, also called entremets, meaning between serving. Subtleties were elaborate edible works of art made with food. They were often made with marzipan or sugar paste and would take the form of a castle, a mythical creature, or a scene from a story. It should be noted that these sorts of banquets might not happen daily, but the food provided at them was the sort prepared by the cook every day in the household of an aristocrat. Perhaps this was what Sir Walter of Bibsworth meant when he described a banquet as a typical meal. It was, in essence, at least for the wealthy, a lot of normal dinner dishes, just in greater quantities. Really, just more of the same. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as we do release a new one every Friday. Until next time, hope everyone has an amazing week. Cheers! The White Tower, as it was originally known, was a fortress stronghold built by the first Norman king, William the Conqueror. It was intended to protect against foreign invasion and intimidate the citizens of London in equal measure. But the tower also had other uses. It operated as a royal residence and was where monarchs would stay as they awaited their coronation. However, the Tower of London's most famous role, one that it played for over 850 years, was as a prison, detaining a list of people that included Sir William Wallace in 1305, Anne Boleyn and her daughter, the future Queen of England Elizabeth I in the mid-16th century, and in the 19th century the deputy leader of the Nazi Party Rudolf Hess, along with East End gangsters Ronnie and Reggie Cray in the 1950s. Here are just some of the prisoners kept within its 27-meter high walls during the Middle Ages. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Moat, Menagerie and Mint. Building work began in the 1070s by William I just after the Norman invasion as a show of power. Eventually, the White Tower was the innermost keep or donjon of 3 enclosures as the area was expanded by various monarchs who added walls, towers and a moat. Over the years, it has served as an armory, a treasury, a public records office, home to the royal mint, and a menagerie. It was thought that King John I introduced wild animals to the tower in the 1330s, as records dated from that period refer to lion keepers. Henry III was given 3 leopards by the Holy Roman Emperor and a polar bear that went fishing in the River Thames by the King of Norway. But it was during the Middle Ages that the tower had a revolving door of prisoners. Let's meet a few of them now. Ranulph Flambard, Bishop of Durham. Ranulph has the great claim of being the very first prisoner to escape from the Tower of London in 1100. Ranulph began working under King William I and probably had a role in the creation of the Domesday Book in 1086. He was also the keeper of the King's Seal. When William died, his son William Rufus inherited the throne and Ranulph became involved in the finances of the kingdom. He was a sort of Chief Justice of England, and at one point he administered to 16 bishoprics and abbeys. He was then made Bishop of Durham as a reward. But then King Rufus died and Henry I came to power. Now Ranulph found himself a scapegoat for the extravagances of Rufus's reign, and he was imprisoned in the Tower of London on charges of embezzlement. He may have been the first prisoner, but he was also the first escapee. So the story goes, Ranulph had his friends smuggle in a flagon of wine, which he gave to the guards. After they became drunk and fell asleep, Ranulph descended from the window of his cell by rope and escaped across the English Channel by boat. After spending time in exile in Normandy, Ranulph was pardoned and returned to England to help complete the building of Durham Cathedral. He was buried in the chapter house there in 1128. William Fitz-Osbert. William was a Londoner who took up the role of spokesperson for the poor. Educated at university, he had been on the Third Crusade and was quite the charismatic figure. Nicknamed the Bearded, Fitz-Osbert was of ready wit, moderately skilled in literature, and elegant beyond measure, and wishing to make himself a great name, he began to scheme upon the achievement of mighty plans. Town riots were rare in the 12th and 13th century England, but in the spring of 1196, murmurings of an uprising began. Fitz-Osbert was stirring the mob with his speeches and began, quote, "a powerful conspiracy inspired by the zeal of the poor against the insolence of the rich." With 52,000 followers and a stockpile of weaponry, the Archbishop of Canterbury knew that Fitz-Osbert had to be stopped. After taking refuge in the Church of St Mary Le Bow in Cheapside, Fitz-Osbert was smoked out, arrested, and taken to the Tower. Within a few days, he was, quote, "first drawn asunder by horses, and then hanged on a gibbet with 9 of his accomplices who refused to desert him." He was the first person to be executed at Tyburn, which later became the main site for executions in London. Griffith ap Llywelyn. Prince Griffith was the eldest son of Llywelyn the Great, King of Gwynedd, Wales. On the death of his father, his younger brother Dafydd was proclaimed heir, and Griffith was held prisoner by his brother, who feared reprisals. When King Henry III of England held a successful invasion of the Welsh border, Dafydd handed his brother over into the king's custody as surety of his good behaviour. So Griffith and his eldest son were taken to London and kept in the Tower as King Henry's guests. Like Ranulph Flambard before him, Griffith made his escape by using a rope and lowering himself down the tower walls from his window. But the rope was improvised from sheets and clothing, and Griffith was a well-built man. The rope broke, and he fell to his death. Sir William Wallace. Hugely famous due to the movie Braveheart, Wallace was a Scottish knight who became a leader during the First War of Scottish Independence. Although vastly outnumbered, he defeated the army of King Edward I of England at the Battle of Stirling Bridge in 1297, but was himself defeated a year later at the Battle of Falkirk. Betrayed, he was turned over to the English. After being taken to London, Wallace was tried for treason and committing crimes against civilians. He was imprisoned at the Tower for a short time before being stripped naked and dragged by horse, quote, "through the middle of the city to Smithfield, hanged there and afterwards drawn. The heart, liver and lung and all the internal parts dispatched to the fire and burned, before being beheaded and decapitated, the body cut up and divided into 4 quarters, the head affixed upon London Bridge." The other 4 pieces of his body were, quote, "hung on the gibbet in Newcastle upon Tyne, Berwick, Stirling, and Perth, as a cause of fear and chastisement of all going past and looking upon these things." Richard II of England. Richard was in trouble. The poll tax demands of 1381 had set off the peasants' revolt, and now the 14-year-old boy king was forced to shelter within the confines of the Tower of London. Richard tried to leave by sailing down the Thames, but the crowds of rebels were too thick along the banks of the river, so he was unable to land and had to return to the safety of the tower once again. Eventually, the rebels were defeated, but it was not the last time that Richard would find himself in a spot of bother. In 1399, Henry Bolingbroke, grandson of King Edward III, invaded England. He met with little resistance. Richard was not well liked, so Henry deposed him and had himself crowned. Richard was taken to the Tower, this time as a prisoner. After being transported to Pontefract Castle, Richard died in mysterious circumstances. It is possible that he was murdered by being starved to death whilst held captive. Henry VI and Margaret of Anjou. Henry came to the English throne at just 9 months old after the death of his warrior father Henry V. Born during the third phase of the 100 Years' War, he was the only English monarch ever crowned King of France. From 1453, Henry had a series of mental breaks, and his wife Queen Margaret took advantage of the situation to make herself de facto leader. Henry's cousin Richard, Duke of York, challenged Margaret, and the dispute over the succession of the English throne led to the Civil War of 1455, later known as the Wars of the Roses. York's eldest son, Edward IV, took the throne after defeating Margaret's Lancastrian forces at the Battle of Tewkesbury in 1471, where the couple's only son was killed. Henry was captured and imprisoned in the Tower of London along with his wife after having lost his wits, his 2 kingdoms, and his only son. He mysteriously died there, possibly smothered to death as he slept. Margaret was later released and returned to France. George Plantagenet, Duke of Clarence. George was the 3rd surviving son of Richard, Duke of York, and the brother of English kings Edward IV and Richard III. Despite being only 12 years old, George was made Duke of Clarence and Lord Lieutenant of Ireland when his elder brother Edward became king in 1461. Despite this, George went against his family and joined his father-in-law Richard Neville, Earl of Warwick, known as the Kingmaker, when he switched sides to support Margaret of Anjou and the House of Lancaster during the Wars of the Roses. Realizing his mistake, Clarence reconciled with his family, but his mental health deteriorated rapidly after the death of his wife. It wasn't long before he was accused of unnatural, loathly treason against his brother King Edward, and George was arrested and confined to the Tower of London, where he was privately executed in 1479. Traditionally, it is said that Clarence was drowned in a butt of Malmsey wine. King Edward V and Richard, Duke of Gloucester. King Edward IV's heirs, Edward V and his younger brother Richard of Shrewsbury, were just 12 and 9 when they were confined to the royal lodgings of the Tower by their uncle Richard, Duke of Gloucester. Richard was England's regent, and Edward was housed at the Tower before his coronation in May of 1483, but the event was postponed and young Edward was never crowned as Parliament proclaimed all of the children of Edward IV as illegitimate. Richard was quickly crowned in his place as King Richard III. The 2 boys were seen playing together in the Tower Garden during that summer, but then they were never seen alive again. Were they murdered, smothered to death, as Sir Thomas More, the Lord High Chancellor to King Henry VIII, stated, to secure Richard's claim to the throne? Did they die from an illness, or were they quietly shipped abroad? 2 small skeletons were found at the Tower in 1674 and placed in an urn at Westminster Abbey by order of King Charles II. The coffins of 2 unknown children were also found at St. George's Chapel in Windsor Castle, but neither those nor the ones from the Tower have ever been proven to be the remains of the royal boys. The missing brothers became known as the Princes in the Tower, and what happened to them is a historical mystery that still divides people today. Perkin Warbeck. We travel right to the end of the medieval period to meet our final Tower of London prisoner. After Richard III was killed in battle, the last English king to do so at Bosworth Field, it was Henry Tudor's turn to claim the throne in 1485. Henry the Lancastrian was now monarch, and the Wars of the Roses were finally over after 40 years. Henry even cemented his claim by marrying Elizabeth of York, older sister to the 2 princes in the Tower. But the threat to Henry's kingship lingered on in the form of a pretender to the throne named Perkin Warbeck. Warbeck claimed to be the youngest of the 2 princes in the Tower, Richard of Shrewsbury, Duke of York, brother to the Queen. Due to the ambiguity over what became of the 2 young boys and a lack of medieval DNA tests, it was difficult to prove otherwise. Warbeck had a supporter in his aunt, Margaret, Duchess of Burgundy. She helped to fund a small army and paid for transport across the Channel to ferry Warbeck's forces, but after landing in England they were met by fierce opposition and forced to abandon the assault. Warbeck surrendered and was paraded through the streets of London to the Tower. He confessed to being an imposter and was taken to Tyburn where he was executed. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, have a great week. Cheers! Going on a medieval crusade was a male mission, a military enterprise in which only men could fight. Obviously, the women stayed at home and did womanly things such as knitting and being oppressed, whilst their dashing knightly husbands rode off and defended the Holy Land. Right? Wrong. Actually, many women also took up the cross and went off on crusade, and they weren't just the important warrior noble women like Queen Eleanor of Aquitaine. Described as being essential yet despised, there were also the servants who looked after the animals and accompanied the army, the washerwomen, the camp-following prostitutes, and not forgetting the lice pickers as well. Women, eh? Can't crusade with them, can't crusade without them. Welcome to Medieval Madness. An insufferable necessity. The Crusades were a series of holy wars that began in the late 11th century with the First Crusade, as commercial and economic growth spread across Christian Europe. The objective of the Catholic Church, which initiated and supported the religious wars, was to reconquer Jerusalem and the surrounding area from Muslim rule. During the Middle Ages, the Christian kingdoms in the north of the Iberian Peninsula, like Aragon and Leon, began to expand south into the Muslim area of Al-Andalus, while the developing merchant cities of Genoa and Pisa hassled the cities along the North African coast. In the Middle East, during the First Crusade, the Christian forces captured Jerusalem in 1099. The term crusader is a modern one. The medievals would have simply seen themselves as pilgrims defending a holy site. There were dozens of church-sanctioned military campaigns in the Middle Ages, not just against the Muslims, but against any people thought to be heretical, such as the Cathars in the south of France or the Hussites of Bohemia. There were also expeditions into Spain and the Baltic regions. Some women did go on crusade to fight. From historical evidence, we know that at least 91 women did just that between the years of 1095 and 1291 in the traditional Middle Eastern Crusades. The Muslims used the fact that these aggressive Christian women were on crusade as propaganda to demonstrate just how evil and depraved their enemy could be. Some women travelled out to the Latin East with their crusader husbands and were often seen as a burden, slowing down the journey time and using up precious supplies, but these women also completed important tasks. Those women who stayed at home may have had to find ways to financially support their crusading spouses, or take a more traditional male role of managing affairs in their husband's absence. During the First Crusade, being a washerwoman was the only role approved by the Catholic Church, with a stipulation though. The woman needed to be unattractive. It wouldn't do to have the troops in any sexual liaisons whilst they were off crusading. The soldiers were taking part in a holy war and needed to remain pure in both thought and deed. It was this sort of misogynistic medieval attitude towards women that meant that they took the blame when things didn't go well in battle, and consequently women were expelled from several campaigns. But prostitution did inevitably take place, although heavily condemned. Other female activities included acting as sutlers who sold provisions such as fish and vegetables to the army. Others were employed to pick the lice from the soldiers' heads. Albert of Aachen, a historian of the First Crusade, wrote about the siege of Jerusalem in 1099. He noted that skilled women helped to carry the materials needed to weave the panels of a siege engine. By the Fourth Crusade, which lasted for 2 years at the beginning of the 13th century, women were recognized for their contribution to the war effort and were given a share of the booty. Several nuns joined the Crusades, accompanying priests and bishops. Other women carried water to the soldiers as they marched by, and they would weep and wail, praying for the army's safe return. It's possible that some women tended to the wounded. One woman from Paris, named Magistra Hersend, appears in the records as accompanying King Louis IX of France on the 7th Crusade in 1249. As a physician, she medically attended to the king, Queen Margaret, and the camp followers. She was given a life pension of 12 pence a day for her work and loyalty. Let's go on now to meet some of the medieval women who during the Crusades took on the roles of men by looking after affairs at home or going off on their own quests. Margaret of Beverley. Known as Margaret of Jerusalem, she was born in the Holy Land sometime in the mid-12th century, while her parents were there on pilgrimage. Unlike many noble women who were wealthy enough to go on crusade, Margaret was born to English commoners. After returning to England with their daughter, Margaret's family lived in Beverley, Yorkshire, where her younger brother Thomas was born when she was 11. Margaret was left to look after Thomas when both her parents died. When he was old enough, Thomas went to work in the household of Thomas Becket, Archbishop of Canterbury, and became a monk at a Cistercian monastery in France. Thomas later wrote an account of his sister's life. With her younger brother now a cleric, Margaret was free to return to Jerusalem in the land of her birth. According to Thomas, she took the cross, the crusading vow, to follow Christ. There was no crusade being organized at the time of her departure, so it's possible that she went as a pilgrim. However, while she was in Jerusalem in 1187, the city was besieged by Saladin, the first Sultan of Egypt and Syria. Margaret took an active role alongside the Crusaders. It's said that she was carrying water to the soldiers when she accidentally became swept up in the fighting. Her brother Thomas reported that she tried to fashion a helmet from a cooking pot, threw weapons at the enemy, and said, quote, "Like fierce virago, I tried to play the role of a man and a woman pretending to be a man. I was terrified, but I pretended to not be afraid." Margaret was wounded in the leg and scarred by shrapnel when a millstone was thrown onto the walls. It's possible that the cooking pot story and what followed were invented. Women warriors were not acceptable, women were culturally seen as helpless and virtuous, so Margaret was given the supporting role of an auxiliary. For the medieval Christian author, especially those working for the church, writing about women fighting distracted from male crusaders, even if the woman was your sister, it seems. Jerusalem surrendered to the Muslim forces of Saladin, who, wanting to take the city with little violence, agreed to crusaders paying a ransom for their freedom. After 100,000 dinars were paid for the release of 20,000 crusaders, Margaret left the city with a group of refugees. The party was captured by Muslims, and Margaret spent 15 months as a slave and was frequently beaten. Ransomed by a Christian burgher, she was free again and made a pilgrimage to the tomb of St. Margaret of Antioch, but was once again captured and enslaved. After her release, she travelled back to Europe and visited more pilgrimage sites before returning to her brother in France. Margaret became a nun, and Thomas began to write her story. She died 18 years later, sometime in the 1210s. The Unknown Nun. One nun, whose name has been lost to history, travelled to the Holy Land during the First Crusade. Initially, she left the monastery of Santa Maria and Coria in Trier, Germany, as part of the People's Crusade. This was the origin of the First Crusade, when Christians were encouraged by Pope Urban II to take up an armed pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Peter the Hermit, who was in command of the pilgrims, had returned to Constantinople for supplies when the Muslim forces beat the disorganized Christians at the Battle of Civitot in 1096. The nun was taken prisoner and released a year later when she eloped with one of her Turkish captors. Warrior women. Many wives accompanied their husbands on the First Crusade. Gotthilda, a Norman noblewoman, was the wife of Baldwin I of Jerusalem. She died in Turkey while Baldwin was marching to Cilicia in 1097. Emmeline, who accompanied her French husband, Sir Fulcher of Bouillon, was taken to Azaz as the wife of a Turkish mercenary after her husband was beheaded at the siege of Antioch. Several women took up the cross and fought against the Muslims, some with their husbands and others without. Many of them were descended from royalty, including the most famous that we're going to look at now. Eleanor of Aquitaine. She was involved in not just one, but two crusades. Married to the King of France, Eleanor accompanied Louis VII on the Second Crusade in the mid-12th century. The Pope had called for more fighting after the Crusader state of Edessa had fallen to the great Turkoman ruler Zengi. Eleanor was a powerful woman in her own right, a huge landowner, and the Duchess of Aquitaine, the largest and richest province of France. Eleanor took the cross with her husband, and after she had recruited another 300 women in 1147, somewhere between 25 and 50,000 pilgrims and crusaders set out for the Holy Land. In Constantinople, Eleanor acted as a diplomat by exchanging letters with the Byzantine Empress, and it's from Byzantine chroniclers that we hear stories of a woman warrior dressed in full armor on horseback. It is possible that they were referring to Eleanor. The Second Crusade achieved little in the Holy Land. The king and queen fell out and divorced a few years later. Her next marriage was to Henry II of England and produced a son, Richard the Lionheart. While his mother ruled England as his regent, Richard was away fighting in the Third Crusade for the first 3 years of his reign. Margaret of Provence. Older sister to Eleanor, queen to Louis IX of France, Margaret gave birth to a son whilst on crusade in Egypt. She had accompanied her husband on the 7th Crusade, although it was the couple's first. Margaret gave birth to their son, John Tristan, in Egypt and was responsible for negotiations after her husband was taken prisoner and his brother was killed in Demeter. Louis was subsequently ransomed and released. The French chronicler Jean de Joinville described Margaret's bravery as she became the only woman ever to lead a crusade. She made sure that food continued to be supplied to the Christians in Dalmatia and persuaded crusaders who were about to leave to stay and defend the port city. She even asked the knight who guarded her bedchamber to kill both her and her newborn son if the besieged city fell to the Muslims. Countess Ida of Hainaut. Ida was married to Baldwin II, Count of Hainaut. Baldwin sold many of his possessions to take the cross and travelled to the Holy Land on the First Crusade. After the siege of Antioch in 1098, on the way to Jerusalem through Syria, Baldwin was sent to Constantinople along with one of the leaders of the crusade, Hugh of Vermandois, to request support from the Byzantine Emperor. Baldwin disappeared in Anatolia after an attack by the Seljuk Turks and was presumed dead. Ida went out to the Holy Land and arranged a search for her missing husband in Asia Minor, but both she and her husband were never seen again. Her fate remains unknown, although legend has it that Ida survived, was taken prisoner, and held in the harem of her abductor, where she bore the Muslim leader Zengi a child. Whatever their role, medieval women involved in the Crusades were making the same statement as their menfolk. They felt the need to find salvation by being holy warriors, and their presence was everywhere. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, I hope you have a fantastic week. Cheers! In the Middle Ages, men ruled the world, except when they didn't. Many history lovers are aware of women like Margaret of Anjou and Eleanor of Aquitaine, but other lesser-known medieval female bosses were just as formidable. Let's travel back in time now and meet some of these women who held power instead. Some in their own right, others as regents, and others by having great influence over the men in their lives. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Theodora. Born into the Byzantine Empire around 490, Theodora's father trained bears at the Hippodrome in Constantinople. It's thought that she worked as an actress and in a brothel. Sexual promiscuity has been ascribed to many female performers of the time, so this may not be true. Justinian wanted to marry her, but as a senator was banned from getting hitched to an actress. Theodora also had an illegitimate daughter. Despite the scandal, the law was changed and the couple were married. Justinian was crowned Eastern Roman Emperor in 527 and Theodora became empress. According to the Greek scholar and historian Procopius, Justinian called Theodora his, quote, partner in his deliberations, and she aided her husband in his plans, decisions, and political strategies. Her opinion held great weight with the emperor, and she participated in state councils. During the Nika riots in 532, it was Theodora who convinced her husband and the court not to flee when she gave a rousing speech that motivated the men to go on the offensive instead. Following the rebellion, which destroyed many buildings and the deaths of approximately 80,000 civilians and rebels, Justinian and Theodora ordered a rebuilding program for Constantinople with aqueducts, bridges, and over 25 churches, including the famous Hagia Sophia. Theodora arranged influential marriages for members of her family and was involved in helping underprivileged women. She even created a convent for prostitutes and paid their owners for the women's freedom. Empress Suiko of Japan. Suiko was born in 593, the daughter of Emperor Kimai. When she was 18, she was married to her half-brother when he became emperor, and she became his official consort. They had 8 children together. In the Chronicles of Japan, she was described as a surpassingly graceful woman. After her husband died, his brother Emperor Yomi took the throne but died within 2 years. Then came brother number 3, but he was assassinated. With no brothers left, it was down to Suiko, and she became the first woman in history of Japan and East Asia to be enthroned as an empress. In a shrewd move, she appointed her nephew to rule alongside her, and they administered state affairs jointly. Suiko then sent a diplomatic mission to China and brought their advanced culture and political reform to her country. She promoted the Buddhist religion and had temples and monasteries built. Empress Suiko died in 628 at the age of 75. Her reign was remembered as a long and stable one that introduced foreign culture, was progressive, and brought increased prosperity to Japan. Ethelfled. As the daughter of the king of the Anglo-Saxons, Alfred the Great, Ethelfled was born in 870 into a kingdom on the edge of ruin. The Viking invasion of England was at its height, and most of the country was under Danish rule. When Ethelfled was just 8 years old, the royal family spent the winter hiding in the Somerset marshes, but Alfred came back to win a decisive victory against the great heathen army at the Battle of Edington. At the age of 16, Ethelfled was married to the much older Ethelred, the Lord of Mercia. It's thought that Ethelred died around 911, and it was then that Ethelfled was accepted by the nobles as sole ruler. She never remarried, probably because a new husband would have control over her and her territories. At the time, a celibate woman was considered more masculine, and she would have been held in higher regard. Ethelfled sent her army to seize the town of Shearsby in Leicestershire. The Viking army retaliated, but was repelled. In the following years, her Mercian army defeated both the Welsh and the Viking raiders. The Irish Chronicles state that her fame spread in all directions, and through her own cleverness made peace with the people of Alba and the Britons. Ethelfled was a competent war leader who headed the Mercian army on expeditions, built defences, and captured Derby and Leicester. She even managed to take York, the centre of Viking rule in the north. In what has been described as one of the most unique events in early modern history, Ethelfled of York, Lady of the Mercians, succeeded as the only female ruler of an Anglo-Saxon kingdom. In the 12th century, Henry of Huntingdon described her as a queen by title, but in deeds a king. Matilda of Scotland. Matilda was born around 1080 in Dunfermline. Her parents were the Scottish King Malcolm III and St. Margaret of Scotland. From the age of 6, Matilda was raised in a convent by her aunt Christina. She was educated there in piety and learned French and Latin to read the Bible and the works of St. Augustine. Matilda was also taught financial management and geometry. When King William II of England died in 1100, his son Henry I seized the throne and quickly decided that Matilda would be the perfect choice as a bride to ally England and Scotland. As a queen, Matilda was known as a patron of the arts, and the court of Westminster was filled with poets. She was made head of Henry's court whilst he was away on military campaigns in France and Normandy. She negotiated between Henry and Archbishop Anselm when conflict arose between church and state during the English investiture controversy. Because of her intervention, a compromise was reached. Matilda used her income to have many buildings constructed, including Waltham Abbey and the first arch bridge to be built in England at Stratford-le-Bow. She founded 2 leper houses and was described as a woman of exceptional holiness. Matilda was buried in Westminster Abbey in 1118. Her tomb reads, quote, "Here lies the renowned queen, excelling both young and old of her day. She was for everyone the benchmark of morals and the ornament of life." Empress Matilda. Also known as Empress Maud, she was born in 1102, the daughter of King Henry I of England and Matilda of Scotland. She was married to Henry V, the Holy Roman Emperor, when she was 12, crowned Empress in St. Peter's Basilica, and made Imperial Regent in Italy. Her brother died in 1120, making her the English king's sole heir, so when her husband died 5 years later, her father called her home. He insisted that his nobles swore an oath of loyalty to her as his successor. But when Henry died, her cousin Stephen of Blois took the throne instead, with the backing of the church. Now, many of Henry's previous supporters switched sides to back Stephen as a male king, and a 19-year civil war known as the Anarchy began. Noblemen switched sides whenever they felt either Matilda or Stephen was winning, castles were taken, and lands were lost. Then in 1141, Matilda defeated and captured Stephen at the Battle of Lincoln, and she finally controlled the country and prepared for her coronation. But the people opposed her reign, and when her half-brother Robert Earl of Gloucester was captured, Matilda had to agree to an exchange for Stephen, so he was released and crowned King of England in 1141. After holding up at Devizes Castle for several more years of war, Matilda finally gave in and escaped to her husband and son in France. She worked hard to negotiate with Stephen for her son's succession to the English throne, and he was crowned King Henry II in 1154. Ethelred. Often referred to by the modern name Elfrida, she was born around 945 in Devon, England. Elfrida was married to Edgar, King of the English, around the year 964. Contemporary records show that Elfrida was gifted lands from her new husband, an honour that was not bestowed on his previous two spouses. Elfrida was also the first wife of an English king to be crowned and anointed, and referred to as queen. She had great influence and power and was given the role of protector of religion and nunneries. She also played the part of a mediator for women in at least 6 legal cases. The couple had 2 sons, but only one, Ethelred, survived infancy. When Edgar died suddenly in 975, his death resulted in a struggle for the throne between Edgar's eldest son Edward from a previous marriage and Elfrida's son, his half-brother Ethelred. It is a testament to the temerity and authority of Elfrida that she was able to gain supporters to her cause for Ethelred's succession. Edward was almost a man, and Ethelred was still only about 6 years old. The crown should automatically go to the eldest son anyway, in the absence of Edgar having a brother. Despite Elfrida's campaign, Edward was crowned king. However, he was not king for long. 3 years into his reign, he was killed by supporters of Elfrida and Ethelred. It's difficult to know if Elfrida was behind the assassination or if a zealous supporter got carried away, as in the case of Thomas A. Becket. Nevertheless, Ethelred, who was still only a boy, was crowned King of the English, with Elfrida, the mother of a king, as Queen Regent. Upon the marriage of her son, she was tasked with the important job of raising her grandchildren, the heirs to the throne. Elfrida died around the end of the first millennium. As was the case with many powerful women in the Middle Ages, Elfrida was later accused of witchcraft. Olga of Kiev. Olga's year of birth is shrouded in mystery. It could have been as early as 890 or as late as 925. But she was of Viking heritage and born in Pskov, Russia. Olga was married to the Grand Prince Igor I of Kiev when she was about 15 years old, and the couple had a son. Igor ruled over the state of Kievan Rus, an area that now covers modern-day Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. In 945, Igor was having a bit of trouble with the neighbouring tribe of Drevlians who had stopped paying tribute to Kievan Rus. So Igor set out for the Drevlian capital of Izhgorod. However, after collecting the payment, he was brutally murdered. The Byzantine chronicler Leo the Deacon said Igor was captured, tied to tree trunks, and torn in two. Olga then swore vengeance and systematically proceeded to wipe out the Drevlians. Olga was made regent at just 20 years old to rule on behalf of her 3-year-old son. Overconfident now, the Drevlians proposed that she marry their Prince Mal, the man responsible for her husband's horrific death. Olga sent a favourable message back saying that she would receive the men with honour, but when 20 ambassadors arrived from Deriva, Olga had the men dropped into a deep trench. As they were buried alive, she watched and asked whether they found the honour to their taste. Next, Olga messaged Mal asking for an escort back to him. Unaware of the fate of the previous party, the best men who governed the land of Deriva were sent to attend her, but were trapped in a bathhouse and burned alive. She quickly sent a message to say that she was on her way, but needed the Drevlians to, quote, "Prepare great quantities of mead in the city where you killed my husband, that I may weep over his grave and hold a funeral feast for him." After travelling to Izhgorod, she did indeed weep and hold a feast. But as the Drevlians became drunk, she ordered her retinue to massacre them. Around 5,000 Drevlians were slaughtered. Then she laid siege to the city for over a year before razing it to the ground. Queen Olga established towns, laws, and trading posts across the land. She converted to Christianity and built churches in Kiev despite heavy resistance from her people. She was later canonized by the Russian Orthodox Church. Thank you for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Have a great week. Cheers! The word alchemy conjures up images of the occult, of dark laboratories, and secretive wizard-like figures hunched over bubbling cauldrons. As well as trying to discover the Philosopher's Stone, said to be the elixir of life and immortality, the idea of turning base metals into gold or silver has also fascinated people for thousands of years. The medievals finally believed that they could transmute one substance into another, and in the Middle Ages, the idea turned into quite a craze. Welcome to Medieval Madness. The Sacred Stone. During the Middle Ages, alchemy wasn't just a science. There were elements of both philosophy and mysticism mixed in. Medieval alchemists believed that to achieve success, everything had to be thrown at the quest to find the philosopher's stone, and to do that, a purity of mind, body, and spirit was needed. One of the longest of the many alchemical medieval texts was the Testamentum, which appeared first in 1331. The treaty defined alchemy as a hidden part of natural philosophy and taught three main parts: how to enrich human health, how to transmute metals, and how to produce or improve precious stones. For the most part, it deals with the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, or for our American audience, that's the Sorcerer's Stone, which can do all of those things by itself. According to the Testamentum, the stone can cure all diseases for man and animal, turn base metal into gold, remove any imperfections from gems, make glass supple, and even accelerate the growth of plants. The knowledge of the stone was said to have been passed down from God to Adam, and is what gave the 10 biblical patriarchs of the Old Testament their long lives. Adam was 930 when he died, Noah was 950, and he was 500 years old before his sons were even born. But the stone's wisdom was lost over time, and by the Middle Ages, the concept of metal transmutation and the race to create the Philosopher's Stone through a system of chemical processes was on. In the 14th century, the alchemist's philosophy followed the sulfur-mercury theory of the development of gold and the origin of creation. By extracting mercury from rocks and separating from sulfides, pure silver-white mercury could be obtained, and this was thought to be the origin of all matter, and more importantly, the origin of pure gold. This was seen as the Philosopher's Stone, eternal and constant, a divine presence in a sinful world, the scientific manifestation of Christ. Forewarned is forearmed. Most medievals were a very devout and highly superstitious lot, which meant that there was a widespread belief in prophecy. In 1308, a sequence of mystical visions named Adam Davies' 5 Dreams was written and contained a reference to Edward II visiting Rome. Later, in 1312, around about the year that Edward III was born, another prediction known as the Prophecy of the 6 Kings appeared. This was said to be Merlin's response to King Arthur when he was asked about the future of his kingdom. In it, the 6 kings who would follow King John were likened to 6 beasts. Henry III was a lamb, Edward I a dragon, Edward II a goat, Edward III a boar, Richard II another lamb, and Henry IV a mole. It also added that Edward III would reconquer all of the lands lost by his ancestors. These prophecies were important, and the medievals believed in them and trusted them. Having them come true was always a bonus. Edward II did go to Rome in the sense that he met the Pope in Avignon, and Edward III did become a warrior king who regained all of his lands, defeated the Spanish, and fought at the gates of Paris as was predicted in the 6 Kings prophecy. These predictions and the exciting claims coming from alchemists in other lands attracted the attention of both philosophers and scientists in England, but they also drew interest from men of power such as nobles and monarchs. Edward III was one of the first English rulers in a long succession who realised how alchemical transmutation could boost the royal finances. The crowning of the English King Edward III was welcomed with a sigh of relief after the chaos of his father's reign. Throughout it, he established his kingdom as a military power and steered the country through the horror of the Black Death. Edward's long reign, which lasted over 50 years from 1326 to 77, also coincided with an interest in alchemy from the Islamic world, with treaties such as the Precious New Pearl by the alchemist Petrus Bonus becoming popular at court. Alchemy had reached England's shores through the Spanish Moors who built their ideas on theories from ancient Greece and Egypt. These concepts were translated into Latin by Franciscan friars and laid open a scientific understanding of a combination of nature and the occult. At first, the church was interested in studying alchemy as a means to understand God's creation by natural philosophy, but by 1317 the mood had shifted. Pope John XXII published a decree that denounced producing counterfeit gold and silver as a bogus practice, stating that, quote, "Poor themselves the alchemists promise riches which are not forthcoming. Wise also in their own conceits they fall into the ditch which they themselves have digged." The Gold Bug. Nevertheless, this didn't stop Edward, who liked to show off his kingship through pomp and ceremony. The expenses for his 1327 coronation and the feast that followed came in at over £1,300. The deliberate extravagance was intended to create the appropriate impression of royal magnificence. The patent rolls are a register of letters issued by the crown that express the monarch's will on a wide range of topics. On one of these letters, patent from 1330, King Edward insisted that two men, John Rue and Magister William Dolby, who had both gained a reputation for making good silver by the art of alchemy, be brought to him with their instruments, willing or otherwise. During the early 1340s, John de Walden was gifted 500 gold crowns along with £20 of silver from the royal treasury to work upon for the benefit of the king by the art of alchemy. It was Philip Weston, the steward of Edward's chamber, who gave the money to Walden, but we have to assume that it was with the king's permission. Of course, Walden couldn't make the very large sum of money any larger, and he ended up languishing in the Tower of London for his trouble. Forgotten, the poor man spent 7.5 years there until he was discovered with a few other disregarded prisoners during an inspection in 1350. There are no records of the methods that Walden used in his experiments or of the philosophies that he believed in. The idea of getting rich quickly didn't just apply to kings either. In 1336, a London spicer named Thomas Crop abducted the alchemist Thomas of York. York had also claimed to be one of those blessed with the power to make silver plates, and his kidnapper hoped that he could put the sorcerer's skills to good use. At the end of the Middle Ages, a story began to circulate about Edward receiving a visit from a foreign alchemist. The legend stated that a doctor of divinity and master of arts named Raymond sought out a virtuous prince who could share in his fortune because it was after long and painful study that he had gained the precious knowledge of transmutation. Raymond wanted to help in the defense of Christendom and fund a crusade against the Turks, and offered as much transformed gold and silver as the king needed. Edward agreed, and Raymond took 22 tons of lead and tin and changed it into pure gold. But then Edward went back on his promise and used the gold for a self-centered war against the French instead. Depending on the version being told, later Raymond was either imprisoned or fled back to the continent in horror at the king's betrayal. Of course, it is just a story, but there are some elements of truth in the tale, in so much as a quantity of new gold coins were issued between the years of 1344 and 46, and Edward did start the 100 Years' War by declaring himself rightful heir to the French throne not long after. License to distill. In the 1440s, King Henry VI casually began to give out licenses to practice the science. The first of many went to John Cobb, who was a tailor in the city of London. It seemed that Cobb had upset his neighbours by participating in the unlawful art of alchemy, so he asked the crown for permission to operate on certain matter by the art of philosophy. His primary goal was to transmute imperfect metals from their proper sort into perfect gold or silver. Many more prominent Londoners were given a license, but it would seem that the sudden craze to create precious metals also brought out a lot of scam artists, so a law was passed in 1447 to arrest anyone, quote, pretending themselves expert in the science of multiplying gold and silver, have approached simple persons and received from them on such false pretenses sums of money and jewels of gold and silver, making no restitution. Then the offenders were brought before the king and his councillors with their instruments just to make sure that they were fraudsters. After all, there might have been some truth in their claims, and if that was the case, then the king would have been very interested to find out more. Like most medieval kings, Henry could never have enough money. He was losing the 100 Years' War with France, and the treasury was becoming depleted. He was even having to borrow money from several of the London elites, and he was often not paying it back. Having an infinite source of gold and silver was more than appealing to the king. Throughout London's business community, the idea of creating more wealth resonated with the wealthy merchants, and they supported their monarch and the alchemists wholeheartedly. As Henry's health deteriorated in the 1450s, even more alchemy licenses were granted, and experts were commissioned to test any new findings. Henry called in 4 abbots and 2 bishops in 1457 because he thought that if anyone could change base metal into gold, it would be the men of the church. After all, they could supposedly transmute bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ. When Henry died, his successor Edward IV carried on his support of the alchemists, a pattern of royal patronage that continued for hundreds of years, and demonstrated a lasting fascination with the secrets of alchemy at the English court. Now, before we scoff at the medievals for their belief in alchemy and the occult, perhaps we should end with the writings of the Franciscan friar Roger Bacon, who was a great philosopher and scientist in the 13th century. He wrote, quote, ships may be made to move without oars or rowers, so that large vessels might be driven on the sea by a single man, and more swiftly than if they were strongly manned. Chariots can be built without any single draught animal at incalculable speed. Flying machines might be made in the middle of which a man might sit turning a certain mechanism, whereby artfully built wings might beat the air in the manner of a bird in flight. Another instrument could be made which, although small, will lift or lower weights of almost infinite greatness. Instruments might be made for walking in the sea, even to the very bottom without bodily danger. Things of this sort might be made. Bridges which cross rivers without pier or prop whatsoever, and unheard of machines and engines. Maybe not what you expect from a superstitious medieval, but knowing now about our modern ships, cars, planes, cranes, diving equipment, and suspension bridges, it's not hard to see why they believed that anything was possible. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying the channel, and I'll see you next week for another video. Until then, have a great week. Cheers! The history of Malmesbury Abbey is a long one, and there are many tales to tell of the celebrated monastery. Founded by the Benedictines in 676, part of the abbey still survives today, over 1300 years later. But it is the abbey's connection to John of Tintern, a cleric described by one historian as probably the most corrupt and disreputable monk of the entire Middle Ages, that stands out as the most fascinating story. Let's travel back in time now to the 14th century and meet the outrageous monk whose crimes included brawling, theft, fraud, arson, kidnap, and murder. That's right, today we're looking at the mad mass murdering monk of Malmesbury. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Malmesbury Abbey. Today, Malmesbury is a town in the charming Cotswolds, an area of outstanding natural beauty in North Wiltshire, England. It is famous for its Norman abbey. The abbey site was chosen by an Irish monk named Mael Dubh as a retreat for the education of local children, and the town grew up around it. Saint Aldhelm made his home there and established the monastery, becoming abbot in 675 and dedicating himself to a life of learning and spirituality. The King of Wessex, Aethelstan, was buried at the abbey, which became an eminent place for academic learning under the instruction of abbots such as John Scotus Erigena, a philosopher, poet, and theologian, as well as the prolific writer Aelfric of Aynsham. Around 1110, the bones of Aldhelm, Malmesbury's most precious relic, were split up and a large portion of them were given to Abbot Faritus at Abingdon Abbey. It seems that Queen Matilda, wife of Henry I, had a hand in this, as Faritus was also physician to the king. So Abingdon became home to Aldhelm's whole thigh bone, with part of the head, one tooth, and part of the shoulder blade. Winchester was also raided so that Abingdon could receive the shoulder blade and an arm bone severed from the skeleton of St. Ethelwald. In 1153, Henry, Duke of Normandy, who later became King Henry II, stormed the town of Malmesbury, at the end of the civil war between King Stephen and Henry's mother, Empress Matilda. When Henry's army arrived, the people of the town fled to the walls and went to the abbey church for sanctuary. Henry's troops ignored the concept of sanctuary, and on entering the church, they massacred the people of Malmesbury who had taken refuge there, along with the monks. On a lighter note, the medieval historian William of Malmesbury was the foremost English historian from the 12th century and spent his whole adult life at the abbey. He wrote about the monk Elmer of Malmesbury and his attempt to fly by launching himself from the top of the abbey. Elmer had read the Greek fable Daedalus as a younger man and, quote, fastened wings to his hands and feet, and collecting the breeze upon the summit of a tower, flew for more than a furlong, but fell, broke both his legs, and was lame ever after. Yeah, I suppose it is pretty lame not being able to fly. Starting small. John of Tintern began his criminal career by fighting in 1318, at least that is when he first popped up on the records. John was still a young man, but already a monk when he accompanied William of Badminton, who had become abbot of Malmesbury in 1296, and became involved in a brawl in the town of Lechlade. The two men were not alone though in their fight. About 40 other men, also from Malmesbury, were involved in the riot. Hostilities were caused because of an argument over land and money. Malmesbury was about to begin an extensive expansion program and urgently needed to obtain cash from somewhere for the project, and it was with that money that the top part of Malmesbury Abbey was built. John, it seems, was not just a godly man of religion, but a businessman who was not afraid to use any means, including fisticuffs, to get what he wanted. For his ambition, John was dragged up in front of no less than King Edward III. But for some reason, John was excused for his mini-rebellion, and the abbey benefited from having a grand upper section built. The Secret Stash. The Despensers, father and son, Hugh Sr. and Hugh Jr., had stashed a great deal of their money with the monks at Malmesbury as they fled west to Wales. At the time, the Despensers were high in the favour of King Edward II. But things don't always go well for royal medieval favourites, and when Edward II was overthrown in 1326 by Queen Isabella and her lover Mortimer, Hugh Jr. was hanged, drawn and quartered, and his father was beheaded, dismembered and fed to the dogs. Now, the monks had a big problem. Not only were the Despensers on the losing side, but they were also dead, and the abbey had their treasure, a massive haul of £10,000, worth around £9 million today. The situation could be seen as an inconvenience or a blessing, depending on which way you looked at it. Either way, the monks kept quiet about their windfall. It was a good 10 years later that Malmesbury Abbey found itself embroiled in a controversy involving the huge sum of money, and it was John of Tintern and his boss the abbot who were at the centre of the trouble. Unnamed people made an allegation against John in front of King Edward III at Clarendon Palace, and John was detained for certain misdeeds. He was held for a short period in August of 1337 by the Sheriff of Wiltshire before being granted bail and released. It wasn't really clear until April of 1338 what the exact nature of those misdeeds were and exactly how much dispenser money the monks had concealed at Malmesbury, until John was again hauled up in front of the king at a court meeting. This time it wasn't for fighting, it was for, quote, being in collusion with his superior Abbot Adam because they had failed to declare possession of the dispenser treasure. Astonishingly, the Malmesbury monks, for whatever unknown reason, were granted a pardon by the king, although he did of course confiscate the 10 grand. This getting away with it is all the more surprising when you consider the amount of monies involved and that the whole revenue of Edward III's government in the years 1330 to 31 was less than £40,000. Gilbert of Berwick, who just happened to be the Sheriff of Wiltshire, was also named in the scandal. He was supposed to be in charge of law and order in the county, but seems to have somehow ended up with a further £1,000 of dispenser money in his possession, having had strong business links to John. Perhaps Gilbert had been asked to look after the money, just in case. Mysteriously, the sheriff was also cleared of any wrongdoing. The clerical crime boss. In 1340, John of Tintern was elected abbot of Malmesbury, but this didn't change his criminal ways. Just a few years later, John was involved in a bitter rivalry with Ralph of Combe. Ralph was lord of the manor house at Lee, just a mile away from Malmesbury. John, along with the help of Henry of Badminton, not only committed arson by burning down the manor in an attempt to intimidate the lord, but he also abducted Ralph's wife Margaret and took her away. It would seem that Margaret had previously agreed to her kidnapping, and she and John began to live together quite openly for 7 years after the abduction, even though John, as a cleric, was supposed to lead a celibate life. Not only had he broken his vows of celibacy, but now he was an adulterer too. Allegations against John of 5 specific murders and 2 arson attacks were made by the local people in 1343, and he was accused of operating like some sort of gangster who was never present at any of the murders, but instead hired other men to do the dirty work for him, such as Henry of Badminton. Another one of these men was a fellow monk named John of Rodbourne, who, it was said, acted like a lieutenant to the abbot. Rodbourne was the monastic steward of Malmesbury Abbey, but that didn't stop him from employing the services of another hitman named Richard Talbot. Getting away with murder. An official government inquiry into John's dealings began on the 17th of March 1343. It was headed by Robert Parvying, a senior judge. After listening to the evidence, Parvying believed that there was a strong case against John, and because of this, King Edward III ordered the abbots to be arrested. John, aware of the accusations, had already gone on the run, and so a warrant was issued against him and 37 members of his criminal gang, including his willing mistress Margaret and her maid, Joan Chauncey. Eventually, they were caught and taken to London to face trial. At court, motives for the murders seemed to be unclear, except for the case of Robert Phelps of Brinkworth, who was a tenant of Malmesbury Abbey. In September of 1331, John, along with Gilbert of Berwick, moved against Robert, seizing his lands and securing his imprisonment. However, Robert was doomed when he was released, and the men attempted to kill him in 1332. According to the King's Bench documents, John wanted to kill Robert so that he could give his land to his old friend Gilbert. On one of the counts against him, John was charged that he, quote, feloniously broke and set fire on Monday after the feast of the purification of the Blessed Mary, and seized and abducted Margaret, with the help of Henry of Badminton. Sheriff Gilbert of Berwick, who had earlier looked after a portion of the dispenser war chest, was also accused of colluding in the murder of Robert Phillips, along with John of Robbourne, who appropriated himself with Richard Talbot, who was a common disturber of the peace and a known manslayer. John was said to have used the services of a George Sallyman to beat and kill men, and William Balsam, a renegade monk, who was also named as an accomplice. It was obvious that John was guilty of every kind of felony and transgression perpetrated, and the court even accepted this as a fact. But astonishingly, he was also still pardoned and released, but only after he had paid a huge fine of £500. A guilty conscience. The exact cause of John of Tinten's death on 8th of August 1349 is impossible to determine, although the year of his demise is right in the middle of the Black Death epidemic, so there's a really good chance that it was the plague that carried him off. The Vatican archives show us a little glimpse into the mind of John and how he may have had a crisis of conscience before his death. John applied to the Pope for something known as an indulgence. This was a religious practice whereby a person gained church approval for absolution from all sins at the point of death. It was a normal transaction during the Middle Ages and was granted in exchange for the offer of money. It meant that John was able to buy forgiveness for all of his sins, and considering how many sins John had committed, we can only assume that his donation to the church was a hefty one. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope you have an awesome week. Cheers! On this day, the special day of St. Valentine, we thought we'd take a look at the history of wiping medieval asses. During the late Middle Ages, one of the most intimate courtiers, the groom of the stool, and when we say stool we don't mean something used for sitting on, was a thing. That got us thinking, and we realised that the history of bum wiping is quite fascinating, and we couldn't wait to share. So, happy Valentine's Day, and welcome to Bottom Mopping with Medieval Madness. Rough around the edges. From the beginning of civilization, we can only guess at the variety of natural tools used by humans for anal hygiene. Moss, feathers, leaves, grass, fur, sticks, their own hand, or possibly someone else's, have probably all been utilized at some point, as well as rinsing with water or snow. It's thought that the Minoans, a Bronze Age civilization from the Greek island of Crete, invented the very first flushing toilet around 4,000 years ago. To wipe themselves, the ancient Greeks used either pebbles, pessoi, or broken pieces of pottery called ostraka. In classical Athens, when a decision to banish a citizen was made, votes were cast by writing the name of the person to be exiled on a shard of ostraka. If the ballots went against one person in particular, then they were banished from the city for 10 years. This is where the term ostracism began. Researchers have suggested that the fragments from a vote may have been reused for derriere dabbing to insult the exiled person by soiling their name. Many pessoi have been found in both Greek and Roman toilets all around the Mediterranean. At the Agora, central public space in Athens, pessoi found there range from 3 to 10 centimeters in diameter and have smooth edges to minimize butt damage, although it's likely that long-term use of such coarse implements would have resulted in an extremely sore tushy and the likelihood of external hemorrhoids. A Greek wine cup dating from the 6th century BC was found in Orvieto, Italy. It shows a man squatting down to defecate with a cane in one hand to maintain his balance and a pebble in the other to clean his behind. An ancient Greek proverb emphasizes the benefits of being frugal by stating that, quote, 3 stones are enough to wipe one's ass. A sticky situation. Remains of Roman communal toilets can be found all across the former empire. It's thought that a sponge on a wooden stick was used for booty washing. Known as tersorium, the stick would be dipped into the water channel in front of the toilet, and then stuck through the keyhole-shaped hole beneath the latrine to clean the user's body. It was then washed and left to soak in a bucket of brine or vinegar before being reused. Not exactly the most hygienic idea. During the 1st century AD, the Roman philosopher Seneca the Younger reported that a Germanic gladiator died by suicide after hiding himself in the latrines of an amphitheater and then pushing the toilet stick down his own throat. Yeah, philosophize that, Seneca. Just sit with that and think about that for a little bit, Seneca. He wrote, quote, "The stick on which a sponge is placed for the cleaning of stuck filth, he stuffed all the way into his throat." Pretty grim when you consider that the tersorium may also have been used similarly to the modern toilet brush today. Small pieces of cloth were found in a sewer in Herculaneum, Italy, one of the towns buried in 79 AD during the volcanic eruption of Mount Vesuvius. It's possible that they were used for body wiping, although cloth was expensive and handmade at the time, so using it for posterior polishing would have been quite the extravagance. Get stickier. In China, there was a reference to the use of toilet paper as far back as the 6th century when the multi-talented politician Yan Zizhu wrote, quote, "Paper on which there are quotations and commentaries from the 5 classics or the names of sages I dare not use for toilet purposes." It's a shame he couldn't have got hold of some of the newspapers that are read today. During the later Tang dynasty in 851, an Arab traveller to China remarked that, quote, "The Chinese do not wash themselves with water when they have done their necessities, but they only wipe themselves with paper." During the 14th century, 10 million packages of 1,000 to 10,000 sheets of toilet paper were manufactured annually in Zhejiang province alone. In 1393, during the Ming Dynasty, a yearly supply of 720,000 sheets of loo paper was made for use at the court in the capital Nanjing. Imperial records show that Emperor Hongwu's family used 15,000 sheets of specially produced extra soft paper, and that each sheet was perfumed. Not everyone was so enamored with toilet paper though. The 16th century French writer and humorist François Rabelais has one of his fictional characters, Gargantua, investigate several ways to wipe one's tokus after defecating. He tried everything from a lady's velvet mask, which gave him, quote, "a most pleasant feeling in the fundament," to a, quote, "March-born cat, but his claws ulcerated his whole perineum." He dismissed paper as the best form of cleanup because, quote, "the Baloks always get a smear when paper's used to wipe the rear." Instead, Gargantua decided that, quote, "there was no asswipe like a good downy gosling." When monks and missionaries brought Buddhism into China and Japan, they took the salaka, or shit stick, with them. The instrument was often cut from bamboo or other wood and resembled a spatula or scoop. The ends were wrapped in cloth and used to scrape away excrement. The sticks were popular as they were cheap and could be washed and reused. Archaeologists found some 2,000-year-old sticks in toilets in the town of Dunhuang in 1992. This was a Han Dynasty military base and relay station on the eastern end of the Silk Road. Traces of preserved fecal matter found on the cloth contained the remains of parasitic whipworm, tapeworm, roundworm, and Chinese liver fluke. Not just any old stool. During the Tudor period, the royal court rather than parliament was the most important political arena, and anybody who wanted to become a somebody needed to become a courtier rather than an MP. As one of His Majesty's closest courtiers, a man could rise to extraordinary heights of power and wealth. In his book, Henry, Virtuous Prince, the Tudor historian David Starkey explained how, quote, "In 1493, Henry VII had broken with tradition and set up a new department of the royal household. Historically, there were 2 of these, the Lord Steward's Department, which provided food and drink, and the Lord Chamberlain's, which dealt with both ceremony and the king's personal service. To these, Henry added a 3rd, the secret or privy chamber. This took over responsibility for the king's body service. It was also used, as its name indicates, to enforce a much more rigorous separation between the king's public and private lives. As the holder of the office of Groom of the Stool, no one could be closer to or more intimate with the king, as he was in charge of the monarch's commode or close stool and helped the king when he relieved himself. In the early days, the job entailed assisting the king to remove his clothing before sitting on his chiffonier, but more than likely meant that he wiped and washed the royal backside as well. As the king and his entourage often travelled from palace to palace and spent a lot of time visiting the homes of his wealthier subjects, arrangements needed to be put in place for the custody of the stool or chair itself. A suitable private room needed to be found where curtains could be hung and washing utensils such as a water bowl and towels could be provided. This was usually close to the king's bedroom, where the gentlemen of his privy chamber were nearby. Undressing and redressing a monarch was no easy task either, especially in winter when clothing was thick and heavy and often had complicated fastenings. The man chosen by Henry VII for this most intimate of roles had to be someone he could wholeheartedly trust, someone who he felt comfortable with and could confide in. He chose a man named Hugh Denys, whose grandfather was a knight. Denys married well, and he not only helped Henry Tudor with his ablution, but rose to become the king's treasurer. According to Starkey, from the time of the, quote, establishment of the secret chamber, this greatly expanded the groom's importance and his portfolio. Denys became the head officer of the new department. He controlled access to the king and assumed responsibility for the king's everyday necessities. Denys became the king's personal treasurer, running an account that later became known as the Privy Purse. When Tudor's son Henry VIII came to the throne, he gave the job of bum-wiper-in-chief to his great friend Sir William Compton. Never to be outdone, he also had 6 esquires of the body who got the king up at 8 AM, helped him to change his vest and underpants, and put him back to bed at night. They also helped him to eat. The office became redundant after first Mary and then Elizabeth I came to power. The final groom of the stool was likely Michael Stanhope, who served Edward VI, their brother. Stanhope was hanged for felony before Edward's death. Under the Stuarts, the position was adapted to that of groom of the stole, a role more about dressing the monarch than toileting him. The great necessity of the age. Most medievals used chamber pots and were probably happy enough with a handful of straw or moss to remove any rear-end remains. Into the 18th century, some who could afford to carried books with them for the dual purpose of reading and wiping, like the Friend of Lord Chesterfield. In 1747, he wrote a letter to his son explaining how an acquaintance, quote, bought a common edition of Horace, of which he tore off gradually a couple of pages, carried them with him to that necessary place, read them first, and then sent them down as a sacrifice to Closina. Closina being the goddess who presided over the greatest drain of the sewer system in Rome. Apparently, she even had a cult too, along with a shrine. Who knew? It wasn't until 1857 that New Yorker Joseph Gaiety marketed a medicated paper for the water closet that modern loo roll became commercially available. It was advertised as a necessity rather than a luxury, and Gaiety claimed that printed paper contained numerous chemicals that could poison tender portions of the body. The English patent for the loo paper appeared in 1880, but it wasn't until 1936 that the soft version was developed. Through the 20th century in England, many people used squares of newspaper for wiping, which they hung from a hook in the outside lavatory. In the US, dried corn cobs were popular during the 1700s, but the Americans also turned to newspapers and magazines later. Published continually since 1792, the Farmer's Almanac was the popular choice for hanging on a hook in the outhouse, so much so that the company began to pre-drill a hole in the corner of the handbook just to make it easier to hang. People today don't know how lucky they are when it comes to having a clean tushy. We have indoor plumbing, toilets, and bidets. For those who like to wipe, the choice of polishing materials is crazy. There are moist bum wipes, cushioned toilet rolls, quilted toilet rolls, scented and lotioned toilet rolls. Rolls imbued with coconut oil, aloe vera, or even vanilla. Even raspberry and rhubarb or sugar plum toilet rolls. You could say that we have finally reached the pinnacle of butthole hygiene. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. If you have been watching this whilst on the toilet, please do wash your hands. Seriously, I'm looking at you, Alex. And do subscribe if you enjoyed the video, as we're back every Friday with a new one. Until then, hope everyone has an awesome week. Cheers! Many once great cities of the Middle Ages have been lost over time. It could have been through natural disaster, war, or just because they were victims of their own success. Let's travel back in time now to rediscover some of these cities that were once vibrant hubs for trade, culture, and knowledge, and find out about their enigmatic disappearance from history. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Dunwich. The North Sea has a fearsome reputation and pounds the east coast of England. Situated on that coast, Dunwich is a natural harbour and was once a thriving centre for religion, trade, shipbuilding, and fishing, with an economy to rival any other city in the land, at least during the 11th to the 14th centuries. But over time, the sea chewed away at the eastern coast, sometimes nibbling little bits and at other times taking great big bites out of it. Dunwich was described as the capital of the Kingdom of the East Angles during the Anglo-Saxon period, as it was the seat of bishops between the 7th and 9th centuries, starting with Felix and ending with Ethelwald until around 870 when Dunwich was overrun by pagan Danes. Last Kingdom fans, put your hands up. In 1096, when the Domesday Book was produced, the manuscript recorded a great survey of much of England and listed Dunwich as having 3 churches and a population of around 3,000. This figure included 24 Frankie people from France who had migrated and settled there after the Norman conquest. 3 more parish churches were built along with 2 monasteries, 1 Franciscan and 1 Dominican, a leper house and a preceptory of the Knights Templar built around 1189, and similar to Temple Church in London. Interstellar fans, put your hands up. During the 12th century, Dunwich arrived at the highest zenith of greatness to increase of inhabitants, commerce and wealth. Fishing was an essential industry, and boats went as far as Iceland for cod whilst catching sprat and herring in more local waters. Shipbuilding was also an important enterprise, and vessels from Dunwich traded all around the British coast and over in Europe. In 1229, King Henry III asked for 40 ships from Dunwich to be well equipped with all kinds of armament, good steersmen, and manners, to be used during his invasion of France. The start of Dunwich's decline began in 1286 when the port was hit by a storm surge, quote, "On the night after New Year's Day, through the vehemence of the winds and violence of the sea, several churches were overthrown and destroyed." Around the year 1350, a great part of the town and upwards of 400 houses with certain shops and windmills were devoured by the sea, and 2 churches were overthrown by the waves. In 1570, there was incredible damage, and in 1677, the sea reached the marketplace. Still there today on the Suffolk coast, Dunwich, once a thriving port the size of London's square mile, is now a small village because of the hundreds of years of devastating coastal erosion and the, quote, irresistible force of the undermining surges. Almost all of the buildings, including the 8 churches that were there in the 13th century, no longer exist, although the ruins of the Franciscan Priory of Great Friars and St. James Leper Hospital can still be seen. It is said that when the tide is just right, the sound of tolling church bells can be heard from beneath the waves. Angkor. Now located in present-day Cambodia, Southeast Asia, this medieval city was at the heart of the Hindu-Buddhist Khmer Empire that flourished between the 9th and 15th centuries. Angkor was thought to have been as large as the Cambodian capital of Phnom Penh is today. That is an area of 262 square miles. And is not the only lost city around there. In fact, some experts believe that the huge, densely populated cities there would have made the Khmer Empire the largest on Earth during the Middle Ages. The Khmer was known as a hydraulic empire, a government or social structure that maintained power by controlling access to water, and archaeologists have found elaborate water systems there. And as the seat of the Khmer Empire, Angkor was a vibrant centre for culture, architecture, and art. One impressive building still stands, the iconic Angkor Wat Temple. Sitting within a complex of 402 acres, the temple is considered to be the largest religious structure in the world. Angkor was sacked and looted by invaders in 1431, although the civilization had been in steady decline during the 13th and 14th centuries. Theories for the fall and abandonment of the city include political instability, neglect of the waterways, and natural disasters such as the bubonic plague or flooding from monsoons. The Temple of Angkor Wat remained occupied as a Buddhist shrine. Cahokia. During the Middle Ages, Cahokia was the largest pre-Columbian city in North America. Standing directly across from the Mississippi River from what is now St. Louis, Missouri, this city existed between the 11th and 14th centuries. In 1050, when the city was at its height, it was larger than London or Paris at that time, with a population of around 30,000 people. Then there were about 120 earthen mounds with a great variety of sizes, shapes, and uses. The Mississippian culture began more than 1,000 years before contact with Europeans, and Cahokia was the society's largest and most influential settlement. Mound building at the huge complex began around 900 CE. Excavation and earth transportation would have taken decades, but the result was a complex city of flat ceremonial plazas arranged around these central mounds with hundreds of interconnected pathways and courtyards. Because the Mississippians left no written record, the original name of the city is unknown, so it was named after the local Cahokia tribe. During the last 50 years of the 12th century, the population of Cahokia increased from around 2,000 to somewhere between 10 and 15,000 people. But sometime in the 13th century, the city went into decline for unknown reasons, and the settlement was abandoned around 1350. It has been speculated that this could have been due to environmental factors, such as overhunting, flooding, drought, or invasion. Great Zimbabwe. This medieval stone city was located near to what is now present-day Masvingo, Zimbabwe. The city was built between 1100 and 1450 CE and is thought to be the work of the Shona people, a Bantu ethnic group indigenous to Zimbabwe, as well as other people who were moving back and forth across the area. Zimbabwe means stone house in Shona. The large and once imposing stone city covered an area of 2.79 square miles and could have accommodated up to 18,000 people at its height. Construction began in the 11th century and building went on for over 300 years. It is believed that Great Zimbabwe was once a royal palace and central to political power in the area. In 1531, the captain of a Portuguese garrison named Vicente Pegado was the first person to document the city, describing it as, quote, "a fortress built of stones of marvelous size, and there appears to be no mortar joining them. This edifice is almost surrounded by hills, upon which are others resembling it, in the fashion of stone and the absence of mortar, and one of them is a tower more than 12 fathoms high." The natives of this country call these edifices Simbeo, which, according to their language, signifies court. Many of these mortarless stone walls are still standing and are testament to the craftsmanship that went into their construction, as each rock was carefully chosen to slot in perfectly with the next and hold the shape naturally. Evidence suggests that Great Zimbabwe was a center for trade, as artifacts from China, Persia, and Arabia have been found at the site. Again, the reason for abandonment of the city around 1450 is not known, with political unrest or a depletion of resources being cited as potential causes. Ani. Often referred to as the City of 1001 Churches, between 961 and 1045, Ani was the capital of the Bagratrid Armenian kingdom that covered much of present-day Armenia and eastern Turkey. A place of significant influence both culturally and religiously, Ani became the capital after its expansion in the 10th century with a diverse population. By the beginning of the 11th century, it is thought to have housed up to 100,000 people. Because Ani lay upon a branch of the Silk Road, it grew in size and wealth, and the city became an important trading center. So far, 50 churches, 33 cave chapels, and 20 chapels have been discovered in the ruins at Ani. It has been argued that Ani Cathedral, with its ribbed vaulting, influenced similar early Gothic structures in Europe. The decline of the city began with the invasion of the Islamic Seljuk army in 1064. A Turkish historian described the devastation as, quote, "The army entered the city, massacred its inhabitants, pillaged and burned it, leaving it in ruins and taking prisoner all those who remained alive. The dead bodies were so many that they blocked the streets. One could not go anywhere without stepping over them. And the number of prisoners was not less than 50,000 souls. I was determined to enter the city and see the destruction with my own eyes. Tried to find a street in which I would not have to walk over the corpses, but that was impossible." In 1236, the Mongols captured and sacked the city, and then a devastating earthquake hit in 1319 and marked Ani's decline, leaving the once great city a sparsely populated small town that was eventually abandoned. Chichen Itza. Situated on the Yucatan Peninsula in present-day Mexico, Chichen Itza was a prominent Maya city and a major economic power throughout the Middle Ages, and may have had one of the most diverse populations in the Mayan world. This could be why the city has such a variety of architectural styles. Built in either the early or mid-5th century, by the 6th it was a significant power in the Maya culture, both politically and economically, and a center for trade in the region. Many archaeologists believe that, unlike earlier Maya politics, Chichen Itza was ruled by a council of elite members rather than one individual. The city covered an area of at least 1.9 square miles and had many imposing stone buildings, including the famous Castillo Pyramid. The buildings were connected by a crisscrossing of at least 80 paved causeways at a time when many European cities did not have paved streets. The site would have been extremely colourful as the buildings were originally painted in pigments of red, green, blue, and purple. 13 ball courts have been found at Chichen Itza, the Great Ball Court being the largest and best preserved, along with temples and steam baths. The large well or cenote at the northern part of the site is thought to have been a place for human sacrifice. Dredging of the well produced many precious objects including jade, turquoise and gold, as well as human remains that displayed wounds suggesting that they were killed before being thrown in. Although the fall of Chichen Itza is a mystery, it is thought that the decline began in the mid-1200s, long before the fall of the Mayan civilization, well over 400 years later. Thank you for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying the videos on this channel, and I'll see you next week for another video. Have a great week. Cheers. Be not fooled. This is a ferocious beast. Deadly, assertive, lover of socks, and most importantly, adorable. Robin Weeman, or the Weem, is an example of a prairie predator living in the 21st century. But what were cats like further back through the annals of time? Well, the Egyptians treated them with reverence and adoration, having first domesticated them 4,000 years ago. Since then, these small carnivorous mammals have played a major part in religion, folklore, art, and community health across the world. However, in 13th century Western Europe, cats became associated with the supernatural when Pope Gregory IX called them an instrument of Satan. Let's travel back in time now to the Middle Ages and discover why cats were linked to witchcraft, why they were placed in barrels, and just why anyone would want to kiss a cat's butt. Welcome to Medieval Madness. The love cats. When we think about cats, we probably imagine a companion curled up on the sofa, their soft fur perfect for cuddles, a charming mix of indifference and mischievousness. Years ago, they were kept for a much more practical purpose when the reason for the domestication of cats was a simple one. They were useful to humans because they controlled vermin. In the Middle Ages, cats were a defense against rodents, not just by stopping the eating and contamination of foodstuffs, especially grain, but unknown to the medievals, who had no idea about such things, they also protected against the 35 diseases that rats are now known to carry. A catastrophe. In the summer of 1233, Pope Gregory IX wrote his first papal bull known as the Vox in Rama, or Voice in Rama, after the city of Rama in ancient Israel. The letter was sent to many influential men across Europe, including the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II, King Henry VII of Germany, Archbishop Siegfried III of Mainz and his clergymen, Bishop Conrad II of Hildesheim, and the Catholic priest Conrad von Marburg, in the hope that those men would help the Pope root out the satanic cults that were rumoured to be prevalent in Stettingen, Germany. It was also the first time that the papacy linked cats to witchcraft. The letter targeted heretics who supposedly had formed devil-worshipping cults. The decree described the rituals in detail. Gregory wrote, quote, "Among the diverse types of heresy that have corrupted Germany with grievous sins, one is far more detestable and much more common than the rest. These horrors should not only be brought before us, but heard by us, since the heresy is already breaking out with intensity among some renowned members of the Church. Now this pestilence arises from the following beginnings. At first, a certain initiate enters the school of hell and is received. A kind of frog appears which some are accustomed to call a toad. Some kiss it on its rear end, and others give the damnable kiss on the mouth, receiving the tongue and saliva of the beast in their mouth. Along with the frog, sometimes a number of other animals are present. Then a thin, pallid man comes forward to see the initiate who kisses him. At this time, a black cat the size of a small dog with an upright tail descends backwards down a statue. The initiate first kisses the cat's rear, then the master of the sect, and then the other individuals in order who are worthy of the honor and perfect. Then each member takes his place, and after singing some songs, they face the cat in turn. The master says, "Save us," to the cat. Then those present respond 3 times and say, "We know the master," and 4 times they say, "And we ought to obey you." When this is done, they extinguish the castle and proceed to perform the most sordid acts. After this, he says, quote, "A man proceeds from an obscure corner of the meeting. They say the upper part of his body shines with rays, for he is Lucifer, and the lower part is hairy like a cat." Although Pope Gregory was calling for a crackdown on the devil-worshipping sects thought to be flourishing in Stedigan, he wasn't calling for all Christians to start killing cats. However, his description of depraved rituals involving cats had a long-term effect on European society's view of the Moggy. Now, it wasn't so much the friendly rodent catcher as an agent of the devil. And in the ultra-Catholic Middle Ages, nothing could be worse. Scaredy cat. This demonstration of cats continued for centuries, and Pope Gregory wasn't the last pope to defame the innocent Moggy. In 1486, Heinrich Kramer, who the historian Malcolm Gaskill described as a superstitious psychopath, published the deeply misogynistic Malleus Maleficarum, or Hammer of Witches, a treatise alleging to be about witchcraft. Although the book was condemned by top theologians, Kramer, a clergyman himself, was able to pass his views off as those of the Catholic Church. According to Kramer, the devil gave demon helpers to witches. These familiars could take on the form of an animal who always works with the witch in everything. During questioning, Kramer said many witches referred to their familiars in terms of friendship. Pope Innocent VIII must have believed him, as Kramer was given the role of an inquisitor to root out heresy, and in 1484 the Pope published a papal bull acknowledging the existence of witches and authorizing the Inquisition to indict witches and sorcerers. At the height of the witchcraft panic, anyone just caught stroking a cat would be accused of having a familiar and of being a witch. Look what the cat dragged in. The church's view of women as either pure and virginal or evil temptress didn't help many medieval females when it came to accusations of witchcraft. It didn't help cats either, as they are often seen as having feminine traits just by their physical appearance and behavior. Cats are also independent creatures and leave the shelter of the home at night to sneak off and get into mischief. This independent nature was seen as unnatural, just as women who lived alone were not to be trusted and regarded as deviant and targeted as witches. One of the stories that emerged in Western Europe during the witch hunts and helped to stoke the defamation of the black cat was the legend of a father and son travelling in England. It's one of the reasons why a black cat crossing your path is seen by some as bringing bad luck. One night, a black cat walked in front of the men, and for reasons known only to them, they pelted the poor animal with rocks until it ran to the home of a woman who had previously been accused of witchcraft. The next day, the father and his son saw the woman in question. She was limping and covered in bruises, so the men assumed that she could turn herself into a black cat at night. They assumed, therefore, that they had been throwing rocks at the woman when she had taken the form of the cat. In the Belgian city of Ypres, the Cat and Stoet, a festival of the cats, is held every year. It commemorates a tradition from the Middle Ages in which cats were thrown from the belfry tower of the Cloth Hall to the town square below. But fear not, today someone dressed as a jester throws off stuffed toy cats for the children to catch below, and there is a mock witch burning. However, the medievals weren't as pet-friendly as we are today, and they slung real cats from the bell tower. Whether this was because they were killing the Moggies, believing them to be evil spirits connected to witchcraft, or because they were culling the feline population is anybody's guess. In the northern European traditions of Fastelavond, a carnival celebrated 7 weeks before Easter Sunday, cats also performed an important role, where playing Hit the Cat Out of the Barrel is a similar game to a piñata. Today, the barrel just has a picture of a cat painted on the side and is filled with sweet treats. But in the Denmark of the Middle Ages, a real black cat was placed inside the barrel, which was hit with sticks until it broke, and the poor traumatized animal could run off. The custom was meant to symbolize evil being chased away. Cool for cats. In contrast to the maltreatment that some cats were facing in the West, in the East, in China, cats were generally held in high regard. First introduced as vermin catchers by the time of the Song dynasty in the 10th century, they had become increasingly popular and were kept as pets. By the late Middle Ages Ming dynasty, there were paintings of cats as treasured animals, some with gold collars, and poems were written about them. In Japan, they were viewed as good luck symbols and popular with silk makers who used cats to kill the mice that feasted on the silkworms. as in the Far East in the Islamic world, cats were highly regarded. Abu Huraira, whose name translates as Father of the Kitten, was a companion of the Prophet Muhammad who had a deep love and appreciation for cats himself. There are many stories about both men treating cats with kindness, and this led to cats being accepted into Islamic households and even mosques. In Europe, before all of the trouble around cats' bottoms began, they were accepted into medieval households and religious spaces alike, and well looked after. They are featured in lots of manuscripts as illuminations and doodles in the margins of books of hours. One manuscript mentions a cat by the name of Mite that lived in Bowlow Abbey, England during the 13th century, and in the accounts for Cuxham Manor in Oxfordshire, cheese was bought specifically for a cat, suggesting that it was pretty well cared for. At the beginning of the next century, Isabeau of Bavaria, Queen of France, bought some bright green fabric so that a special cover could be made for her cat. A guide for anchoresses who shut themselves away from society to live a life of solitary communion with God tells us that they were only allowed to have one animal companion, the cat. Aldhelm, Abbot of Malmesbury, wrote a riddle about a cat in 7th century England that extols the great qualities of his Moggy, who is described as a, quote, faithful watchman who silently lays snares as fatal obstacles for unseen thieves who ravage the heaped up grain. One of the most famous eulogies to a cat was the 9th century poem Panga Ban, written by an Irish monk in exile in Germany. White Panga was the cat's name, and the unnamed monk, who was obviously very fond of his pet, referred to Panga as a hero, perfect in his trade of mouse catching. Both literary tributes suggest the monks had a strong emotional attachment to their cats, who not only performed a much needed service, but also cheered their master and kept them company. Black cat. During the Middle Ages, cats were appreciated not just as skilled vermin catchers, but also as companions, whether in a domestic setting or the cloister. It has been claimed that the Vox in Rama led to the mass killing of cats, which in turn increased the rodent population and helped spread the Black Death across Europe in the mid-14th century. Yes, the bacteria infected fleas that caused the pandemic lived on rats, and rats carried the plague, but cats who would act as pest controllers were themselves highly susceptible to the disease, and this could explain a decrease in the cat population during that time. So maybe people started killing cats because they too were thought to be spreading the plague. Sadly though, the real legacy of the Vox in Rama is that although many ideas from the Middle Ages are now regarded as ignorant or superstitious nonsense, the black cat is still regarded with some suspicion in many parts of the world. Sadly, there are theories that the reason black cats aren't as popular today is also due to them not showing up as well in photographs, so it's said that animal shelters often struggle to get rid of black cats. So if you're thinking of adopting a cat, do your bit and get a black one. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, I hope you all have an awesome week. Cheers! Thought to have been built sometime between 800 and 1100 AD, around 2,000 Erdstall tunnels can be found across Central Europe, particularly in Bavaria, where there are over 700. With only one way in and one way out, some of these claustrophobic tunnels have crawl spaces that are just over 1 foot wide. Could they be graves for the souls of the dead, or have some other religious purpose? Maybe they are hideaways from raiding parties or pillaging soldiers, or as some have suggested, the relics of aliens who left hundreds of years ago. Let's join the archaeologists who are examining the Erdstall tunnels to try and determine their real purpose. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Did you know that there's a tunnel under Europe? The word Erdstall means earth stable, but the word stable used to have a more general meaning in the sense of place or location. Earth stables are mysterious underground places, corridors and chambers not made by any natural means like ordinary caves, but rather dug out of the ground and even chiseled out of the rock by humans. There are thousands of these complexes all across Europe. Some are multi-leveled and connected by what the Germans call schlupfs or slip-outs, tight crawl spaces hardly wide enough for a single person. Getting from one level to another is not for the faint-hearted, however. Anyone brave enough to go exploring in these tunnels has to squeeze through an opening just over a foot wide. The tunnels generally have one entrance and exit point, meaning that there was hardly any airflow through the systems. They were usually hidden away somewhere in old settlements, sometimes in forest areas. In most cases, the tunnels are entered through a horizontal shaft or one that has a slight slope down. However, some are vertical shafts with a diameter of between 40 and 80 centimeters, which is just 16 to 32 inches. It seems as though the tunnels were well planned out and constructed by professional miners, as it's clear that the work was carried out purposefully by experienced people. They must have been kneeling to dig the tunnels using wedge-shaped tools and then chiseled out a little niche every few meters to place their oil lamp. They dug out the longer passages in a winding form to reduce the weight and pressure of the surrounding earth. No supports were ever used. Archaeologists have experimented with medieval tools and found that it would take 3 to 5 people several months to complete an average-sized complex. Deeper underground. In 2011, a dairy farmer named Beat Grethana was walking barefoot across the lush pastures of the Dobelberg Mountain in Bavaria, the beautiful snow-capped peaks of the Alps visible in the distance. Suddenly, one of her grazing cows fell through the earth. A cavity had opened up beneath the unfortunate cow. The following day, Beat's husband Rudy went out to examine the crater. He stuck his head inside and craned his neck to peer into the empty darkness. As he climbed in to investigate, he wondered if there may be some sort of treasure buried down there in the narrow, damp tunnel. As he walked diagonally down into the earth, Rudy realized that he could no longer hear the world outside, and it was becoming more and more difficult to breathe in the stagnant and oppressive air. He quickly ended his short adventure. The Gretanas from the town of Glonn near Munich had found themselves the owners of a maze of Erdstall tunnels beneath their property, measuring at least 25 meters or 82 feet long. Local talk soon turned to it being the dwelling of friendly goblins. At the end of June, geologists arrived on the property determined to solve the mystery. 3 members of the Working Group for Erdstall Research pulled the heavy concrete cover away from the tunnel entrance, and they disappeared into the dark passage. Dieter Alborn, the leader of the inquiry, started to crawl through a passageway that only measured about 70 centimeters or 2 foot 3 inches wide. Andreas Mittermüller, his colleague, had to return to the surface because the lack of oxygen was making him feel ill. Alborn continued and came across a piece of decayed wood. He clutched it like it was a precious jewel, hoping that it could give a clue to the age of the cave. A piece of charcoal was discovered at some passages in the Bavarian village of Hockermühl. It was dated to the period between 950 and 1050 AD. Tunnels everywhere. Erdstalls have been found in a range of different areas, beneath farmhouses, near churches and cemeteries, or in the middle of a forest. Some have been found beneath city areas and markets like those in the Bavarian town of Oberwichtach and the Czech city of Brno. After being abandoned in the 14th and 15th centuries, they were converted into cellars by expanding the passages and creating storage areas. It's hard to imagine that they were used for this purpose originally though, as they are just so narrow and many of them fill up with water in the winter. Probably not the best place to be keeping any foodstuffs or livestock animals either. It is only in recent years that the caves have been explored by professional archaeologists. Lambert Kahner, a Benedictine priest from Gottwig Abbey in Austria, explored the passages in the 19th century and wrote his book Artificial Caves from Old Times in 1903. He recorded how he crawled through 400 vaults with the use of only candlelight, describing the tunnels as, quote, "strange winding passages where one can often only force oneself like a worm." An underground superhighway? So, how old are the tunnels? Pollen analysis has indicated that they date back to sometime between the 10th and 13th centuries. Some believe that the tunnels were built in the Migration period, a time in European history during the 4th and 6th centuries of migration, invasion, and settlement, when whole tribes uprooted themselves, leaving their homes and abandoning the cemeteries of their ancestors. Some think it is possible that the tunnels and vaults were created then so that the dead could be honoured. Others believe that the tunnels were used as prisons to house criminals or even dungeons for the disabled. Another idea for their usage sees them as places of healing where the sick could get better in isolation without infecting the rest of the population. A sandstone relief has been found at Erdstall in the Bavarian village of Bosenreutten near the town of Lindau on Lake Constance. It depicts a goblin with a tail attached to its behind. This has led to speculation about the tunnels having some sort of supernatural use to confine demons, the undead, or evil dwarves. According to some legends, supernatural creatures such as gnomes and elves had either built them or lived in them. In some regions, names have been given to the Erdstalls to reflect their association with local folklore like Dwarf Hole, Goblin Hole, or even Mandrake Cave. There has been some speculation that Erdstalls were connected to castles and the tunnels were secret escape routes as mentioned in some sagas. The problem here is that Erdstalls famously only have one way in and one way out, which would make using them as a form of escape pretty impractical. One of the more wacky claims is that the Erdstalls are part of a huge interconnected network of underground tunnels stretching from Scotland in the northwest to Turkey in the southeast, and are much older than the medieval era that has been suggested, dating back 12,000 years ago to the Stone Age. They have even been dubbed an ancient underground superhighway that lets people safely travel from one place to another, no matter what chaos might be taking place above ground. There is of course one glaring error with this theory. Whilst there are thousands of Erdstalls, they are not connected. Hide and seek. Not everyone believes in superstitious or supernatural explanations. Because many sites are connected to or lie beneath medieval settlements, the archivist Josef Weckenberger is one of the people who thinks that the tunnels were hiding places, perhaps winter quarters for the Teutonic tribes. Joseph has studied the labyrinthine Erdstall galleries firsthand for over 30 years. Whenever a new discovery is made in his native Austria, he dashes off with his compass and tape measure to document the site, and he is never afraid to get his hands dirty. According to Joseph, the tunnels were built in the medieval clearing period of the 11th century. During that time, settlers from Bavaria travelled down the River Danube to farmland in the east. The Magyar or Hungarian tribes flooded the area around 1042. Robbers caused a threat to the region by raiding villages, and Joseph believes that the farmers took anything of value and hid underground in the tunnels to get away from the vermin. They would sneak into the narrow passageways and hide together, trying to stay as quiet as possible, while the intruders rifled through their homes searching for anything worth stealing. He states that one old account, quote, tells the story of a woman who was so afraid of being discovered that she suffocated her screaming baby in an Erdstall. No way out. A circular rampart and the ruins of a drawbridge surround the fortified church of St. Jacob at Kleinsettel. The church was probably built in the 12th century and expanded in the 14th or 15th. Below the choir area there is a walk-in earth stable. The entrance is in the sanctuary under the cobblestones. It's around 62 meters long, over 200 feet, and runs directly beneath the church to reach the churchyard wall. Joseph has a special permit to enter because of the risk of collapse. The tunnel gradually becomes narrower as it goes further away from the entrance. Water drips from the ceiling, and the thought of all of the weight above, especially seeing as the church has heavy columns, can be more than a little disconcerting. Joseph admits, quote, "It's certainly uncomfortable here, but the people were desperate to stay alive." To try and prove his theory, Joseph tried a survival experiment. Along with two of his colleagues, they were locked inside an Erdstall for 48 hours. It wasn't long before the lack of oxygen sent the monitors beeping and the candles began to flicker oddly. Whenever it became difficult to breathe, the men crawled back and forth into other tunnels. Joseph said the test was a success. However, researcher Dieter Almborn argues that, quote, "Some galleries were used as hiding places, but only much later when they were also sometimes used as toilets and refuse pits." The Austrian spelunker, a person who explores caves and one of my favourite words, Edith Bednarek, is also against the idea that the tunnels would have been used as hiding places. She explains that an Erdstall would have been a death trap if there had been a fire, as there were no emergency exits. Edith also adds that there were hardly any larger chambers where people could have stayed, and the small tunnels were far too narrow for a pregnant woman to pass through. If the terrified villagers fled to the tunnels to be packed in like sardines, why has there been no sign of any archaeological evidence? Why did no one ever drop anything or leave behind any traces of food or torches? It is this lack of archaeological evidence and the fact that the tunnels appear to have been swept clean that have caused some people to believe that they were sacred places, perhaps where bodies could be kept. But why was the purpose of the passageways kept such a secret? It is thought that up to 90% of the catacombs are still intact and have yet to be discovered. Farmer Joseph Vasmir, who has an Erdstall on his land, says it's completely quiet inside and he loves it. Quote, "And when I climb back up again, the stars seem so bright you feel that you could almost touch them." The Erdstall tunnels have been referred to as Central Europe's last great mystery. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and as always, I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has a fantastic week. Cheers! When many people think of the medievals, they imagine castles and knights on white horses saving damsels in distress, or perhaps superstitious backward-looking peasants whose only thought is to toil in the fields and serve their lord. It may come as a shock to discover that there were some great innovations in the Middle Ages, such as the mechanical clock, the printing press, and most importantly, coffee houses. But it is in construction where we can see that the medievals pushed their ingenuity to the limit. From bridges to cathedrals and walls to cities, let's travel back in time and take a look at some of these medieval feats of engineering. Welcome to Medieval Madness. God created the world, but the Dutch created the Netherlands. Beginning in the 8th century, this was an enormous project that saw the Dutch people reclaim thousands of square kilometers of land from the North Sea. Between the years of 500 BC and 500 AD, sea levels fell in the northern parts of the Netherlands. So at the beginning of the medieval era, in order to protect their homes, and sometimes even whole villages from flooding, the people built them on turpen, which were earth mounds. Small dikes and dams were also built around this time. The first polder was built in the 11th century to drain the wetlands and make them usable for agriculture. Smaller strips of land were reclaimed by infilling with sand and other materials around harbours and more urban areas. The cities of Amsterdam and Rotterdam were expanded in this way. From the 15th century, windmills revolutionized the process and were used to pump and drain larger bodies of water much more efficiently. There were setbacks though, such as the St. Lucia's Day flood in 1287. That killed well over 50,000 people, but created the Zuiderzee when the seawalls broke on the coast. This reclamation process led to Holland becoming one of the most classless and equitable societies in Western medieval Europe. Incredibly, today about half of the Netherlands was once part of the sea. Foreseeing the flood, the Nilometer. The annual flooding of the Nile was crucial to the Egyptian civilization and a vital part of their agricultural cycle. The Nilometer was a structure that measured the water levels during the flood season from July until November. The most famous Nilometer was built on the island of Rhoda in Cairo, still Egypt's capital but then known as Fustat. Its construction was ordered around the year 862 after the previous one was destroyed about 15 years before by a flood. The new one still stands today, located on the tip of the island. The Rhoda Nilometer was designed by the astronomer Alfraganus and consists of two main components, a well and a column. At least 1,300 meters or 4,265 feet of earth had to be removed to create the well, which is lined with stone. To prevent the column from sinking into the clay, it was supported by a foundation of chunky tree trunks. The structure is accessible from a spiral staircase that winds around the interior wall. The well has 3 stories and is circular at the bottom but rectangular at the top, with 3 tunnels that channel water from the Nile into the pit. The 10th century geographer Al-Muqaddasi was impressed with the Nilometer's skill at predicting a sufficient or abundant harvest, or extreme drought which was disastrous for the people and usually followed by famine and disease. When levels were too high, children wearing yellow turbans would run into the street to alert the citizens of the impending doom. The Earth Dragon, the Great Wall of China. Most people think of the Great Wall of China as an ancient construction, and building did begin in the 7th century BC, but the best known sections were built during the Ming Dynasty, which began in 1368 and went on for over 300 years. Earlier walls were built for protection against the nomadic tribes along the northern borders, but fell into disrepair over the centuries. When Ming's army failed to get any advantage over the Mongols, the Long War was having a detrimental impact on the empire. The Ming began constructing a stronger and more elaborate fortification, using bricks and stones rather than compacted earth embankments. Defences were further enhanced with the addition of watchtowers, barracks, and signalling stations. The Great Wall was also used for border control and regulating imports and exports transported along the Silk Road. Almost 9,000 kilometers of wall were built during the medieval period. Today, the Great Wall of China stretches for over an astonishing 21,000 kilometers. A city like no other, Baghdad. The new capital of Baghdad was founded in 762 and designed by the Abbasid Caliph al-Mansur. According to the 11th century book The History of Baghdad, or the City of Peace as it is also known, quote, "No other round city was known in all the regions of the world. The building work was planned in such detail that the project was finished in just 4 years. The outermost circular city wall stood at over 24 meters high and was topped with battlements adjoined by bastions. A deep moat encircled the entire city. 100,000 men were brought in to survey and construct Baghdad, including architects, engineers, blacksmiths, and carpenters. 4 centrally located gates adorned the outer walls, each with a road leading to the center of the city. There was a network of waterways, vaulted arcades, houses, Al-Mansur's palace, and a great mosque. The site was chosen because of its link to trade routes, its geography, and its proximity to water. Baghdad became a sphere of learning in the 8th and 9th centuries. A wonderful waterway, the Naviglio Grande. In 1179, work began on an irrigation canal in the north of Italy, and the Naviglio Grande, or Grand Canal, became one of the largest engineering projects of the Middle Ages. It probably started off as a defensive ditch to keep out the threat from Frederick Barbarossa, the Holy Roman Emperor, who wanted the Kingdom of Italy under his control. By 1177, the work of expansion continued, and a dam was constructed to direct water away from the river Ticino. Using only pickaxes and shovels, the 30-kilometer section, known as the Navigium de Gazzano, took over 50 years to complete. In 1239, prisoners from Turbigo were added to the workforce to speed up the process. In 1258, the Grand Canal had reached Milan, stretching for almost 50 kilometers and irrigating over 500 square kilometers of land. By 1272, the whole canal was navigable. In some places, it had a width of 50 meters. This helped to significantly develop trade, as goods such as wine, salt, and grain were transported up to Lake Maggiore and Switzerland, and livestock, cheese, and coal were brought back. Piers and arches, the medieval bridge. Building a medieval bridge was a highly sophisticated undertaking. First, foundation piers needed to be established, then many layers of wooden timbers had to be sunk into the ground with tons of earth packed between them. Once the ring was watertight, buckets were used to remove water until the riverbed was exposed and the bridge's foundations could be laid. When 2 piers were in situ, a temporary wooden arch was placed between them and stones were stacked on top. Only when the final keystone was in place could the wooden arch be removed, leaving a strong stone arch to connect the 2 piers. One of the largest medieval bridges was the one crossing the River Rhône in Avignon, named Pont Saint-Bénézet. Built in 1234, it had 22 stone arches and stretched for 900 meters. It was even constructed on a curved path to accommodate the position of islands in the river. Unfortunately, only 4 of the arches still survive today. The Charles Bridge in Prague spans the River Vltava and comes in at a whopping 526 meters. Originally called Stonebridge, building began in 1357 and made Prague important as a trade route between Eastern and Western Europe. The bridge is still used by pedestrians every day. Harnessing water, the Bazakal Dam. Watermills were important for the medievals. In the city of Toulouse, France, the mills positioned on the river Garonne at the Bazakal Dam was said by the French writer François Rabelais to be the most powerful in the world. The Bazakal began life as a ford across the river, the name Bazakal meaning little ford. The dam was first mentioned in 1177 and was built diagonally, stretching for 400 meters across the Garonne. It was made from thousands of oak timbers being rammed into the riverbed. Each timber was around 6 meters long, and the gaps between were stuffed full of soil, gravel, and stones. The dam was protected from floating debris by breakwaters. Dozens of mills benefited from the water that was channeled by the dam, which in turn helped produce enough flour to feed thousands. Around 1250, a local group of important men formed the Bazakal Milling Company and shared any profits made. The shares were traded in Toulouse on the open market, and as such the syndicate has been described as one of the earliest examples of a joint stock company. The company survived for centuries, even after the Bazakal was converted into a hydroelectric power station in 1890. The company was nationalized in 1946. A gateway to the divine, Gothic cathedrals. During the Middle Ages, the growing population and wealth of European cities created a desire among the people to produce grander buildings. Religion dominated society, and as far as the church was concerned, size was important. Growing numbers of pilgrims needed to be accommodated, and their place of worship needed to be bigger, taller, lighter, and more awe-inspiring than anything they had seen before. Cathedrals were constructed all over Christendom, such as the one in Cologne, Germany, the largest in Northern Europe, which can accommodate up to 8,000 people, or Amiens, the largest cathedral in France, which was completed in 1270. According to local oral tradition, when the members of the Seville Cathedral chapter got together to build the largest Gothic church in the world, they said, quote, "Let us build a church so beautiful and so grand that those who see it finished will take us for mad." It is staggering to think how these architectural wonders were built with only the resources and manpower that was available during the Middle Ages. Their open interiors with huge vaulted ceilings, flying buttresses, vast pointed arches, and intricate stained glass windows are still breathtaking even today. In 1311, Lincoln Cathedral became the tallest cathedral in the world. Its spire reached the height of over 160 meters or 525 feet, and was the tallest building in the world between 1311 and 1548, when the spire was destroyed during a storm. Engineering in the Middle Ages was not just about construction, it was about creating a heritage. Medievals, as some may think, weren't just a bunch of superstitious backward people. During the Middle Ages, there were magnificent achievements thought up by brilliant minds with vision, talent, and hope. Thank you so much for watching today's episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and as always, I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has a fantastic week. Cheers! There is no doubt that in the Catholic Europe of the Middle Ages, monogamous marriage was the way to go. The medieval church held enormous power and control over the people, and this included their sex lives. Sex was something to be endured and was accepted within a marriage, joining one man to one woman for procreation. You married and had children, or became celibate and joined the clergy. Any other sexual acts such as masturbation, oral sex, and homosexuality were known as sodomy and made illegal, as they could not lead to conception. As far as multiple marriages went, the rules left no place for polygamy. Or did they? So you think you know everything about knights, castles, and kings? Well, hold on to your chainmail because we're starting a history channel all about the Roman Empire. Now I know what you're thinking, wait, Roman Empire, isn't that before my favourite medieval legends? Well, yes, but stick with me. Rome is where it all started. From the fall of the mighty empire to the rise of your medieval knights, it's a story that's all connected. So if you're ready to learn about this incredible time period, join the toga party over at our new channel, The Roman Empire. It's going to be totally worth the detour in your historical journey, so I'll leave a link to it in the description below. And now for today's video, welcome to Medieval Madness. Early ambiguity. According to the philosopher George Hayward Joyce, quote, "When the Christian church came into being, polygamy was still practiced by the Jews. We indeed find no references to it in the New Testament, and from this some have inferred that it must have fallen into disuse, and that at the time of our Lord the Jewish people had become monogamous. But the conclusion appears to be unwarranted. Josephus, the 1st century Jewish Roman historian, speaks of polygamy as a recognized institution, and Justin Martyr, an early Christian apologist and philosopher, makes it a matter of reproach to Trypho that the Jewish teachers permitted a man to have several wives." Trypho, another early Christian philosopher who was around in the 2nd century, went on to document Martyr's attempts to show that Christianity was the new law for all men, and to use the scriptures to prove that Jesus was the Messiah. Joyce added that, quote, "Indeed, when in 212 AD the constitution of Antonius gave the rights of Roman citizenship to great numbers of Jews, it was found necessary to tolerate polygamy among them, even though it was against Roman law for a citizen to have more than one wife. In 285 AD, a constitution of Diocletian and Maximin, joint emperors in the East, banned polygamy to all subjects of the empire without exception. But with the Jews at least, the enactment failed of its effect, and in 393 AD, a special law was issued by Emperor Theodosius to compel the Jews to relinquish this national custom. Even so, they were not induced to conform." Tertullian was another early Christian apologist, meaning that he was someone who defended Christianity, and author from Carthage in the Roman province of Africa. He was around at the end of the 2nd and beginning of the 3rd centuries, and is known as the father of Latin Christianity, as he was the first theologian to produce Christian literature in Latin. He noted that for Christians, marriage was lawful, but polygamy was not. Quote, "We do not indeed forbid the union of man and woman, blessed by God as the seminary of the human race, and devised for the replenishment of the earth and the furnishing of the world, and therefore permitted." But he also stipulated that marriage had to be done singly. Quote, "For Adam was the one husband of Eve, and Eve his one wife, one woman, one rib. There were more ribs in Adam, but not more wives in the eyes of God." Later certainty. By the 4th century, the attitude towards plural marriage was becoming much more hardline. Basil of Caesarea, also known as Basil the Great, a Roman Christian bishop, wrote that, quote, "Such a state is no longer called marriage, but polygamy, or indeed a moderate fornication." He ordered those partaking it to be excommunicated and shut out of the church for up to 5 years, or until they, quote, "have shown some fruitful repentance." Basil also backed up his statement against polygamy by stating that his views were, quote, "accepted as the church's usual practice, not from the priests, but rather in agreement with our predecessors." In the 2nd half of the 4th century, St. Augustine, Bishop of Hippo in North Africa, believed it was unlawful to, quote, "ordain any as a steward of the church, save the husband of one wife, because the good purpose of marriage was better promoted by one husband with one wife than by a husband with several wives, as the very first union of a married pair was made by the divine being himself." He also referred to marriage as a sacrament, in other words, a Christian rite that is particularly significant. The Greco-Christian church historian Socrates of Constantinople recorded that the Roman Emperor Valentinian I took 2 wives in the 5th century and allowed his subjects to do the same. As Christianity had become the official religion of the Roman Empire in 380, when the Edict of Thessalonica was issued, this supported the idea that Christians were indeed practicing polygamy. However, there is no trace of any such law being passed. According to the Easter Chronicle, written in the 7th century, Valentinian divorced his first wife before marrying his mistress, and this was seen as bigamy by Socrates because the church did not accept divorce. The lawmakers. In 673, the church held a synod in Hertford, England. It was the first general council of the Anglo-Saxon Church and was convened by Theodore of Tarsus, Archbishop of Canterbury. The monk and scholar, the Venerable Bede, recorded the results of that meeting in his book, The Ecclesiastical History of the English People. The most important bishops and priests in the land sat down there to decide on the canonical decrees. There were 10 chapters in all. The final chapter discusses the rules of marriage and states that, quote, "Nothing be allowed but lawful wedlock. Let none be guilty of incest, and let none leave his wife except for fornication, as the Holy Gospel teaches. If anyone puts away his wife who is joined to him in holy matrimony, he may not take another if he wishes to be a true Christian, but he must either remain as he is, or be reconciled with his own wife." So it is declared that marriage can only occur between one man and one woman. Separation, but not divorce, is allowed if adultery is committed, but then remarriage is still not allowed. And lawbreakers. In the Viking Age, which began around the year 800 AD and lasted for 2.5 centuries, the pagan Viking men would often kidnap women from the foreign lands that they pillaged for either marriage or concubinage, a couple living together but not married. The Annals of Ulster state that in 821, the Vikings plundered Howth on the outskirts of Dublin, Ireland, and carried off a great number of women into captivity. Viking men could have more than one wife, as well as concubines. Obtaining multiple wives through kidnapping was also carried out in Christian cultures. It was Clovis, the first king of the Franks, who compiled the Salic law around 500 AD. This civil law code remained the foundation of Frankish law throughout the early Middle Ages and shaped future European legal systems. There must have been a problem with the kidnapping of women during the 9th century, as it was forbidden in the Frankish laws of 818. King Stephen I of Hungary reigned in the early 11th century. In the 27th law that he issued, he declared that the kidnapper must return the woman to her parents, even if she had been raped, and pay a fine to the parents. Then, according to Hungarian law, she was free to marry another. During the Middle Ages, as well as other eras, men, especially those in positions of power, married one woman but had sex with many others. A concubine was more like a secondary wife, only lower in status, whereas a mistress only had an extramarital sexual relationship with a married man. Some families approved of and encouraged the relationship between a woman and a man of higher status, especially if they were at court, as it provided the woman with economic security and the family with prestige. In the 11th century, the Roman Council suspended any layman who had a wife and a concubine at the same time from taking Holy Communion. The Carolingian king, Lothair II of Lotharingia, was forbidden from divorcing his barren wife Teutberga and marrying his concubine Waldrada by Pope Nicholas the Great. The Bishop of Lotharingia, the northern parts of Middle Francia, met, along with the Archbishop of Coln and Trier, and annulled Lothair's marriage to Teutberga, but the Pope rejected their decision and made him take his wife back. In Scandinavia, the 12th century Norwegian bishop Ulstein Eriksson declared that concubines, or fril as they were known, were banned from receiving the sacraments unless they married. Men were also forced to promise marriage to any woman who they had sex with outside of matrimony. Later, in the following century in 1280, King Erik Magnusson changed the law so that men were exempt from the promise of marriage to their concubine, but they had to go to confession and do penance instead. In 1305, King Haakon V Magnusson passed a law that made it illegal for any couples to cohabit unless they were married. He declared that only married women could dress as they pleased, and restrictions were put on the dress of concubines. Outside of Christendom, concubinage was very popular all over East Asia. In China, successful men often had concubines up until 1949, when the Chinese Communist Party came to power and forbade the practice. In Korea, during the Joseon period, which lasted for 505 years from 1392, monarchs had a harem of concubines of differing ranks. The perks of being a mother. Across Europe, the children of a monarch's mistress could gain positions of considerable power. In France, the position of the king's mistress was officially acknowledged. Take the case of Henry Fitzroy, the illegitimate son of Henry VIII of England. Fitzroy was the son of Elizabeth Betty Blount and the king, and was born when Henry was about 10 years into marriage with his first wife, Catherine of Aragon. Fitzroy had no less than Cardinal Wolsey as his godfather, and was given his surname so that there could be no doubt that he was the son of a king. Fitz meaning son of, and Roy meaning king. Henry even showed his son off at court. In 1525, when he was 6 years old, Fitzroy was referred to as Henry's beloved son by the cardinal, and was made the Duke of Richmond and Somerset. 4 years later, he was made Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. Betty, just one of Henry VIII's many mistresses, had noble significance at court, as she had provided the king with the son he so desperately wanted. In 13th century Italy, Bianca Lancia, mistress of the King of Sicily, Frederick II, gave birth to 3 of his children. Their first daughter, Constance, married the Emperor of Nicaea. Their second daughter, Violante, married the Count of Carcetta, and their son Manfred succeeded his father to become the ruler of Sicily. Bianca was finally married to King Frederick on her deathbed. Agnes of Curing was the first documented mistress of a Bohemian monarch. King Ottokar II of Bohemia married Margaret of Austria when she was 48, and she was already German queen from her first marriage. Margaret was no longer able to bear children, and according to the chronicler Poklava of Radnin, quote, "At first, Margaret's shame of infertility was attributed to her husband. When the prince learned about that, he said, 'Give me one of your ladies and prove my potency or impotence.' She agreed and gave him one of the girls she loved more than others, Agnes, the daughter of the House of Curing from Austria. In the first year, she bore him a son, Nicholas, who was later made Duke of Opava. In addition, she made him father of 3 daughters. So the infertility was credited to his wife. All of Agnes's daughters married lords. King Ottokar asked Pope Alexander IV to recognize his children as legitimate, as he had no heir. The Pope did so, but stipulated that they could not inherit the throne. Without an heir, Ottokar annulled his marriage to Margaret in 1261, and then married Agnes. Only joking, he actually went on to marry a completely different woman named Kunguda of Hague and had a further 4 children, and nothing more is known of Agnes. Medieval men may have had monogamous marriages, but they certainly had polygamous sex. Who says romance is dead? Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, as we do release a new one every Friday. Until next time, I hope everyone has an amazing week. Cheers! For hundreds of years, for whatever reason, whether innocent or guilty, men, women and children have found themselves in prison. Imagine travelling back to the Middle Ages and spending time inside one of those, quote, unregulated, frequently packed, verminous, ill-ventilated and badly sewered places. Welcome to Medieval Madness. It's all about the money. As with most things, money talks, so it was better to go into prison with plenty of it, or at least have rich friends on the outside. The papal chaplain Amaury de Montfort was imprisoned by his cousin King Edward I of England at Corfe Castle in 1276. He resided there along with his retinue of 8 grooms and 4 valets. It doesn't seem like Amaury was having too hard a time of it. The prison tower at Conway Castle was built sometime in the 1280s by Edward I during his conquest of Wales. The criminals' accommodation there demonstrates the difference between the classes of prisoners. Suspected felons were kept in the lower chambers, which could only be reached through a trapdoor and was ventilated by a tiny window high up on the wall. But you could just walk into the debtors' chambers, which had much larger windows. You could only hope that you might be sent to one of the prisons that was regarded as being easier. Ludgate in London, which opened around 1378, was temporarily closed on occasions because it was thought to provide a relatively comfortable confinement. From Ludgate, the convicts were sent to Newgate, where many of them died. Another jail considered too comfy was the Fleet, described by John Paston, who served time there on 3 separate occasions, as a fair prison. The Fleet, like the Tower, was classed as one of the king's prisons and usually housed people who owed him money. That meant that the inmates were likely to be from the higher classes of society. Maybe you could lie and claim that you owed money to the Exchequer to be committed there, even if you had been accused of some other offence. You would need a little bit of coinage to get in though. The keeper charged 2 shillings and 6p at the door, 2 shillings more than any of the other London prisons. It stands to reason that in the Middle Ages, if you were a poor and petty criminal, you would be subjected to worse conditions than someone rich and a murderer. It doesn't appear fair, but the medievals were happy to accept this. Having to pay the keeper of the prison for basic provisions like food, bedding, coal and lamps at inflated prices was going to be a struggle too, if you couldn't afford to bring your own. Luckily, the medievals were big on charity, so destitute prisoners would have relied on alms, charitable bequests and confiscated foodstuffs. And there was always the option of sharing a bed, because that worked out cheaper. Although the Fleet might have been a good choice, there were times when the health of the prisoners was endangered there. In 1354, some butchers threw the guts from slaughtered animals into a nearby wharf, causing bad sanitation within the jail. And again, 2 years later, some workers established tanneries nearby and built latrines on the banks of a surrounding ditch. Even staying at the Tower of London didn't guarantee a salubrious detention. In 1295, Matthew of the Exchequer complained that he had been subjected to a number of enormities while confined there, saying that he was, quote, put in the black cellar on the bare ground, where he remained for 2 years without any kind of fire or light, nor had he anything to drink except from the well of the tower, where the rats drowned themselves. It seemed that even the vermin understood that the conditions were too appalling. Outside influences would always affect the inmates and what went on inside the prison walls. Nationwide epidemics and famine, like the one in 1316, caused a sharp upturn in deaths in English prisons. Impure drinking water was always a problem, and contagious diseases like jail fever, which we now know to be typhus, were rife. Escape. You may have been able to escape if you were lucky. 4 prisoners made it out of Newgate Prison in London by climbing up onto the roof with a female hostage. Richard, son of Nigel, escaped from Oxford Prison in 1225 simply by walking out. The lack of supervision at Oxford was an obvious problem. Richard justified his escape by saying that prison was bad for him. He was later thrown into solitary confinement at Northampton Jail, where he said he was mentally affected and believed that the devil had appeared to him dressed as a monk. He had no alternative but to pull stones out of the walls and throw them at the demon to defend himself. He had attempted to break out of 3 places using this method, digging out a basin full, a barrow full, and then a cartload full of stones. Despite his desperate attempts to break out, Richard was dragged to a place of execution and hanged. Manacles were often used to stop escapes, although when Richard was put in irons at Northampton, he was able to break the clip from the chain that fastened him to the block. John Blakeman was taken to a tower in Canterbury in 1220. He had been kept in the deepest part of the prison, but still managed to break out despite wearing 3 pairs of irons. The term irons could cover all manner of implements attached to the body to hold it down. It could be a chain around the neck, or the wrists or ankles. John Pearce wrote to a member of the Paston family in Norfolk that he was fettered worse than ever and was manacled in the hands by day and night. In 1391 at Northampton Jail there were 2 iron columns for tying up prisoners with begging bowls. At Hertford in 1509 there were 3 great iron shoes and 3 pairs of thumbscrews that looked suspiciously like instruments of torture. So it would seem that some wardens were not adverse to brutalizing prisoners when they felt inclined. By the end of the 13th century, breaking out of the King's Jail was only punishable by death if the crime by which you were being held was a capital offence, so it was often worth the risk. With a little help from your friends. You may be able to get your friends to help with the escape plan. In 1281, during the Peasants' Revolt, rebels were able to free a serf imprisoned in Rochester Jail, and in London at Marshalsea, the keeper of the prison was dragged outside by the protesters and summarily executed. In 1450, during Jack Cade's revolt, a great deal of damage was caused at Newgate, and the keeper there was not only fined, but he got a taste of his own medicine when he too was imprisoned. And if you were inside because of an owed debt, then the keeper would be liable for that too. This was one of the better consequences of an escape attempt, the punishment of a keeper. There were exceptions, but for the most part keepers were cruel and greedy men, the pay was low, and the job thankless. The only way they could make a decent living was by extorting the prisoners in their care. But beware, your fellow inmates might also be held responsible for your escape even if they were not involved or even unaware of your intentions. And if you escaped and were caught, you would usually be moved to another jail to start your prison term again. Time already served meant nothing once you had absconded. Cold captives. In the countryside, there were no purpose-built prisons. A castle would seem to be the obvious place to house a suspect, and many had dungeons just for this purpose. However, prisoners were not always kept in the actual building, but in cages and huts around the castle yard where they were exposed to the elements. As well as a form of punishment, stocks were also used as open-air prisons, and many people were held in them until they could be transferred for trial. 4 pairs of great wooden stocks were built in Chester in 1301 for the secure custody of those accused. In Salisbury in 1384, some prisoners had died because they were kept in the stocks during a cold winter. A rotting of the feet was also quite common for those confined to the stocks. In one case from the 13th century, a man and a woman suffered from an aggregate of 1 foot. Often this putrefaction of the feet occurred inside prisons as well because of the use of fetters on the ankles. There were separate prisons for the wayward churchmen. Any cleric accused of a crime could plead clergy and be tried by an ecclesiastical court rather than a secular court. Church court was usually more lenient, believing in penitence in prison rather than execution or mutilation, even for the more serious offences. So maybe if you have your head tonsured and read a piece of the Latin Bible, you might be able to take advantage of this legal loophole. In York, the Minster Cathedral had its own prison for naughty members of the church. York also had the only known forest prison used for anyone who was caught breaking the laws of the forest. In 1135, a man called David was known as the King's Larderer. He was responsible for making sure that the king had enough meat to eat when he visited York, and was also the keeper of the forest prison. Smoggy, stinky, and swarming with lice. Whenever outside pandemics or famine swept across a region, they would of course affect the prisons. It's not like the inmates were getting large amounts of fresh fruit and vegetables to help them stay healthy and boost their immune systems. Sanitation was practically non-existent even in the jails that had the luxury of purpose-built privies, and ventilation was pretty poor too. Probably to try and keep any disease in rather than to keep the fresh air out. Some of the rooms had fires, but chimneys weren't really a thing until the 15th century, even in wealthy homes, so the air would have been thick and unpleasant with smoke, although there would at least have been the bonus of being a little warmer. The authorities were desperate to keep any disease from spreading to the outside world. For the medievals, a lawbreaker was thought of as someone who was diseased and needed to be kept away from the decent members of society anyway. Overcrowding was a problem in medieval prisons, and too many people meant too little food. In 1306, Warwick Jail was said to be, quote, so full of prisoners that many of them had died and die from day to day. and inside Newgate in 1341 it was, quote, so full of prisoners that they were continually dying of hunger and oppression, starvation and disease. Parasites also thrived among the frequently packed assemblage of unwashed inside the ill-ventilated and badly sewered rooms. At York Prison, quote, the very walls are said to be covered with lice. At another jail, quote, lice crackling under their feet made such a noise as walking on the shells which were strewed over garden walks. Being innocent and hoping for a quick trial and release was probably hopeless too, as many suspects had to wait years to receive justice. In the 13th century, one alleged horse thief waited 2 years for his trial before acquittal. At Guildford Jail, a woman who was supposed to have murdered her husband was left to rot for 20 years. These are just a few reasons why you probably wouldn't last 24 hours in a medieval prison. But the real question is, why the hell would you want to? Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet, and I'll see you next week for another video. Have a great week. Cheers. There are many medieval ruins scattered throughout England, and the landscape is full of crumbling abbeys that were left to deteriorate after Henry VIII's Reformation. But there are also quite a few little-known palaces that were once magnificent during the Middle Ages and were also discarded. Some were abandoned because of fire or war, and others just fell out of favour with their wealthy owners. Let's travel back in time now and visit some of these splendid buildings that have been lost to history. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Linlithgow Palace. This once majestic royal residence now stands ruined and roofless. Linlithgow can be found about 15 miles west of Edinburgh in West Lothian, Scotland. It has magnificent views standing on a small hill above a loch. The name Linlithgow means the loch in the damp hollow. The Romans originally occupied the site, and a royal residence could be found there from the beginning of the reign of the Scottish King David in 1124. Edward I of England invaded Scotland in 1296. Known as the Hammer of the Scots, he decided that Linlithgow would make a perfect military base, being halfway between the castles of Edinburgh and Stirling. Edward had the manor fortified, and in September of 1302, 140 women and 60 men helped to dig the ditches around the site. The men were paid 2 pence and the women 1 penny a day. In 1330, Linlithgow was retaken by the Scots for King Robert the Bruce. In 1424, after his return from captivity in England, it was the Stuart King James I who ordered work to begin on the rebuild to turn the building into a palace fit for Scottish royalty. Following this, his heirs continued the work to create an impressive palace, with James IV adding royal apartments and James V a 3-tiered courtyard fountain. The ill-fated Mary Queen of Scots was born at Linlithgow in 1542. In 1603, after the death of Elizabeth I, it was Mary's son James VI of Scotland and First of England who ruled Scotland and England together through the union of the crowns. However, the royal court was mostly based in England, and the unused Linlithgow fell into disrepair. The end came in 1746 when a fire ravaged the once majestic palace. Savoy Palace. During the Middle Ages, many noble palaces lay behind London city walls. One of the most desirable locations for these noble houses was the Strand. With a frontage on the Thames River, the Strand was downstream and usually downwind of the stench and smoke of the city. In 1246, King Henry III gave the land between the Thames and the Strand to Peter, Count of Savoy, an uncle to his wife Queen Eleanor. In the medieval period, the palace was said to have been the grandest in London. The magnificent edifice was thought to have consisted of an inner courtyard surrounded by several buildings, including a chapel and cloister, stables, a bakehouse, a kitchen, and a famous rose garden. The palace was large enough to hold up to 150 knights and their retainers, along with hundreds of servants, financial clerks, and members of the clergy. Geoffrey Chaucer began to write the Canterbury Tales whilst he was a clerk at the Savoy. Later, the Savoy was gifted to Edmund, Earl of Lancaster, and eventually inherited by Prince John of Gaunt, a son of Edward III. John was one of the richest men in England, second only to his nephew, King Richard II. Rich and powerful men always attract enemies, and when the Peasants' Revolt began in 1381, Savoy Palace with its lavish ornaments, tapestries, and jewels became the focus of that hatred. The palace was systematically taken apart brick by the rioters, and what wasn't smashed was thrown into the Thames before the Savoy was burnt to the ground. Anyone found looting was said to have been killed by their fellow rioters. One story tells how 32 men drank themselves to death after being trapped in the cellar during the fire. The word Savoy is still linked to opulence, and the site of the palace is now home to the Grand Savoy Hotel and the Savoy Theatre. Palace of Winchester. Located within the parish of Suffolk, Winchester Palace was founded in the 12th century by the brother of King Stephen, Henry of Blois. As Bishop of Winchester, Henry was a major landowner, served as Chancellor to the King, and was in charge of the royal treasury. This meant that he needed to regularly attend both court and parliament, and he decided to build himself a grand palace in the city, where he could stay when carrying out these duties. Other bishops also had episcopal palaces in London, such as Lambeth Palace, home to the Archbishop of Canterbury. Winchester's Great Hall was built around 1136 and enlarged in the 14th century when the rose window was added. Beneath the hall was an ornate vaulted cellar with direct access to a wharf on the River Thames for the transportation of supplies. The building, which was one of the most important in medieval London, had apartments arranged around 2 courtyards along with a garden, tennis court, a brewery, buttery, kitchen, butchery, and a prison. There were many ecclesiastical prisons maintained by the Catholic Church in the Middle Ages that were used for the imprisonment of both clerics and laymen accused of crimes against the Church. The palace served as a venue for the wedding of King James I of Scotland to Joan Beaufort, who was the niece of the then Bishop Cardinal Henry Beaufort, in 1424. Winchester Palace remained in use until around 1700, when it was converted into warehouses and tenements. The Palace of Winchester was destroyed by fire in 1814. The remains of the Great Hall and the Rose Window can still be seen in Bankside, London. Bishop's Waltham Palace. In 904, King Edward the Elder, son of King Alfred, decided that he liked Denewulf, Bishop of Winchester's estate in Portchester, better than his manor house at Waltham in Hampshire, so he did a swap with the clergyman. From there, the land was passed down through the Winchester bishops. Then, in 1158, not content with just one magnificent palace, Henry de Blois, as a later bishop, decided to build another one. Being one of the richest churchmen in Europe, he was able to have the manor remodeled and extended. Cardinal Beaufort, half-brother of King Henry IV, often resided at Waltham Palace. He carried out further renovations and added an extra story to the west tower of his private apartments, a new chapel, and a new inner gatehouse and living areas. In his will, Beaufort left Queen Margaret of Anjou the, quote, blue bed of gold and damask at his palace of Waltham, in the room where the Queen used to lie where she was at that palace, and 3 suits of the arras hangings in the same room. In the 14th century, William of Wykeham, who was Chancellor to both King Edward III and Richard II, remodeled the palace with a new service area, kitchen, great hall, and a great chamber. Waltham Palace was popular with the royals. Henry V visited there, and both Henry VIII, who described it as a fair old house, and his eldest daughter Queen Mary I liked to stay at Waltham. Mary even visited there before her marriage to King Philip II of Spain at Winchester Cathedral. In 1644, the palace was destroyed during the English Civil War. It was held for the king by a garrison, but was surrendered to Cromwell's forces after a long siege. The then Bishop Walter Curll was said to have escaped the palace in a dung cart. It is thought to have been set on fire, as it was reported by a royalist supporter that Waltham House was in ashes. Clarendon Palace. Clarendon Forest in Wiltshire, England was probably used as a royal hunting ground in the early Middle Ages, and by 1130 a hunting lodge had been built on the site. At first, the lodge had a freestanding great hall, chapel, and wine cellar, but it was extended during the reign of King John and again by Henry II and Henry III, which resulted in a much larger building. Richard II even added a dancing chamber. In 1164, Henry II, in an attempt to limit papal power and restrict ecclesiastical privilege, announced the constitutions of Clarendon whilst at the palace. The fallout from this resulted in one of the most infamous murders in English history, the death of Archbishop Thomas A. Becket at Canterbury Cathedral. By 1252, Queen Eleanor of Provence, wife to King Henry III, had a chapel, 3 chambers, a wardrobe, and a suite of apartments at Clarendon over 2 floors. In the Queen's Hall was an imposing fireplace with double marble columns and a carved-over mantel. The windows of her rooms were glazed, some with figured glass. The chapel on the upper floor had a marble altar and was painted with scenes from the life of St. Catherine. It was at Clarendon that King Henry VI first started to show signs of insanity in 1453. By 1500, the buildings were no longer being maintained, and by the Civil War, the palace was in ruins. Palace of Placentia. There had been a royal manor house at Greenwich from the reign of King Edward I in the 13th century. Also known as Greenwich Palace, this royal residence was built in 1443 by Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester. Meant as an escape from the chaos of the City of London, the building was designed simply for entertainment and pleasure, and was originally named Bella Court. Humphrey was regent to his nephew, King Henry VI, but when they had a falling out and Humphrey was arrested for high treason, like many medieval nobles, he died in prison under mysterious circumstances. Then it was Margaret of Anjou, the king's wife, who inherited Bella Court. The house then became known as the Palace of Placentia, or the Palace of Plaisance. Between the years of 1498 and 1504, Henry VII had the palace redeveloped and transformed it into London's leading royal residence. With state apartments and a chapel all built around 3 large courtyards, the once small manor house now became home to famous monarchs. Henry VIII and his daughters Mary I and Elizabeth I were all born at Placentia. As king, Henry VIII continued the renovations, building forges, stables, armories, and a new banqueting hall. He held huge parties, banquets, and jousts there. The lavish Christmas feast of 1516 is remembered as the first masquerade party ever held in England. It was at one of the jousts held at Placentia that the king was thrown from his horse and lay unconscious for 2 hours. He never jousted again. It was also in the grounds of Placentia that Sir Walter Raleigh threw his cloak over a puddle so that his beloved Queen Elizabeth could walk over it and not get her feet wet. The palace was the principal residence for both King James I and Charles I, but once Oliver Cromwell took control of the country during the English Civil War, it fell into disrepair. Cromwell made a failed attempt at selling Placentia, but with no takers he transformed the building into a biscuit factory and a prisoner of war camp. 2 environments that naturally go together well. The Palace of Placentia was demolished in the 17th century and the site was used to construct Greenwich Hospital in 1694. Thank you for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, have a great week. Cheers! Many forms of torture were utilized during the Middle Ages, but the rack was perhaps the most popular and most feared. Although it was common for joints to be dislocated during the process, the torture could tear a victim's limbs apart and rip them from their sockets. Heads up, this video is pretty gnarly. Welcome to Medieval Madness. An unlawful act. Torture has never been officially sanctioned in the law courts of England. It was always used as an instrument of the state and allowed under the warrant of a monarch. Guy Fawkes and his fellow conspirators who were involved in the failed gunpowder plot were tortured under a warrant signed by King James I, and the torture used under the royal warrant was the rack. The Tudors were quite fond of a bit of torture too, as apparently the rack seldom stood idle in the Tower for all the latter part of Elizabeth's reign. Those who were in charge of executing the warrant had to report the results of their interrogation sessions directly back to the monarch. Evidence was taken before, during, and after torture. In Old English law, a prisoner had to make a plea of either guilty or not guilty before a trial could proceed. The only exception to this rule was in the case of treason, when a refusal to plead was treated as an admission of guilt. It was important to try and make a prisoner who stood mute of malice declare one way or the other, because the property of a person who was sentenced to death and subsequently executed was forfeited to the crown. Victims knew that if they wished their heirs to inherit their estate and they died whilst undergoing torture rather than at execution, without making a plea, the forfeiture was void, and their relatives would receive their inheritance. Later rules were laid out by the courts that included a torture clause, but that didn't work and still a lot of prisoners refused to plead because many did not want their children to suffer the stigma of a hanged father. An order was made for torture as soon as refusal was made for a plea. In the early Middle Ages, the prisoner was then taken back to prison, stripped naked, and made to lie on the stone floor of the cell. All comforts such as rushes, blankets, or a mattress were taken away. Each of his limbs was stretched out to the 4 corners of the cell and shackled to metal rings. He was left there until he either made a plea or died. On the first day, he would be given nothing to drink and just a small piece of barley bread. On the second day, he would be given a little water, which lay nearest to the prison and meant it was probably stagnant. This continued with bread one day and water the next until the prisoner either relented and made a plea or died from starvation or disease. Some men lasted for weeks, and one lived on for as long as 40 days, so it was decided that weights should be laid on top of the prisoner, including stone slabs and iron bars, as much as he could bear and more. Early origins. The most primitive type of rack is thought to have originated in ancient Greece. The playwright Aristophanes wrote a comedy named The Frogs around the year 406 BCE. In it, Aristophanes mentions how Bacchus, disguised as a slave, is tortured in every way by tying him to a ladder, by suspending him, by scourging him with a whip, by cudgeling him, and by racking him. Later, Bacchus has vinegar poured into his nostrils and bricks heaped upon him just to make sure. So we know that racking was around in the 5th century BC. In the 4th century BC, the rack was used to force a confession from Herostratus. He was accused of burning down the Greek temple of Artemis in Ephesus, which was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Herostratus did confess under the torture, saying that he did it in an attempt to immortalize his name. If only he could see this YouTube video now. And according to the Greek historian Arion of Nicomedia, Alexander the Great had his pages tortured on the rack along with their mentor because they had conspired to assassinate him. The great Roman historian Tacitus wrote about the failed use of the rack in an attempt to obtain the names of those responsible for an assassination attempt on Emperor Nero in 65 AD. A leading member of the plot was a free woman named Epicharis. She was brought before Nero and ordered to be put on the rack. Despite the horrific torture that she suffered, Epicharis refused to name any of her co-conspirators or admit her guilt. She was carried back to the rack on the second day in a sedan chair because her arms and legs were so badly broken. On the way there, she was able to strangle herself using the girdle that fastened her to the chair. Tacitus praised her strength, concluding that many senators had betrayed their relatives without being tortured. The Russians named this form of punishment the shoe. It was recorded as a form of torture in 1229 in a contract made between the Russian city of Smolensk and the Baltic city of Riga, where the guilty were placed in the rack. The Duke's Daughter. Most historians agree that it was John Holland, 2nd Duke of Exeter, who introduced the rack into England. Holland was the Constable of the Tower of London in 1447. This is why the rack became known as the Duke of Exeter's Daughter. It was mostly used to extract confessions from those suspected of treason or heresy. A standard rack was an oblong frame of wood, slightly raised from the ground, having at one end a fixed bar to which the legs were fastened, and at the other end a movable bar to which the hands were tied. Using pulleys and levers, this latter could be rolled on its own axis, thus straining the ropes till the sufferer's joints were dislocated. As the medieval period went on, other embellishments and special improvements were added to the main mechanism, such as the one in Languedoc, France, which, in addition to the main rack which pulled the victim asunder by the feet and hands, had extra little racks devised to operate independently on each of his fingers and toes. The French also added other modifications like the spiked rollers that sliced open the skin and muscles of the back to intensify the pain. Some variations had a foot brace and a head frame to increase control, and a wheel to mechanize the stretching. As the rack evolved, we can see not only the advancement of technology during the Middle Ages, but also the growing brutality and inhumanity of the period. First, the horrified victim would be dragged to the rack, their arms and legs stretched out across a wooden frame, and their wrists and ankles bound down tightly with leather straps. With a roller at each end of the rack, the victim's arms and legs were attached by rope to each one. There would be a handle and ratchet mechanism fixed to the top roller, which the torturer's assistant would gradually turn to retract the rope. As the ropes began to tighten, the prisoner's body would begin to stretch, and a slight pressure would be felt in the shoulders, hips, knees, and elbows. At first, it wouldn't feel so bad, sort of like a morning stretch as you get out of bed. Then the aching and discomfort would begin, followed by the physical pain with every turn of the handle. But then the pain would suddenly stop, and the pressure would be released because this process was never meant to be quick. The torture was psychological as well as physical, and the prisoner had to be given the chance to confess, or at least divulge any important information. Sometimes a victim was strong and their spirit would not be broken, so the process began again. This time, with every creak of the tightening rope, the pain became more and more unbearable, even excruciating, as the spaces between the vertebrae began to expand and crack, and the joints dislocated as bones popped out of their sockets. Breathing became shallower as the victim's ribcage put pressure on his lungs, and a pitiful moaning noise escaped him as the muscles were torn and the man was crippled for the rest of his life. Still, the prisoner might not break, and the torturer can only wish that his rack had spiked rollers that would have sliced and torn the flesh from the criminal's back. Perhaps then he would have talked. Maybe the torturer would just keep going until the prisoner's limbs were torn from his body, and he could be left there to bleed out and die alone and in agony. A religious racking. The rack was used during many interrogations and torture sessions during the Middle Ages, including those of the Knights Templars and Sir William Wallace. It was also used in heresy cases such as that of Anne Askew. She was condemned as a Protestant heretic and is the only woman thought to have been both tortured at the Tower of London and then burned at the stake. In her own words, she described her torture, quote, "Then they did put me on the rack because I confessed no ladies or gentlewomen to be of my opinion, and there as they kept me a long time. And because I lay still and did not cry, my Lord Chancellor and Master Rich took pains to rack me with their hands till I was nigh dead. Then the lieutenant caused me to be loosed from the rack. In continually I swooned, and then they recovered me again." Anne was shown the rack in the White Tower and asked to name those who worshipped as she did. When she refused to name any others, she was told to remove her clothing and was placed on the rack in just her shift. As she was stretched, her body was twice raised about 5 inches above the rack. The lieutenant of the tower refused to continue the torture and went to seek out the king for a pardon. But her torturers, the Lord Chancellor and Sir Richard Rich, continued to turn the handles so hard that Anne's knees and elbows were dislocated, and her shoulders and her hips were torn from their sockets. Her screams were heard by the lieutenant's wife and daughter, who were in the garden next to the White Tower. Anne refused to name any who believed as she did or renounce her beliefs, and was convicted of heresy. Because of the torture she had endured, Anne, like Ephicaris before her, had to be carried on a chair to her execution as she could not walk. She was burned to death at Smithfield in London in 1546, aged just 25 years old. Across the course of history, the rack, along with other medieval torture devices, is a testament to the darker aspects of our past. In the Middle Ages, it was an accepted form of punishment and interrogation. The reputation of the rack filled people with so much terror that often just giving a suspected criminal a mere glimpse of the contraption was enough to elicit a confession. If the prisoner didn't confess or spill the required information immediately, then the Inquisition could go on for many agonizing hours, sometimes even for days. Thank you for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Have a great week. Cheers. The 22nd of March 1144 was Holy Saturday, the day before Easter. Outside the city walls, the forester Henry de Sproston was riding through Thorpe Wood on the outskirts of Norwich, England. Among other things, Henry was looking for thieves who were known to cut timber without permission. Suddenly, he came across a peasant who led him to the mutilated body of a young boy lying under a tree. Needless to say, it was pretty obvious that a crime had been committed. The boy's name was William, and no one could have imagined that the discovery of his body would lead to the first ever example of a ritual murder charge, with horrific consequences that would echo down the centuries. Welcome to Medieval Madness. The body. Henry wasn't the first person to come across the corpse of 12-year-old William. Lady Lagarda, a Norman aristocratic nun, had chosen to go back to her convent and say some prayers for the boy rather than alert the authorities, seemingly unworried by the experience. The peasant who informed Henry about the body had probably only shown it to the forester to detract from his own wrongdoings. This is how life was in the Middle Ages. Death was everywhere, especially when England was in the middle of the civil war between Stephen and Matilda, the children of King Henry I. Vicious attacks were commonplace. Innocents were being hacked to death on highways, and abbeys were ransacked as criminals used the war as an excuse for violence. Even knights were cutting off their victims' noses and nailing them to trees. Henry, who worked for the Bishop of Norwich, became responsible for the investigation into the death. With the help of people from the community, the boy was identified as William, a young apprentice leathermaker, and he was buried beneath the tree at the site of his murder. Within a couple of weeks, the boy's family accused the local Jews of murdering William. The boy's uncle, who was a priest named Godwin Sturt, had identified the body, and he made the allegation public. For the most part, the townspeople gave the accusation little attention and ignored the rumours. Still, Bishop Everard of Norwich allowed Stewart to speak about the matter at an ecclesiastical meeting. The sheriff, a man named John de Chesney, was called upon and the Jews were summoned to court, but because they were non-Christian, canon law held no jurisdiction over them. The Jews took protection in Norwich Castle, and because no one came forward with any evidence, William's death was considered unexplained. For the most part, despite the fuss made by the family, the townspeople of Norwich ignored the allegation, and the issue faded away. The writer. About 6 years passed, and then Brother Thomas of Monmouth, a Benedictine monk, arrived at the Priory of Norwich Cathedral. Little is known about Thomas, although we can assume from his surname that he came from the area of Monmouthshire in southeast Wales. This was a place of traditional storytelling and the home of the cleric Geoffrey of Monmouth, who helped to develop the tales of King Arthur. Thomas became obsessed with the story of Little William and decided to write his version of the account down. He began his chilling narrative, The Life and Passion of William of Norwich, and the consequences of this manuscript could never be imagined. The lies that it contained spread, and it became the blueprint of hundreds of later accusations that had a hand in the death of thousands, if not millions, of Jews in the coming years. It is likely no coincidence that by the time Thomas began his fanciful work, Little William's brother had also become a member of the cathedral priory. In fact, many of the men in the boy's Anglo-Saxon family were connected to the church in one way or another. His maternal grandfather was a priest, as was his uncle, his cousin was a deacon, and now his brother had become a monk. And we shouldn't forget how powerful and influential the Catholic Church was at that time. The Saint. Thomas's book is divided into 7 parts. The first section talks about the murder itself and how wonderful Little William was. William was described as a boy of unusual innocence, making him the perfect sacrificial victim. According to Thomas, a man went to see William's mother and offered to buy the boy so he could train him to be a cook in the home of an important neighbour. Money changed hands and William was taken away. The mention of this exchange was a deliberate attempt to draw parallels between what happened to Little William and what happened to Jesus when he was sold for 30 pieces of silver just before his death. Thomas points out other similarities between the boy and Christ throughout the book. The story continues as Little William was taken to the house of the Jews of Norwich. There, Thomas said he was murdered in a terrible way. His description of the boy's torture is particularly graphic and detailed. Thomas is at his most inventive when he recounts how the boy had a rope, quote, as thick as a little finger, tied around his head that had 5 knots in it to represent the 5 wounds of Jesus. A teasel was placed in his mouth and he was strung up between 2 posts and displayed in a mock crucifixion. Having shaved his head, they stabbed it with countless thorn points and made the blood come horribly from the wounds they made. Some of those present adjudged him to be fixed to a cross in mockery of the Lord's Passion. Then Thomas goes on to say the boy was cut down, placed in a sack, and his body was disposed of in Thorpe Wood. Thomas anti-Semitically writes that, quote, only a Jew would have taken it upon himself to kill the innocent in this way with such rash daring. The Blame Game. But the people of Norwich still don't believe the accusation, so Thomas has to create some sort of motive for the sacrifice. Why would the Jews want to murder a child in such a way? In the book's second part, Thomas explains that it's because they want to mock the crucifixion, and that every year around the Jewish festival of Passover, which coincides with Easter, the time Little William was killed, Jews apparently try to find, kidnap, torture, and kill Christian children. Thomas writes that he knows that this is true because he spoke to a monk called Theobald of Cambridge at the monastery, who was once a Jew but had converted to Christianity. The Jews, he said, were sacrificing children all over the place in some sort of international conspiracy because it has been foretold in a vision that doing this is the only way for them to return to the Holy Land. This anti-Semitic and completely false story of Jews murdering Christians to use their blood in religious rituals is called a blood libel, and is how Thomas rationalizes turning a child murder victim into a saint. 12th century England. There is no record of the Jews in England until they arrive with the Norman conquest of 1066. In Norwich in the 1130s, there was a community of around 200 Jews who lived together in the French-speaking area of the city close to Norwich Castle. Jews were not allowed to own land or work in any capacity except for medicine. This limited them to the occupation of money lending, but as far as the Catholic Church was concerned, lending money and charging interest was the sin of usury. Ironically, the only work the Jews were allowed to do was also a very lucrative one, and that also caused a great deal of resentment. During the reign of Henry I of England in the early 12th century, a royal charter was granted, and Jews were permitted to freely move around the country as they represented the king in financial matters. As in mainland Europe, they were regarded as the king's property. There was tension around Christianity and Judaism. Anything seen as not following the beliefs of the Catholic Church was treated as suspect in medieval Europe. The accusation of ritual murder was an important step in the progressively hostile attitude towards members of the Jewish community. The Jews were newcomers, having only arrived in Norwich as well as the rest of England a few decades earlier, and resentment towards them increased. They became regarded as a threat, as enemies of Christ and Christianity, especially by the time of the boy's murder, which happened at the tail end of a disastrous Second Crusade against the Islamic forces of the Turkoman leader Zengi. The Cult. Now that Thomas had connected little William to Jesus and claimed he was a saint, and that there was an international conspiracy to kill Christian children and use their blood in rituals, he spent the next 5 parts of his book describing the healing miracles that the boy had performed since his untimely death. It was because of these miracles that William's body was first moved to the churchyard, then to the chapter house, and then to the high altar. The healings continued around his tomb, which was decorated with candles and carpet. A cult built up around the boy, so his body was placed in a special chapel dedicated to the martyrs, and special artwork was commissioned. It's possible that Bishop Turb, Bishop Everett was now retired, went along with the story for the monetary value. It was not uncommon for children to be venerated as saints after their death in 12th century England. Having a saint in residence was a lucrative business for a medieval cathedral. Everett was well connected, and that probably helped in the spread of and acceptance of the story. Theobald the Convert of Cambridge was not even in Norwich at the time that little William died. There is no record of a monk named Theobald ever living at Norwich Cathedral Priory, and although according to Thomas he described himself as a Jew among Jews when he lived in Cambridge, there wasn't a Jewish community there in 1144, that came much later. If Theobald really did exist, it's possible he made up the story to ingratiate himself into the Christian monastic community to better fit in. As for Thomas himself, his life seems to have found meaning once he began to initiate the boy's cult, and it could have been for no other reason than to promote his saint for self-interest and celebrity. Initially written in Latin, the book became so influential that it was translated into many other languages, causing a devastating effect across Europe, as the template was adapted and twisted for other accusations of ritual murder, sometimes against whole communities. In 1171, the abbot of Mont Saint-Michel in France reported on the burning of Jews in Blois for child murder. He concluded that, quote, "It is said they frequently kill children at Easter time if they have the opportunity." In 1255, 19 English Jews were executed in Lincoln after the death of another boy. The accusation that Jews killed Christian children to use their blood for ritual purposes and to mock Christ has never been proven, and no charge has ever stood up to historical scrutiny. Jewish law actually prohibits the consumption of blood. The accusations appeared all over Europe from medieval times into the Muslim world and down through the centuries. Thomas's book, one that most people have never heard of, changed the world by spreading fear and hatred. There is evil in the world, it is messy, everybody wants someone to blame, and trying to make sense of a tragedy by inventing conspiracy theories is never a good idea. In the end, the evidence points to the existence of a boy named William. He died a violent death, and his body was found in Thorpe Wood, Norwich in 1144. Everything else is just supposition. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next Friday for another one. Until then, I hope you have an awesome week. Cheers! Earthquakes, floods, and volcanic eruptions, whenever and wherever they hit, are devastating events that can wipe out entire cities and leave thousands of people dead. Let's travel back in time now and take a look at some of the worst natural disasters that took place across the world in the Middle Ages. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Antioch, 526. One of the great cities of the Roman Empire, Antioch, at the eastern end of the Mediterranean, was a center of early Christianity. With a population estimated to be over 1 million people, the city was hit by several earthquakes. It was the one that took place in May of 526, however, that caused the most devastation. The Greek theologian and philosopher Pseudo-Dionysius described the event as, quote, "It was a terrible and distressing collapse, impossible for anyone to recount. Such was the violent and harsh disaster which was sent from heaven. That fire alight and consumed those who had escaped from the terrible vehemence of the cataclysm of the earthquake and the collapse. The sparks flew and set fire to everything on which they settled. The earth itself from below, from within the soil, surged, seethed, and burned everything which was there. Thus the foundations as well, together with all the stories above them, were lifted up, heaved up and down, and burst apart, collapsed, fell, and burned with fire. In the end, no house or church or building of any kind remained. The rest burned, crumbled away, and became like an extended putrefaction. The Bishop of Antioch, known as the Patriarch, was also unable to escape the horrors. Quote, when the residence collapsed and fell, he happened to fall into the cauldron. The whole of his body sank down in it, and he was cooked in the pitch. His head was found hanging as if he had fainted outside the rim of the cauldron. Thus he was recognized from his face, while his bones were found stripped of the flesh in the pitch, and fear and trembling seized all who saw it. Over 250,000 people died in the earthquake. Byzantine Emperor Justin I sent money for aid and reconstruction, but another quake hit the city in 528, and Antioch never fully recovered. By the 15th century, the population had dwindled to just a few hundred people. Torridunum, 563. The landslide happened when the mountain collapsed at a place called Torridunum on the eastern side of Lake Geneva in Switzerland. It triggered a tsunami that reached a height of 16 meters or 52 feet and hit the city of Geneva in just over an hour. The historian and Bishop Gregory of Tours recorded the details in his History of the Franks. He wrote, quote, "A great prodigy appeared in Gaul at the fortress of Torridunum, which was situated on high ground above the river Rhone. Here a curious bellowing sound was heard for more than 60 days. Then the whole hillside was split open and separated from the mountain nearest to it, and it fell into the river, carrying with it men, churches, property, and houses. The banks of the river were blocked and the water flowed backwards. This place was shut in by mountains on both sides, for the stream flows there through narrow defiles. The water then flooded the higher reaches and submerged and carried everything which was on its banks. A second time the inhabitants were taken unaware, and as the accumulated water forced its way through again, it drowned those who lived there just as it had done higher up, destroying their houses, killing their cattle, and carrying away and overwhelming with its violent and unexpected inundation everything which stood on its banks as far as the city of Geneva. It is told by many that the mass of water was so great that it went over the walls into the city mentioned. And there is no doubt of this tale because, as we have said, the Rhone flows in that region between mountains that hem it in closely. And being so closely shut in, it has no place to turn aside. It carries away the fragments of the mountain that had fallen and thus caused it to disappear wholly. Sanriku 869. Lying along one of the most active fault lines in the world, Japan is often hit by earthquakes. Scientists believe that the one that happened in the 9th century off the northeast coast was similar in power to the one of 2011 that hit the same region and caused a devastating tsunami. One medieval witness recorded the destruction as, quote, "A large earthquake occurred in Mutsu province with some strange light in the sky. People shouted and cried, lay down, and could not stand up. Some were killed by the collapsed houses, others by the landslides. Horses and cattle got surprised, madly rushed around, and injured the others. Enormous buildings, warehouses, gates, and walls were destroyed. Then the sea began roaring like a big thunderstorm. The sea surface suddenly rose up, and the huge waves attacked the land. They raged like nightmares and immediately reached the city center. The waves spread thousands of yards from the beach, and we could not see how large the devastated area was. The fields and roads completely sank into the sea. About 1,000 people drowned in the waves because they failed to escape either offshore or uphill. The properties and crop seedlings were almost completely washed away. London 1091. Although quite rare, tornadoes did occur across Europe in the Middle Ages. One modern historian was able to find 21 cases in Britain at that time. John of Worcester, an English monk and chronicler, described one of them that hit London on October the 16th, 1091. Quote, "A violent whirlwind from the southwest shook and demolished more than 600 houses and a great number of churches in London. Rushing through the church of St. Mary, called Le Beau, it killed 2 men and tearing up the roof and timbers, and whirling them for a long time to and fro in the air, at last drove 6 of the rafters in the same order in which they were before fixed in the roofs, so deep into the earth that only the 7th or 8th part of them was visible, although they were 27 or 28 feet long." Sicily, 1169. At 8 AM on the morning of the 4th of February, the eve of the Feast of St. Agatha, the earthquake hit the east coast of Sicily. The medieval historian Hugo Falcandis described it as, quote, "A terrible earthquake shook Sicily with such force that it was felt in Calabria, around Reggio, and nearby cities. The extremely wealthy city of Catania suffered such destruction that not a single house survived within the city. About 15,000 men and women, together with the bishop of that city and most of the monks, were crushed under collapsing buildings. At Lentini, a fine town belonging to the Syracusans, the weight of collapsing buildings shaken by the same earthquake killed most of the townspeople. Many fortresses were also destroyed in the territory of the Catanians and the Syracusans. In a number of places, the earth gaped open and produced new watercourses whilst closing up some old ones, and that part of the summit of Etna which faces Taormina seemed to sink down a little. At Syracuse, the very famous spring called Arethusa, which according to legend brings water to Sicily by secret channels from the city of Elis in Greece, changed from a trickle to a great flow, and water turned salty because of the amount of seawater mixed up in it. The earthquake flattened towns and created a tsunami. The death toll has been estimated at somewhere between 15 and 25,000. Syria, 1202. This huge 7.6 magnitude earthquake struck at dawn in May of 1202 in southwest Syria. It flattened castles and cities, devastating communities, but may have helped to bring about a truce between the Muslim and Crusader states. It is thought to have killed up to 30,000 people. Summer never came, 1258. A volcano erupted on Lombok Island, Indonesia, sometime between May and October of 1257. It was the greatest volcanic blast in over 7,000 years. The ash and aerosols injected into the atmosphere caused a volcanic winter that cooled the atmosphere for several years after the event. A year later, unusual weather conditions led to global famine and disease. There were 15,000 deaths in London alone that year. The English monk and chronicler Matthew of Paris wrote that, quote, "The north wind blew without intermission, a continued frost prevailed, accompanied by snow and such unendurable cold that it bound up the face of the earth, sorely afflicted the poor, suspended all cultivation, and killed the young of the cattle to such an extent that it seemed as if a general plague was raging among the sheep and lambs." It's thought that this volcanic explosion helped to trigger the Little Ice Age, which cooled the atmosphere and affected temperatures across the world from the 14th to the 19th centuries. The Great Drowning of Men, 1362. This extratropical cyclone affected the areas of northwest Europe, including Britain, the Netherlands, and Denmark. These North Sea coastal areas saw lots of flooding in the later Middle Ages, but it was the Atlantic gale of January 1362 that became known as St. Marcellus Flood, or Groot Mandriek, meaning the Great Drowning of Men. In England, it became known as the Great Storm, and an anonymous chronicler from Canterbury recorded some of what happened there. Quote, "Around the hour of Vespers, dreadful storms and whirlwinds occurred, causing houses and buildings to come crashing to the ground, while some others, having their roofs blown off by the force, were left in the ruined state. Trees were wrenched from the earth by their roots with a great crash, as if the day of judgment were at hand, and fear and trembling gripped the people. No one knew where he could safely hide, for church towers, windmills, and many dwelling houses collapsed to the ground, although without much bodily injury. Although the storm only damaged buildings and frightened the life out of people in England, along the coasts of northern mainland Europe it was a different story, where tens of thousands died in the floods. Kamikaze, 1274 to 1281. During the 13th century, Kublai Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, led his Mongols to invade Japan twice, first in 1274 and then again in 1281. On both occasions, his ships were destroyed by typhoons. The Mongol fleets were huge, with the Second Armada thought to have been carrying 140,000 men on 4,000 vessels. The raiders either drowned or were captured. Because of the timing, it saved the Japanese people from invasion, and these two storms became known as Kamikaze or Divine Wind. Black Monday, 1360. This freak hailstorm struck on Easter Monday during the 100 Years' War and caused more English casualties than any of the previous battles. As the English army camped outside the gates of Chartres on an open plain, a rapid storm hit. Lightning struck and killed several people. There was a sudden drop in temperature, and freezing rain accompanied by huge hailstones began to assault the soldiers. Horses scattered and 2 of the English leaders were killed. Panic set in as tents and baggage trains were ripped apart by the heavy gusts of wind. One witness describes the scene as, quote, "a foul day full of mist and hail so that men died on horseback." In just half an hour, almost 6,000 horses and 1,000 Englishmen were dead due to the intense cold and precipitation. Today, with the reach of social media and breaking news reports, we can instantly see the destruction caused by natural disasters. But it's thanks to the contemporary recorders of history in the Middle Ages that we can build a vivid picture of what life was like to experience a medieval natural disaster. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Have a great week. Cheers. Pregnancy and childbirth presented the medieval expectant mother with a whole host of challenges and dangers. Just as today, there was a lot of instruction on how a pregnant woman should behave to ensure a safe birth and a healthy baby. Let's travel back in time now and learn about some of the weird and wonderful pieces of advice that were being offered up. From making sure not to eat a hare's head to avoiding being hit in the face by a strawberry, here are some tips to prepare for childbirth in the Middle Ages. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Baby, hold on. Being pregnant today can be a minefield of what you should and should not do. Don't sleep on your back, don't drink alcohol or certain teas, don't eat soft cheese or take hot baths. And there are still some old wives' tales about how to tell if you are carrying a boy or a girl. The medievals were a superstitious bunch and also had their rules for getting pregnant, keeping themselves and the fetus safe during pregnancy, and delivering a healthy baby. But their ideas were a little different than what they are today. Having children was all-consuming for the medievals. After all, it was one of the primary reasons for getting married. Most families worked on the land, and the family unit was needed to make the farming economy work. Nothing was more valuable than having sons to help with the ploughing or daughters to support their mothers with the household chores. Among the elite, a child could carry on the family name and make an advantageous marriage. Many of these unions, especially those involving royalty, were arranged while the bride and groom were still children. Don't worry, baby. Trocula are a group of 3 texts about women's medicine that were written in the 12th century in the town of Salerno, Italy. At the time, Salerno was considered the most important center for the introduction of Arabic medicine into Western Europe. Naturally, some of the topics covered include chapters on childbirth and pregnancy. Advice on getting pregnant includes, quote, taking the testicles of an uncastrated male pig or a wild boar and drying them and letting a powder be made. The woman must then drink this powder with wine after the purgation of the menses. Then let her cohabit with her husband, and she will conceive. In the 15th century French text, the Distaff Gospels, advice and wisdom are shared between 6 peasant women and were written down by a male narrator somewhere in either Flanders or Picardy. Their suggestions about procreation include the following. Make sure that the husband does not have stinky feet when having sex, or else the child will be smelly for all of its life. If a woman is a virgin and sleeps with a sexually inexperienced man, then the child would be born, quote, simple. Children being procreated between a nun and a priest is not advised, as the child will have all sorts of problems. The Trotula also recommends that women with narrow vaginas should not have sexual relations with men lest they conceive and die. But all such women are not able to abstain, and so they need our assistance. It also says, quote, any woman who does not wish to conceive, let her carry against her nude flesh the womb of a goat which has never had offspring. In another fashion, take a male weasel and let its testicles be removed, and let it be released alive. Let the woman carry these testicles with her in her bosom, and let her tie them in goose skin, and she will not conceive. In trying to conceive a boy, the Distaff Gospels recommends getting the father to turn and face east whilst having intercourse or have sex in the morning. If the woman clenches her fist while her husband, quote, does nature's work, that will also make sure she has a boy. To conceive a girl, it's thought having sex in the evening should work. Once a woman had conceived, there were also ways to determine the gender of an unborn baby, like deciding which side a mother is carrying the fetus on, whether she likes to eat venison or poultry, or even which foot she steps forward with first when walking. Oh baby baby. Most medieval women wouldn't have even known they were pregnant until they experienced the quickening, which was the child moving in their body. Many were pregnant for several months before they even realized. There were no reliable pregnancy tests during the Middle Ages. A physician might examine the shade of a woman's urine to see if it was a white to pale yellow color with a cloudy surface, but that was hardly reliable. Other tests included leaving a needle in the urine to see if it rusted. Just a lack of regular menstruation was not always a sign of pregnancy for the medieval women, as several things could cause that, such as illness, breastfeeding, excessive fasting for religious reasons, or a poor diet. This was the Middle Ages after all, a time dominated by the Catholic Church and not known for having a healthy population. Love to love you, baby. Once a woman had become pregnant, staying in that state and having a healthy baby was of the utmost importance. The 6 peasant women warned not to eat a hare's head because the child would have a split lip. Throwing strawberries, cherries, or red wine into an expectant woman's face was also a no-no, as that would cause the child to have marks on its body. Eating white bread was a good idea to get a small baby, which would be easier to birth. Eating fish heads should be avoided, or the baby could be born with a mouth slightly more turned up and pointed, and pregnant women shouldn't be anywhere near swords or sharp weapons, although if this was unavoidable, then touching her on the head with the flat of the sword would calm her and ensure any future child was brave. As far as eating was concerned, as well as avoiding fish heads, the Trotula states that, quote, when the woman is in the beginning of her pregnancy, care ought to be taken that nothing is named in front of her which she is not able to have, because if she sets her mind on it and it is not given to her, this occasions miscarriage. The Distaff Gospels agree, adding that talking about any food which cannot be immediately obtained will cause the baby's body to be marked. The Trotula goes on to talk about a form of disordered eating that we know today as pica, advising the woman who desires clay or chalk or coals, let beans cooked with sugar be given to her. Pica is particularly common during pregnancy when a woman will crave or eat things that have no nutritional value, like soil, soap, or paper. Born to be my baby. When the time of birth arrived, the midwives needed to attend. During the labour of a woman named Eliza Middleton in the 12th century, 7 midwives were in attendance. Almost all medieval women gave birth at home, surrounded by midwives, female relatives, and friends. The wealthy often retired to a birthing chamber, a dark, calm, and comfortable room with soft furnishings, at least a month before their due date. Hospitals were few and far between, and birthing wards were a last resort for those unmarried women who found themselves pregnant. They often abandoned their newborns because of the social stigma attached to their situation. The Santa Maria della Scala Hospital in Italy had a rotating box in the wall where babies could be left anonymously. There were also beds for wet nurses to feed the infants. Midwives were supposed to act as moral judges as well as look out for cases of illegitimacy and infanticide. In France and Germany, midwives received professional training and were officially employed by the town authorities. In England, however, their conduct often came under scrutiny, and in 1481 the midwife Agnes Marshall was suspected of witchcraft and accused of using magical incantations to help with a birth. Surgeons and physicians were hardly ever called on to assist during labour, though they might be sent for during an aristocratic birth, although that didn't guarantee the safety of either mother or babe. Queen Blanche of Anjou, wife to James II of Aragon, had a physician in attendance during all her confinements. Nevertheless, in 1310 she died soon after she had delivered her 10th child, Violante. Medieval men, although never in attendance at the birth, were still invested heavily in it being successful. After all, the continuation of their family line was at stake. In 1441, a woman from Norfolk named Margaret Paston gave her husband a protective ring to wear while she was pregnant, to make sure that he shouldered some of the responsibility for her safe pregnancy and delivery. The Tronchula states that those having difficulty delivering should be bathed in infused water and have their, quote, belly, hips, and vagina anointed with oil and rubbed vigorously, let sneezing be provoked with powder of frankincense placed in the nostrils. If there are still problems, then she should be led about at a slow pace through the house, and those men who assist ought not to look her in the face because women are accustomed to be shamed by that during and after birth. It continues to say that if the child does not come out in the manner which it ought, there were several remedies such as having, quote, summer savoury ground and tied upon the belly, or salt water, rosewater, or ass's milk being given to drink. Or let names be written on cheese and butter and given to eat. She could drink the milk of another woman, or have the root of the gourd tied to her loins. Praying to one of the medieval saints who championed a safe pregnancy and birth was always worth a shot, such as the Virgin Mary, Saint Margaret, or the lesser-known Giulitta and her son Quirissus. Jointly martyred, they represented the special relationship between mother and child. If a medieval woman was lucky enough to have a safe delivery, the 6 peasant women of the Distaff Gospels had some ideas to ensure that the baby had a successful life. Touching its head with the umbilical cord guaranteed, quote, a long life, sweet breath, a good voice, and pleasing and elegant speech. But you should be careful not to carry the baby with your left hand before the baptism, or they would be left-handed. Baby, can I hold you? After the birth, women were forbidden to go to church until they had been cleansed. Sex was acceptable within a marriage because of the need for procreation, but it was still seen as something sinful. A woman had to wait 40 days until her churching could take place. Even the Virgin Mary was tainted with the unclean nature of childbirth. Her churching was celebrated at Candlemas, a holiday held 40 days after Christmas. Today, we can only imagine how harrowing the experience of labour must have been for a medieval woman, with no modern pain relief or medical help. Most women today can discuss pregnancy and childbirth openly, but in the Middle Ages it was a private affair. For the medieval woman, giving birth was a dangerous time, and there was no discrimination between rich or poor mothers, older or younger. Anyone could die, not only during the birth, but also from complications afterwards, and sadly during that time more than 1 in 3 women died during their childbearing years. Perhaps the best way to survive pregnancy during the Middle Ages was never to get married and become a nun instead. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying this video, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has an awesome week. Cheers! We'll begin, as all good murder stories do, with the finding of a body. It was the end of May 1375 in the Lincolnshire countryside when the decomposing remains of a man were discovered in the fields near Graham. The man was about 30 years old and had been lying there for several months, but his clothes showed that he was a man of means. On examining the body, the coroner decided he had died from diverse mortal wounds caused by a knife. But who was the man? What was the motive for his murder? And what has a court case between William's brother Nicholas and Nicholas's wife some 7 years earlier have to do with anything? Let's travel back in time now to the late 14th century to discover treason, conspiracy, a tiny penis, and the connection between a wife, her lover, the chambermaid, the cook, the squire, and their neighbour. Welcome to Medieval Madness. The body. It was up to the first finder, who was one of the field workers, to raise the alarm and alert the sheriff and the coroner. The village was now responsible for the body and would face a hefty fine if they tried to hide it. The coroner was a man named William de Curtin, who was originally from the local area but had gone on to be a successful merchant in London. Sir Thomas de Kydale was the Sheriff of Lincolnshire who joined him for the investigation. Dressed in a riding outfit with a belt and spurs, the dead man was obviously wealthy from the condition of his clothes and the accessories. His body, however, was another matter entirely. Left out in the elements for months, it had been subjected to animal activity and was in a high state of decomposition. However, when de Curtin turned the body over, he was able to determine that the victim had been stabbed many times. He was easily identified as the 30-year-old knight Sir William Cantilupe, who had been missing from his home since Easter. The question now was, how had he been set upon by highwaymen, robbed and murdered? Or was there something more sinister going on? The Knight. The de Cantilupes were an important family. Based at Scotton in Lincolnshire, in the northeast of the county, the family held a good deal of land and estates in the Midlands. They were loyal to the crown with important roles in local and central government. According to the historian Frederick Pedersen, this made them, quote, one of the most influential families in 14th century England. William was the great-great-nephew of St. Thomas de Cantilupe. The one-time Lord Chancellor and Bishop of Hereford was canonized in 1320 and is said to be the last medieval saint in England. Having a holy man as an ancestor meant that the family considered themselves under his special protection. William had become head of the family after the death of his older brother Nicholas in 1370. William came into the employ of John of Gaunt and served with him overseas between 1370 and 1373. Gaunt was the Duke of Lancaster and an English royal prince, making William a knight of some stature according to the historian J.G. Bellamy. It was at some point during this time that Sir William married Maud, the daughter of Sir Ralph Neville. It's unknown what sort of a relationship Sir William and Maud had, whether the marriage was arranged, if any courtship took place, or even on what dates they were married. The murder. William was getting ready to go to bed one night on an unknown date, sometime between the 13th of February and the 11th of April 1375. He had locked his chamber door, as was his custom. Only Sir William and his wife had a key for the door. Suddenly, his squire Richard Jice and his cook, the aptly named Roger Cook, rushed into the chamber and stabbed Sir William several times, as the record states, quote, until he was dead. A jury later stated that Sir William was at peace with God and the Lord King when he died, so we can assume that he had prayed before getting into bed. Next, the men cleaned his body with heated up water so that they not be discredited by the effusion of the blood of his wounds. This hot water was carried up to Sir William's room and his body was washed to stop the bleeding. Then his naked body was placed in a sack, hauled through the manor and carried on horseback for 4 miles to the edge of Graham village. Then the assassins redressed the body in some of his clean clothes to make it look as though he had been attacked by highwaymen and threw him in a ditch. The arrests. After deciding that the highway robbery theory could be ruled out as a motive for the young knight's demise, Sheriff Kydale turned his attention to those closer to Sir William to try and find his culprit. William had been staying at his wife's manor in Scotland when he disappeared, and the manor had been closed down and all of the staff dispersed straight after. Sir William's wife Lady Maud was a Neville, and despite the nearest Neville estate only being 8 miles away from Scotton, and Sir William himself having several manors across 3 counties, as well as Greasley Castle in Nottinghamshire, Lady Maud went to Caythorpe Manor some 40 miles away. Caythorpe was owned by Sir Ralph Paynell, who had at one time been the Sheriff of Yorkshire. Curtin and Kydale discovered Lady Maud there at Caythorpe Manor along with her chambermaid Agatha Lovell and Sir William's squire and his cook. Witnesses swore that she had just up and left Scotton Manor along with her 4 companions without so much as an explanation. All 4 were suspects in the murder and all 4 were arrested. Sir Ralph Paynell was also indicted for aiding and abetting murders after the fact. If Sir William had been killed at Scotton, then it was highly unlikely that the murders could have taken place without everyone else in the manor being in cahoots, so arrest warrants were issued for all of the servants who had been working at the manor. The brother. But what was the connection between the Paynells and Lady Maud? Why had she gone straight to Caythorpe Manor to seek protection? Well, Ralph Paynell had a daughter named Catherine who was the wife of Sir William's older brother Nicholas. Their story began around 7 years earlier in 1368 when Nicholas and his wife Catherine found themselves in the consistory court in York. That was when Catherine sued for divorce before the Archbishop. Catherine wanted to dissolve her marriage. The problem, she said, was that Nicholas was incapable of having intercourse with her because he had, quote, insufficient natural instruments. Catherine said she even tried to find William's penis while he was asleep, but found that, quote, it was as flat as the back of her hand down there. Just after their marriage, Catherine went back home to her parents' house crying and eventually told them about her problems with Nicholas in the marital bed. Although her father supposedly called her a stupid girl and blamed it on her inexperience as a 17-year-old, Catherine was able to convince the family that she was telling the truth. When Nicholas realized that Catherine was going to take her grievance to court, he abducted her and took her back to his ancestral home at Greasley Castle. He accused her of lying and said that she had already known him carnally and knew that he was more than capable of having sex with her. Nicholas then threatened to have her kept at his castle in irons. So, 9 years before the murder of Sir William in 1366, Catherine's father, Sir Ralph Paynell, the man who owned Caythorpe Manor, arrived with his entourage at Greasley and attacked the castle with bows and sticks, and took away about £2,000 worth of silver plate and jewellery, which we can only assume was Catherine's dowry. Now, normally what would happen in those circumstances is that Nicholas would be given a physical examination to prove his wife's story as false, but he repeatedly refused to do this. He was even excommunicated by the church because he didn't turn up in front of the court. Eventually, sentence was passed to dissolve the marriage because of the circumstantial evidence. Nicholas was so incensed by this that he went off to Avignon to seek an appeal with the Pope, but died while he was abroad. To add even more fuel to the feudal fire, after the death of Nicholas, Catherine had argued that the couple had enfeoffed 3 castles, and she now had the rights to them and their lands. But Sir William won the case against her and was granted legal possession of the estates. Could it be that Sir Ralph Paynell was so angered by the annulment of his daughter Catherine's marriage to Nicholas, and the subsequent loss of her 3 castles to his brother, that he had helped to arrange the murder of Sir William? The trial. The Treason Act of 1351 stated that the killing of a man by either his wife or servants was deemed to be petty treason. This meant that if either Lady Maud or the chambermaid Agatha were found guilty of the crime, then they would be burned to death, and the male servants would be drawn to the place of execution, hanged, and then quartered, so the stakes were kinda high. 15 members of staff from the house at Scotton were indicted along with Lady Maud and Sir Ralph Paynell. The King's Bench was held in Lincoln and presided over by Sheriff Thomas Kydale. In the early proceedings, there was a little uncertainty as to what part Lady Maud had played in the murder of her husband. Some thought she was the mastermind behind the plot, others believed her just to be an accessory. She was quick to point the finger at the squire and the cook. It wasn't long before the jury convicted them of murder, and they were sentenced to be hanged, drawn, and quartered. It's no surprise, the men were poor and without connections. Lady Maud, however, was granted maniprise by the sheriff and released from custody on his guarantee of her reappearance before the court at a later date. She was later acquitted, along with the steward Robert Cletham, not just of the murder, but also of having any participation in it. Agatha Lovell, the chambermaid, avoided her trial by bribing the bailiffs at Lincoln Jail into letting her escape. As for Sir Ralph Paynell, he was tried 6 months later and acquitted of sheltering the suspects and of knowing them to be guilty of William Cantilupe's murder. The twist. Within just 2 years of William's murder, the Sheriff of Lincoln, Sir Thomas Kydale, got himself into a little bit of bother with the King of England. Richard II wasn't happy when he found out that Kydale had gone and married a widow without asking for royal permission. The widow in question was none other than Lady Maud herself. So it's not much of a stretch to think that this affair had been going on for a while, and the sheriff had been helping to cover up things for the murderers. And then there's Sir Ralph Paynell. Could Sir William's murder have been a conspiracy between Paynell, a man with a grudge, who hated the Cantilupe family, and Lady Maud and Thomas Kydale? Whatever the reason, the death of Sir William de Cantilupe marked the end of his family line. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying this video, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has an awesome week. Cheers! The medievals consumed alcohol all the time, at every event, whether that was a wedding, a funeral, a business negotiation, or the completion of an apprenticeship. They really didn't need an excuse. They even drank at work all day, every day, which begs the question, were the people who lived through the Middle Ages always drunk? It makes you wonder how they could work, fight their many wars, or even function properly when they were all constantly hammered. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Ale everywhere, but not a drop to drink. By the 14th century, brewing was a common occupation in towns and cities across England. Ale was sold out of houses and on the streets. On market day, alcohol could be bought at stalls in the marketplace, and there was even more brewing and drinking at fair time. The buying and consumption of alcohol was seen as a necessity rather than a luxury. Red wine. For the wealthier people, there were inns. They first appeared in the 12th and 13th centuries, usually located in towns, and had plenty of staff to look after their rich patrons. Inside the inn, barmaids known as tapsters and chamberlains would see to the client's every need. Even the ostler or groom was there to look after the guest's horse. In 1578, the York magistrates insisted that all innkeepers had to have at least 6, quote, comely and decent honest beds for guests. These people had money and came from the merchant or professional classes. In 1390, a man named John Preen was in London on business from Oxford University. He stayed at an inn in St. Benet's Parish. His room was burgled while he was out, and the grand sum of 200 shillings was stolen in coins and bonds. A huge amount at the time, and the equivalent of over £6,500 today, which only goes to show the calibre of the customers using these sort of establishments. Business negotiations often took place in the inns. Technically, trading was supposed to be done exclusively in the marketplace, where it could be taxed and regulated. However, this didn't stop many from exchanging contracts in the inns and having a celebratory drink afterwards. Most ordinary people couldn't afford to pay for the wine or the lavish meals that were sold in the inns. Taverns came somewhere between the inn and the lowly alehouse. Here, those with a little more money in their pockets could purchase a cup of wine. Taverns were essentially drinking houses for the rich and lovers of good wine, as one pilgrim neatly put it. One tavern on Paternoster Row in London had 2 floors with 30 seats on each story. The Galley on Lombard Street had, quote, 8 tables, seats and trestles, pots and barrels of Rhenish, Gascon and Malmsey wine. In 1330, to try and slow the culture of drinking, King Edward II ruled that no wine under the price of 3p a gallon should be sold because, quote, there be more taverns in the realm than there wont to be. Drinks after work? Alehouses, on the other hand, were for the ordinary people. Dank, dark and smelling of stale ale, with rushes strewn across the floor, they were rowdy places full of laughter, tall tales and bawdy songs. They existed simply for the entertainment of the masses and were full to the brim with everyone and anyone, from carters and carpenters to gong farmers and from sailors to strumpets. For the commoners, there were alcoholic alternatives to beer. Rough cider was produced in large quantities in the west and south of England. In the late Middle Ages, at the manor of Alkeston in Sussex, over 500 gallons of cider were made every year. Day labourers were often paid in food and drink for their toil. Providing strong ale was seen as a way of keeping employees motivated and well nourished. The better the beer, the higher the calories, and landowners would often fight over workers by offering the strongest ale. It's not known how the workers were able to remain productive though when they were loaded with high-strength beer. It's thought that ale may have constituted up to half of the daily calorific intake of an English peasant. In 1289, carters at Battle Abbey Manor in Ferring were given rye bread, cheese and ale in the morning, fish, meat and more drink at midday, and more ale in the evening before going home. 100 years later in Nottingham, some mowers were given pottage, bread, beef, pork, lamb, veal and ale to mow the Lord's meadow. They were allowed to enter the manor another 3 times for a refill of more drink. Then they were given a bucket of ale to take home at the end of their shift. Beer money. Communal activities were always a good excuse for heavy drinking, and on those occasions it was even encouraged. Religious and seasonal festivals like Whitsun, Michaelmas and Hocktide saw the charitable concept of church ale, in some areas called Scot ale or Leet ale. The idea was that people would donate beer or the ingredients to brew a batch of ale and then buy it back by the cupful. It was a way of raising funds, sometimes as charitable donations to the poor. In Wiltshire during the 13th century at the Deverills, the Scot ale went on for 3 days. On the last day, any bachelors in the village were encouraged to drink any ale that was left for free as long as they could stand up. Communal drinking often took place in the churchyard, and the church authorities regarded the drunken affairs as ungodly, as they often led to disorder. There were attempts to ban the church ale, and although the clergy were forbidden from taking part, this order was often ignored, and the event was held away from the holy building instead, with the clerics joining in. Archbishop Langham went so far as demanding the excommunication of anyone taking part in, quote, "these common drinking bouts." Hatches, matches, and dispatches. Drinking was a part of medieval life from birth. Neighbouring women who helped with the birthing would bring drink with them as they assisted in the labour. This was for nourishment and to fortify them during the ordeal. A special drink was brewed known as Mother's Coddle, which consisted of warm ale with added wine, sugar, and spices. It was meant to sustain the woman's strength during childbirth. It was seen as an essential part of the process for mothers to have booze, even when they were in labour, and to help in their healing process after. Once a child was born, the parents were expected to provide drinks for the guests at the christening. Just as it is today, drinking was an accepted part of marriage celebrations. Bride's ale was a tradition practiced by most families and involved either the bride or her mother brewing a batch of ale for friends and neighbours to enjoy. The catch was, they had to pay a ridiculous amount for the tipple. The profits went to the happy couple as a wedding gift. The tradition became so popular in England that the words bride's ale merged to form the word bridal. But the church was not happy, and 100 years after Bishop Langham had called for the banning of Scot ales, bride ales were prohibited in the parishes of Canterbury. Many couples exchanged their vows or marriage contracts where else but in the tavern. This could cause problems though, as one woman discovered when she was dragged before the ecclesiastical courts. Apparently, she had contracted a marriage with a man who had proposed to her in the tavern one night as they were drinking. The woman argued that just because she chose to accompany a man for drinks didn't mean that she was now contracted to marry him. On the death of a wealthy person, large quantities of alcohol were consumed at the wake. In 1319, at the funeral of the Bishop of Winchester in Suffolk, London, 1,100 gallons of ale were consumed. People would often leave instructions in their will that drink had to be given to the poor on the expectation that they would then pray for the soul of the departed. When the will of Stephen Thomas of Lee in Essex was read out in 1417, he had stipulated that, quote, 10 bushels of malt should be brewed after his death so that every poor man might have a gallon of ale. Some wills also made provision of alcohol for their loved ones. For example, a widow might be provided with a certain quantity of wine for the rest of her life. Have another. In the aftermath of the Black Death, living standards rose along with wages as the demand for land declined. There were too many jobs available and not enough people to fill the vacancies. Many abandoned their villages and migrated to the towns and cities. By the beginning of the 15th century, a craftsman in the south of England was able to buy 4 gallons of good ale with a day's wages. That's 3 times the amount he would have been able to purchase 100 years previously. The poorer villagers and townspeople, who probably drank buttermilk or water from wells and springs because they could not find the money for beer, were now able to afford it, and more people than ever were drinking alcohol. This caused Sir John Fortescue to now remark that the English peasantry drank no water unless it be for devotion. The demon drink. Just as it does today, too much alcohol could lead to accidents, trouble, aggression, fights, and even murders. Many towns imposed a curfew on their citizens to prevent people from falling into rivers and getting into brawls. Making it home was no guarantee of safety either when someone was badly intoxicated. Like one man from Oxford named John Astol, who was very drunk and died after dinner sitting to eat with a knife in his hand, when he not only fell asleep but also fell on the knife and was wounded around the navel. Henry de Stodley also died by falling on his knife when he was drunk and stumbled in his bedchamber. And there's a couple who appeared in the Oxford coroner's rolls, quote, In the 25th year of King Edward, Adam Gould and Marjorie, his wife, had been at a tavern and were drunk beyond measure, went to bed, left the candle burning, and fell asleep. Marjorie was burned even to the belly and died the next day. Adam could not save her and scarce escaped, his hands and feet burnt to the bones. Or William, who was standing at the top of his London tenement stairs, drunk and naked, one August night in 1336. Sadly, William, who was relieving himself, misjudged his footing and fell to the floor where he perished. There is always the possibility that violence will occur when people consume too much alcohol, which is what happened to Arnold and John, who by all accounts were friends or at least friendly. They sat together, consuming a tipple in a tavern known as the Moses in 1420. It wasn't long before resentment flared, and because of the alcohol, Arnold was more than a little rude about John's concubine. Affronted, John drew his dagger and attacked his companion, pinning him to the floor of the tavern. Then Arnold drew his knife and stabbed his friend, killing him. For the medievals, drink and drunkenness were a socially accepted part of life. After all, it wasn't called merry old England for nothing. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope you all have an awesome week. Cheers! Today we thought we would travel outside of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period. Okay, I know what you're thinking. We have 1,000 years of medieval history to go at, so why do we need to look elsewhere? Well, the answer is easy. The Great Fire of London was one of the greatest catastrophes ever to befall the city, and it's a tale just too extraordinary not to be told. Over 4 days from Sunday the 2nd to Wednesday the 5th of September 1666, London was overpowered by the largest and fastest moving fire that it had ever faced. Fanned by easterly winds, it spread quickly across the city like a relentless predator, consuming everything in its path. When the wind eventually dropped and the flames finally guttered out, the devastation was clear to see, causing the famed diarist Samuel Pepys to state that it was, quote, "the saddest sight of desolation that I ever saw." Welcome to early modern madness. A whole new world. In 1651, Oliver Cromwell died. After the execution of King Charles I and his success in the English Civil War, Cromwell had been the Lord Protector of England, Scotland, and Ireland. Great Britain had become a republic. Cromwell's son Richard ceded power to Parliament, and it was proclaimed that Prince Charles had been the lawful monarch to the English throne since the execution of his father King Charles II in 1649. The prince returned to London from exile and was crowned King Charles II at Westminster Abbey in 1661. The restoration of the monarchy was described by some as a divinely ordained miracle. By the 1660s, London was the largest city in Britain and the third largest in the Western world, with somewhere between 300 and 400,000 inhabitants. It was at the very centre of all things economic, political, and social in England, which was in the middle of the Second Anglo-Dutch War. Almost all of the battles were fought at sea, the conflict being mostly over trade and overseas territories, so there was a good deal of hostility towards the Dutch in the capital. The Great Plague had been endemic since the first days of the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century, with sporadic outbreaks. In 17th century London, one of the worst death tolls occurred in the year before the Great Fire. Pepys first mentioned it in his diary when writing an entry for the 24th of May 1665, although the disease had first appeared in December 1664. After a visit to a coffee house, where he had not been a great while, he stated that, quote, "All the news is of the plague growing upon us." By the end of June, Pepys was afraid because the plague increases mightily and it had spread to his end of town. By then, the number of deaths stood at 1,165. John Evelyn was, among other things, a writer and minor government official. He was also a friend of Pepys. He kept a diary of his life that ran from the time when he was a student in the 1640s to his death in 1706. Concerning the plague, he noted, quote, The street thin of people, the shops shut up, and all in mournful silence as not knowing whose turn might be next. In the city, by the winter of 65, the plague had burnt itself out, taking over 68,500 people with it. As expected, the poorer areas of London were the worst hit because of problems with overcrowding and unhygienic conditions in impoverished districts. Not because wealthier people were immune to the disease, but rather because they could afford to leave the confines of the city and travel out into the country until the outbreak was over. However, unlike disease, fire destroyed everything, whether it belonged to rich or poor. Yes, it was more likely to break out in a densely populated area, but once it caught hold, it consumed the hovel of a poor citizen just as easily as the premises of a wealthy merchant. In 1666, the relationship between the people of London and the Crown was often tense. During the English Civil War, the capital had been a stronghold for the Republicans. Quite rightly, the economically diverse and affluent city was still seen as a threat by Charles II, as there had been several Republican uprisings in the early 1660s. The city magistrates were old enough to have fought in the Civil War and could remember how it was King Charles I's unsuccessful attempt to try and snatch absolute power that had caused all of the death and suffering. They were certainly going to stop any similar pretensions in his son. Even when the Great Fire was threatening the city and Charles offered troops and other resources, even though there was a state of emergency and disaster was imminent, the idea of having the king's soldiers within the city's wall was political dynamite. Sadly, that meant that by the time Charles took over command of the situation, the fire was already way out of control. Tick, tick, boom. London was no stranger to destructive fires, having first been destroyed around 61 AD when Boudicca and her followers the Iceni razed the town in their revolt against the Romans. More recently, there had been no major fires since 1633, but because of the layout of its medieval streets, it always remained a possibility. London wasn't the only victim either. City fires were a problem worldwide. In 1657, the Great Fire of Edo in Japan burned down over 75% of the buildings and killed about 600,000 people. The Istanbul fire killed 40,000 and wiped out 2/3 of the city, and in 1728, the Great Fire of Copenhagen lost 80% of its structures. However careful the citizens tried to be, there would always be accidents. In their houses, people used candles for lighting and cooked using open fires. Stables were filled with hay, some people even had gunpowder in their homes, as those fighting for Cromwell's new model army had kept their muskets from the Civil War. London was a tinderbox just waiting to happen. In the relatively short 100-year period between 1550 and 1650, at least an extra 330,000 people had teamed into London, the majority of them having little money. Many settled outside the walls in the suburbs known as the Liberties, which were still in the city's jurisdiction. The well-to-do lived in the centre within their spacious mansions of brick and stone, and of those poorer people who did live within the walls, they resided on the outskirts, or down by the riverside in poor quality, densely packed squalor. The city was essentially a medieval warren of narrow winding streets and alleyways. Wood buildings and thatched roofing had been banned for hundreds of years, but they continued to be used as it was all the citizens could afford. To make things worse, many of the 2- and 3-story high timber houses had upper floors that jutted out onto the street, known as jetties, to maximize space. Some of these overhangs were so close together that 2 women could lean out of their windows on opposite sides of the street and shake hands. It was hard to see the sky. As a fire hazard, this sort of housing was a ticking time bomb. As one observer noted, quote, "As it does facilitate a conflagration, so does it also hinder the remedy." In 1661, Charles II banned overhanging jetties and windows because of the risk, but the proclamation was ignored. Even in 1665, when he ordered the imprisonment of any builders who broke the law and the demolition of any offending buildings, the ruling had little to no impact. Baker Baker, Great Fire Maker. It was a proud day for Thomas Fariner when he joined the Worshipful Company of Bakers of the City of London in 1637. By the age of 34, he had opened his shop and considered himself to be a valuable member of society. He provided ship's biscuits for the Royal Navy during the Anglo-Dutch War. Now he lived above his bakery on Fish Yard, a small close just off Pudding Lane. His neighbours included Thomas Burt, the parish clerk, a turner named John Bybee, a water-bearer named Henry Moore, George Porter, a plasterer, Alice Spencer, a widow, and Thomas Blurt, who was a sexton and looked after the nearby church and churchyard. Fariner himself was a church warden. Samuel Pepys, who, as well as keeping his famous diary, was also a naval administrator, had first regularised Royal Naval food supplies in 1665 with rations that included, quote, £1 daily of good, clean, sweet, sound, well-baked and well-conditioned wheaten biscuit. Fariner's business was successful enough for him to employ the services of an apprentice and a maid. Later, Fariner would claim the fire was caused by arson. He stated that sometime after midnight he had, quote, gone through every room and found no fire, but in one chimney, where the room was paved with bricks, which fire I diligently raked up in embers, no window or door might let wind disturb them, and that it was absolutely set on fire on purpose. We know that the bakery had 5 hearths because of access to the hearth tax records. Charles II introduced the Act in 1662, which decreed that anyone who paid more than 20 shillings a year in rent had to pay 2 shillings a year for every stove, fire, and hearth within the property. The number of hearths in a building could denote its size or the status of the persons living there. The baker and the rest of his household were awakened in the early hours of the morning to the smell of smoke and the horror that a fire was now well established in the shop below. Unable to use the stairs, everyone was forced to climb through one of the upstairs windows and climb onto the roof of the neighbouring house. The unfortunate bakery maid was so terrified that she refused to follow and was left behind in the burning building. She became the first, but certainly not the last casualty of the fire. Fariner claims that he had checked to see how far the fire had spread and saw that it had not begun near the chimney or oven, nor had it reached the combustible fuel in the yard. He swore that the wood put inside the oven to dry by his apprentice were later found untouched by the flames. It is not surprising that Fariner denied all culpability for the catastrophe, considering the scale of the disaster that was to unfold. However, one witness did claim that it was over an hour before the fire had spread to any of the neighbouring properties, and he had more than enough time to move the furniture from his home before that, too, caught fire. Meanwhile, by 3 AM, over a quarter of a mile away in Seething Lane, the maid Jane Birch was waking her master Samuel Pepys. The day before, Pepys had spent the morning at the office before going to watch a play with his wife. He avoided seeing young Killigrew, the groom to the bedchamber for the Duke of York, who he obviously disliked, and then went on to eat and drink, becoming so mighty merry that he went home singing. After writing some letters, Pepys went off to bed. He wrote, quote, I rose and put on my nightgown and went to the maid's window, but being unused to such fires as followed, I thought it far enough off, and so went to bed again and to sleep. Pepys wasn't the only one to dismiss the escalating fire. The Lord Mayor, Sir Thomas Bloodworth, looked out of his bedroom window in Maiden Lane, Aldersgate. He was similarly untroubled by what he saw and returned to his bed, declaring that the blaze was so insignificant, quote, a woman might piss it out. Bloodworth eventually turned up at the source on Pudding Lane and was still quite relaxed about the whole affair. By then, the Star Inn, a substantial building with 29 hearths and full of hay and other combustibles, had been razed, and it's possible that Bloodworth was told to allow several properties nearby to be demolished, thereby halting the progression of the fire. He refused, asking, quote, when the houses have been brought down, who shall pay the charges for rebuilding them? A comment that caused Pepys to later refer to the Lord Mayor as a silly man, which, all things considered, is quite a generous insult. Bows and arrows against the lightning. There was no organised fire brigade in the city in 1666. Firefighting was the responsibility of the watch. Known as bellmen, they were employed to patrol the streets at night and raise the alarm if they saw any outbreak of fire. They had very little knowledge of how to tackle a blaze and were equipped with only leather buckets, water squirts which resembled large syringes, and axes. Other basic equipment was stored in churches, including ladders and firehooks, which were long poles to help in the demolition of buildings. To make matters worse, a high wind was fanning the flames, and the firefighters couldn't get near enough to the fire to pose any real threat to the blaze. The easiest way to create a firebreak was to pull down the adjacent buildings, but Bloodworth had objected. The few fire engines available were difficult to maneuver, there were no keys on the Thames, and the machines had to be pushed down to the water. Many of them tipped over and fell into the river. Throwing a bucket full of water from a distance was not even going to make much of a difference to the onslaught of the flames, and quote, "In a short time the fire became too big to be mastered by any engines or working near it." Pudding Lane was close to Thames Street, which ran parallel to the river near London Bridge. The area closest to the waterfront was particularly dangerous because the dwellings were close built with wooden pitch houses. Clergyman Edward Waterhouse, a Fellow of the Royal Society, described the buildings along that part of the river as, quote, "The lodge of all combustibles, oil, hemp, flax, pitch, tar, cordage, hops, wines, brandies, and other materials favourable to fire. Full of narrow streets, old buildings, all of timber, all contiguous each to other, all stuffed with ailment for the fire, all in the very heart of trade and wealth in the city." St. Magnus the Martyr was the first parish church to be claimed. By 8 in the morning, the blaze had spread to London Bridge, and the buildings on it were destroyed. Hellfire. The Book of Revelation is the final book of the New Testament. Also known as the Book of the Apocalypse, it is interpreted by some as a prediction of the end of days. It speaks of the second coming of Jesus and the defeat of the Antichrist. It also describes prophetic visions of a seven-headed dragon, a serpent, and the beast, whose number is 666. Given that smaller fires broke out regularly and seeing how flammable the capital was, predictions of an apocalyptic firestorm were hardly surprising. Added to this was the disdain for the frivolities of the wealthy in Restoration London. Charles and his court were seen to be leading a decadent lifestyle of low morals. The king had a bevy of mistresses and at least a dozen illegitimate children. Despite this, he was unable to produce an heir, so to make matters worse, he named his Catholic brother James, Duke of York, as his successor. The Puritan laws that banned things like sports, theatre, and Christmas brought in by Oliver Cromwell during the Protectorship were repealed by the king. Bawdy Restoration comedy became popular, as did Restoration literature, and at court, there were libertines such as Lord Rochester who challenged moral principles and had no sexual restraint. Along with mystics and fortune-tellers, the Puritans predicted a reckoning for the city of London like the wrath brought down on Sodom and Gomorrah. In 1642, Francis Potter published an interpretation of the number 666. After reading it, Pepys noted that, quote, "Certainly this year of 1666 will be a year of great action, but what the consequences of it will be, God knows." As early as 1597, a pamphlet had been published that foretold 1666 as the Year of the Beast. Anonymously written, it was titled Babylon is Fallen. The Puritans especially were wary of the vengeful hand of God. In 1628, when fire destroyed 100 houses in Banbury, the rector William Whately delivered a scathing lesson against the perils of sinfulness. The fire had begun in a malt house on a Sunday, which only confirmed his fears. Whately called his sermon, "Sin No More Banbury." After fire struck the town of Dorchester, Minister John White found that the people were much improved in their behaviour, as they were told that their sinfulness, especially Sabbath breaking, was the cause of the blaze. After all, the book of Jeremiah warned that a consequence of breaking the Sabbath would be a fire that shall not be quenched. The Tiverton fire of 1612, which burned down 290 houses, and the Oxford fire of 1644, which destroyed over 300, both began on Sundays, as did the Great Fire of London, which was yet to come. This only reinforced the idea that God was out for vengeance. As the date of the Great Fire approached, there was a sense of foreboding by many. The war and the plague were a huge concern to the people, and as a consequence, the economy had taken a hit. Many felt that a Dutch invasion was on the horizon. It had been a particularly hot summer. Temperatures in July and August 1666 were above average, and there had been a significant lack of rainfall in the southeast of England that had gone on since the previous November. Water levels in the river were quite low, and John Evelyn would later remark on the long and extraordinary drought in the months leading up to the fire. Burn Baby Burn. At around 7 AM, Pepys woke up and after looking through the window, decided that the fire was still too far enough away to be of any concern and was, quote, not so much as it was. It was when Jane the maid told him that more than 300 houses had been burned down that he realised the seriousness of the situation. Pepys walked up to the tower to get a better view and saw, quote, an infinite great fire on this and the other side end of the bridge. Pepys wasn't the only person to react slowly to the threat of the blaze. A schoolboy at Westminster named William Taswell only realised that there was a fire when he saw people, quote, running to and fro in a seeming disquietude and consternation. By that time, it was somewhere between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning. It would seem that people liked to laze around in bed on a Sunday morning, even in the 17th century. Pepys said, quote, on going down to the waterside and there got a boat, I saw a lamentable fire. Everybody endeavouring to remove their goods and flinging into the river. Poor people staying in their houses as long as till the very fire touched them, and then running into boats or clambering from one pair of stairs by the waterside to another. And among other things, the poor pigeons, I perceive, were loath to leave their houses, but hovered above the windows and balconies till they were, some of them, burned their wings and fell down. Having stayed, and in an hour's time seen the fire rage every way, and nobody to my sight endeavouring to quench it, but to remove their goods and leave all to the fire, and having seen it get as far as the steelyard, and the wind mighty high and driving it into the city, and everything, after so long a drought, proving combustible even the very stones of churches. It would seem that most Londoners were too busy trying to save their possessions and flee the city, rather than helping Bloodworth. Pepys was called to court and asked to tell his account to King Charles and his brother, the Duke of York. Pepys told the king that, quote, unless his majesty did command houses to be pulled down, nothing could stop the fire. Pepys was ordered to find the Lord Mayor Thomas Bloodworth and command him to spare no houses, but to pull down before the fire every way. Travelling down to St. Paul's Cathedral by walking along Watling Street as well as he could, Pepys noted that, quote, every creature coming away loaden with goods to save, and here and there sick people carried away in beds, extraordinary goods carried in carts and on backs. When he found the Lord Mayor, Pepys said he was, quote, like a man spent with a handkerchief about his neck. To the king's message he cried like a fainting woman, Lord, what can I do? I am spent, people will not obey me. I have been pulling down houses, but the fire overtakes us faster than we can do it. Bloodworth said, quote, that he needed no more soldiers and that for himself he must go and refresh himself, having been up all night, seeing people all almost distracted and no manner of means used to quench the fire. Many seemed oblivious to the danger that they were in. The diplomat Franciscus de Rappaccini, secretary to Queen Christina of Sweden, spent lunch in a fine company of Londoners, who he considered quite cheerful for so perilous and sorry a time. However, they weren't so jovial when they returned to the city to find that their houses had gone up in fire and smoke. Pepys and his wife also spent a pleasant lunch at home with some friends, having, quote, an extraordinarily good dinner and as merry as at this time we could be. Pepys returned to the city streets that evening to find chaos. Quote, the streets full of nothing but people and horses and carts loaded with goods ready to run over one another. Rappaccini noted that, quote, the fire was spreading with such fury that it was thought that about 100 houses were being burnt every hour. The wind drove the flames to the west of Pudding Lane. Even those houses to the north of London Bridge that had been constructed of a stronger and more stately way of building after the fire of 1633 were destroyed. As dawn came up on Monday the 3rd of September, it was obvious that this was not any ordinary blaze. At 4 AM, Pepys was pleased when, quote, Lady Batten sent a cart to carry away all my money and plate and best things. Now the king took drastic action. He removed Bloodworth from his station and put his brother James, Duke of York, in charge of the firefighting. Charles even went along to help. With a shortage of water, trying to douse out the fire was not the answer. York paid soldiers in bread, cheese, and beer to man command posts and maintain order. Despite their efforts, by the afternoon, John Evelyn noted that the entire south part of the city was on fire. By the evening, he described how the flames seemed to leap from house to house and street to street. Quote, "The Thames covered with goods floating, the noise and cracking and thunder of the impetuous flames, the shrieking of women and children, the hurry of people, the fall of towers, houses and churches, and the air, hot and inflamed." Tuesday was the worst day. Once one of London's main commercial areas since medieval times, Cheapside was destroyed. The flames moved east towards the Tower of London with its stores of gunpowder. The soldiers had to work alone. They waited all day for help from the Duke of York and his firefighters, but they were overwhelmed in the city's west. Horrified Pepys dug a pit in the garden and buried all the papers of his office, their wine, and Parmesan cheese. Firestarter. Everyone wanted someone to blame. Catholics were the first to come under suspicion along with foreigners, especially the Dutch. After all, there was a war going on. The London Gazette noted that strangers, quote, "Dutch and French were apprehended upon suspicion that they contributed mischievously to it, who are all imprisoned and informations prepared to make a severe inquisition." Taswell noted how, quote, "The ignorant and deluded mob hurried with a kind of frenzy their rage against the Roman Catholics and Frenchmen." A Mr. Light claimed to have had a conversation with a zealous papist a few weeks before the fire, who asked him, quote, "You expect great things in 66 and think that Rome will be destroyed, but what if it be London?" As far as Elizabeth Styles was concerned, she blamed the French, claiming that a Frenchman had told her that by October there would not be a house left between Temple Bar and London Bridge. One Frenchman was battered with an iron bar, another was almost dismembered. Some thought Dutch merchants had retaliated for the destruction of about 150 Dutch merchant ships and the torching of the town of West Terschelling just a month before. The successful strike had been celebrated in London with bells and bonfires. However, in Amsterdam, the desolation and mourning caused riots. Earlier in the spring of 1666, there had been a conspiracy to assassinate Charles II, take over the government, and set fire to the city. The plotters even discussed letting down the portcullis to keep any help from getting inside the walls. The trial of the parliamentarians, led by William Saunders and John Rathbone, were held at the Old Bailey, where it was discovered that the conspirators had support from Holland to carry out their hellish design on the anniversary of Cromwell's death. That date just so happened to be the 3rd of September. One of the first people to come under suspicion for starting the fire was the astrologer William Lilly. He published a pamphlet titled Monarchy or No Monarchy in 1651. In it, some illustrations predicted the future of the nation in a fire and brimstone way. They showed scenes of naval warfare, starvation, rodent infestations, large numbers of death, and most importantly for the accusers, a city being destroyed by fire. So it's hardly surprising that he was taken in for questioning. But then a French watchmaker named Robert Hubert stepped forward and confessed. However, from the get-go, his tale didn't make much sense. He claimed to have started the blaze in Westminster, but the fire never even reached that far, so he changed his story, saying he had thrown a firebomb into the bakery on Pudding Lane. He was under the illusion that he was a French spy and an agent of the Pope. It was obvious that the man was mentally unwell. At his trial, the Earl of Clarendon referred to him as a poor, wretched man, and even the judge didn't believe him. Unfortunately, Hubert never wavered from his account, and he was scapegoated. The state felt it had no choice but to hang him. It was later discovered that he did not even arrive in London until 2 days after the fire had begun. Rise like a phoenix. Finally, on Wednesday the 5th, probably because of the demolition program, it was over. The fire ended at Pye Corner in the west of the city. London was destroyed. Dozens of churches had been gutted, along with thousands of homes, London's only bridge, and St. Paul's Cathedral, which was now a sad ruin. Undergoing restoration, its scaffolding had caught fire and the lead roof had melted. The people wandered around lost and in a daze. Evelyn, quote, "went on foot with extraordinary difficulty, clambering over heaps of yet smoking rubbish, the ground under my feet so hot as made not only sweat, but even burnt the soles of my shoes. To the north of the city, he observed 200,000 refugees ready to perish for hunger and destitution. Traditionally, there are only 6 recorded deaths attributed to the Great Fire. The true number may never be known. Computed figures put the material destruction at around 13,500 houses, 86 parish churches, 44 company halls, several buildings of importance including St. Paul's and the Royal Exchange, several city prisons, and 3 city gates. In monetary terms, the loss was estimated at about 9 to 10 million. The rebuilding of the capital began with fire-resistant bricks, although for those living in London, it was clear that things would never be the same again. Months later, in February of the following year, Pepys said, quote, "I still could not sleep till almost 2 in the morning through thoughts of fire." He made his last diary entry in 1669. Pepys went on to serve as Secretary of the Admiralty and as an MP, and died in 1703, aged 70. Fariner rebuilt his business in Pudding Lane after the fire. He died just over 4 years later in 1670 when he was about 55. Desperate to distance himself from what was more than likely just an accident, he and his family were under pressure to show that their ovens had been put out properly. So Fariner, along with his children, signed the bill that falsely accused the suspect Robert Hubert of starting the fire. 3 members of the Fariner family were also on the jury that convicted the Frenchman. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please let us know down in the comments what you think and if you want to see more long-form documentaries like this. I hope everyone has an awesome time celebrating New Year's, and I'll see you in 2025. Cheers! There are many famous mysteries from the Middle Ages that have kept us guessing, such as the fate of King Edward II and the princes in the Tower, or the meaning of the Voynich manuscript. The Middle Ages are often referred to as the Dark Ages because the lack of information means we know less about it than other historical periods. Historians struggle to know how or why medieval events occurred, and that lack of information is the perfect ingredient to cook up a conspiracy theory and allow our imaginations to run wild. The Middle Ages was also a harsh, difficult time, a time when death appeared everywhere with never-ending wars, religious persecution, crusades, and a pandemic that probably wiped out as many as 50 million people worldwide, perhaps 50% of the European population. In Europe, the church influenced everything, and when events occurred, the people often exaggerated them to give them a mystical or divine purpose. Some medieval mysteries may never be solved because material has been lost over time or an archaeological site has been destroyed. The lack of answers only makes these mysteries all the more intriguing. Today we thought we would take you on a journey back to the Middle Ages to discover some more puzzles that have stumped the curious for centuries. Welcome to Medieval Madness. The Lost Book. It was the most extraordinary text, supposedly one of the most important travelogues that we have never seen. But what was contained in the Inventio Fortunata? It is said to be written in the 14th century by a Franciscan friar from Oxford, England. In the 1360s, the friar in question made around half a dozen journeys to the North Atlantic region on behalf of King Edward III. On his first journey, he travelled north and described what he found there. He went into the Arctic Circle beyond Iceland and Greenland, and may have even made it as far as Markland on the Canadian coast. Unfortunately, by the time that explorers sought out the work in the 1940s, the Inventio had gone missing. So how do we know that the book even ever existed? Well, it is mentioned in other writings. It was summarized in a second text, the Itinerarium, written by a Brabantian traveller from Den Bosch, now in modern-day Holland. His summary was the basis for the Arctic regions in many maps. Sadly, the Itinerarium also went missing, but not before the map maker Gerald Mercator copied some of the work into a letter and sent it to John Dee, the English magician and courtier to Queen Elizabeth I. Dee lost the letter, but had copied parts of it into his notebook. That was also almost lost when it suffered fire damage. The notes are a confusing mix of Latin, English, and Dutch, and it's hard to know what the substance of the original text was, and the Inventio Fortunata remains one of the most mysterious of lost medieval books. In 1956, a letter was found in a Spanish archive from the English merchant John Day to the most magnificent and most worthy lord, the Lord Grand Admiral, who we can assume to be Christopher Columbus. The letter, dated either December 1497 or January 1498, reads in part, quote, "Your lordship's servant brought me your letter. I do not find the book Inventio Fortunata, and I am very sorry not to find it, because I wanted very much to serve you. I am sending the other book of Marco Polo and a copy of The Land, which has been found by John Cabot." Which leads us neatly to our next mystery. What happened to John Cabot? Cabot was born in Genoa, Italy around 1450. Having read about the voyages of Marco Polo and the fabulous Chinese cities described in his writing, Cabot decided to see them for himself by travelling west across the Atlantic. Like Columbus, Cabot found it difficult to find sponsors for his expedition, and having failed on mainland Europe, he took his family to England to try his luck. After Columbus had made his successful voyages to the Americas when he was sure he had reached the Far East in 1496, Cabot was given the backing of King Henry VII for, quote, "free authority, faculty, and power to sail to all parts, regions, and coast of the eastern, western, and northern sea, under our banners, flags, and ensigns, with 5 ships or vessels, and with so many and with such mariners and men as they may wish to take with them in the said ships, to discover and investigate whatsoever islands, countries, regions, or provinces of heathens and infidels, in whatsoever part of the world placed, which before this time were unknown to all Christians." Everyone believed that there were spices, silks, gold, and jewels in Cathay and Kapangu, China and Japan, and that it would make England one of the greatest trading centres in the world for goods from the east if Asia was where Cabot thought it was. The Matthew sailed from Bristol in 1497 with a crew of 18. They found land after a month and claimed it in the name of Henry Tudor. It was actually one of the northern capes of Newfoundland, although Cabot was rewarded with the sum of £10 for finding a new island off the coast of China. In 1498, Cabot was sent by Henry to travel even further west in the hope of discovering Japan. This time, there were 5 ships with 300 men. What happened to John Cabot after this is still unknown, although one of his crew is recorded as living in London in 1501. Did Cabot die at sea? Did he settle in North America? Or did he return after a successful voyage and die in England, as one historian believes? Cabot's son, Sebastian, also became an explorer. In 1528, he sailed from South America to Spain in a repeat of Ferdinand Magellan's voyage around the world. The Lost Tomb. Genghis Khan united the Mongol tribes to become one of the most feared leaders of the Middle Ages. He founded the largest interconnecting state in the history of the world, which he achieved by brutal conquest. In 1227, the Great Khan died. As the army was in the middle of putting down a revolt, to keep his death a secret, his heirs slaughtered anyone unfortunate enough to see Khan's funeral procession on its journey to Karakorum, the capital of the Mongol Empire. Khan asked to be buried without any markings. One legend, retold by Marco Polo, states that the 2,000 slaves who attended his funerals were slaughtered by the soldiers sent to guard them. These soldiers were in turn killed by another group who massacred anyone who crossed their path, just as a way of concealing where Genghis Khan was buried. When they reached the final destination, they took their own lives. Other legends state that a river was diverted over his body to make it impossible to find, or that trees were planted over the site. One chronicle claims his coffin was empty when it arrived in Mongolia, and another that only his shirt, tent, and boots were buried. Modern research suggests that the burial place is somewhere near the Mongol sacred mountain Burkhan Khaldan, where Khan often went to pray to the sky god Tengri. Despite expeditions to find the grave, some as recent as 2015, its location still remains unknown. The Lost Caliph. Abu Ali al-Mansur was born in Cairo in the year 375 of the Muslim calendar, or 985 AD. When he later became Imam Caliph of the Fatimid Caliphate at age 11, he was the first Fatimid ruler born in Egypt. According to the Journal of Near Eastern Studies, it was noted that al-Hakim had a, quote, Eccentric character, the inconsistencies and radical shifts in his conduct and policies, the extreme austerity of his personal life, the vindictive and sanguinary ruthlessness of his dealing with the highest officials of his government, coupled with an obsession to suppress all signs of corruption and immorality in public life, his attempted annihilation of Christians and call for the systemic destruction of all Christian holy places in the Middle East, culminating in the destruction of the most holy church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem, all combined to contrast his reign sharply with that of any of his predecessors and successors, and indeed of any Muslim ruler. He had extreme ideas, at one point banning women from leaving their homes and ordering the shoemakers to stop making footwear for them. He banned alcohol, chess, and even some staple Egyptian foodstuffs. But al-Hakim also founded the House of Knowledge in Cairo and was a great patron of scientists and astronomers. According to historian Paul Walker, the Caliph was also the ideal supreme ruler, whose every action was just and righteous, and whose followers remained avidly loyal to him to the end. Because no one was sure which version of al-Hakim they were going to get, he was referred to as the Mad Caliph. His physician diagnosed him with melancholia, and if it is true that he was suffering from some form of mental illness, then this might explain his unpredictability. The 27th day of the Islamic month of Shawwal in the year 411 AH, or Monday the 13th of February 1021, had begun just like any other. Caliph al-Hakim rode out of his palace in the company of 2 grooms. They passed through the southern gates of Cairo and went off into the foothills, the Muqattam Plateau to the east and the River Nile to the west. Riding out into the darkness had become quite an obsession for al-Hakim, as it was a chance for him to meditate. However, the Caliph never returned, only his horse and blood-stained garments were ever found. The man had made many enemies, and his destruction of the Holy Sepulchre was seen as a contributory factor to the start of the Crusades. His disappearance at the age of 35 remains a mystery. The Lost Origin. In the New Testament of the Bible, the Gospel of St. Matthew tells the story of Joseph of Arimathea, who wrapped the body of Jesus in a shroud and placed him in a tomb. In 1354, a shroud bearing the faint image of the front and back of a man appeared at the church of Lury, a village in north-central France. In 1453, it was procured by the Italian royal house of Savoy, who moved it to their new capital of Turin in 1578, where it has remained ever since, stored in the chapel of the Holy Shroud. The shroud bears the image of a gaunt man between 5'7" and 6 foot tall, with thorn marks on the head, lacerations on the back, and bruises on the shoulders. In other words, all the details align with the biblical account of Jesus suffering before and during his crucifixion. As such, the shroud is said to be his and has been venerated as such for hundreds of years. But in 1988, radiocarbon dating concluded that the fabric originated between 1260 and 1390 AD, and that the shroud was actually a medieval forgery. One expert claimed that the image and bloodstains were made from pigments readily available in the Middle Ages. However, attempts to replicate the image using techniques available from that time have always failed. In 2024, new techniques have concluded that a fragment of the cloth could be around 2,000 years old, therefore dating it to the time of Christ, believing it may have been contaminated during the Middle Ages because it was touched by countless people during religious ceremonies. Whether it is a medieval forgery or the real deal, the mystery of the Shroud of Turin continues. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and as always, I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has an awesome week. Cheers! Ah, summer. Blue skies, green fields, and a golden warmth. Or so I'm told. I live in the north of England. I haven't really ever experienced summer. But for the medievals, it was a time of celebration for all classes. Perhaps the best time of the year for social gatherings. But work still had to be carried out in the fields, and summer was also a time of heat waves, droughts, wildfires, plague, and fever. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Lazy, hazy, crazy days of summer. The church and agricultural calendars dominated the lives of the common medievals, and in the summer it was a case of work hard, play hard. It was a time of harvests, usually beginning in June, when the peasants had to reap the meadows to get hay and fodder for the sheep, cattle, and horses. The French author Jean de Brie, known as the Good Shepherd, wrote a treatise on sheep breeding in the mid-13th century. He recommended that from June the shepherds should get up very early at dawn when the day was coolest and take the livestock to pasture. There needed to be sufficient shade for the animals, and if possible, they should be moved to higher, colder areas so that they wouldn't overheat. In August, de Brie said the sheep should be stabled or there was a risk that they would eat all of the wheat. With all that hot farm work going on, what was better than a summer party with plenty of ale and food? It could be said that summer in the Middle Ages was ushered in at Pentecost. The holiday is still celebrated today in Britain and is known as Whitsun or Whitsunday. The medieval summer was filled with important days like May Day, the Feast of the Holy Trinity, and Corpus Christi on the second Sunday after Pentecost, when there was always a public procession to celebrate the communion bread and wine. In July there was the Feast of St. Anne, Mother of the Virgin, and a celebration of the visitation of the Virgin to her cousin Elizabeth. In August it was Lammas Day and the Transfiguration of Jesus that were celebrated. People were obliged to attend church on the 1st of August, the feast day of St. Peter ad Vincula, to offer their Peter's pence, also known as smoke farthings or smoke money. This was a tax that had to be given to the church. A penny had to be paid from every house. These religious festivals were a great excuse for outdoor entertainment in the finer weather. The famous York, Chester, and Wakefield mystery plays were always held on the Feast of Corpus Christi, and others were held all over England. There were also fairs with minstrels, music, and possibly a bonfire or two as a nod back to the Celtic past. There might be dancing and summer caroling, as this was done during the summer as well as at Christmas, and most of the songs were quite bawdy rather than religious. Games, tournaments, and sports were also popular during the medieval summer. Drinking and gambling were always popular among the peasantry at any time of year, causing the cleric Robert de Brun to complain that, quote, "Dances, cards, summer games, of many such come many shames," in 1303. All that working and cavorting in the summer heat led some people down to the nearest body of water to cool off with a swim. The beautifully illustrated Book of Hours of the Duke of Berry, brother of King Charles V of France, contains an illuminated page for each month of the year. The August page shows peasants wearing hats hard at work in the fields, while a naked man is sitting on the riverbank and drying himself in the sun as his companions swim in the water. Not many medievals could swim though, and this was highlighted in a city ordinance from 14th century Paris, which read, quote, "Because in these hot days many people have had enjoyment and desire to go bathe in the Seine River, many great inconveniences have unfolded because many of these people have drowned in the river, which is a very pitiful thing. To reform the foolish minds of young people and other people who go bathe in the river, we forbid that anyone bathes naked in the river, otherwise they'll be put in jail." I can only hope that someone's warned the Olympic swimmers about this. The girls of summer. Without any protection, the common people of Northern Europe would find themselves suffering from the problems of sunburn just as they do today. Medical manuscripts contained recipes to help with problems such as the one in the 10th century Anglo-Saxon compilation known as Bald's Leech Book. They recommended, quote, "boiling in butter tender ivy twigs and smearing therewith." The dominant beauty standard of the time was for fair skin. This was seen as a sign of wealth and status and an indication of a woman's financial standing. Tanned skin was associated with the peasants who toiled outside in the fields all day. Medieval physicians recommended that women should protect their skin with wide-brimmed hats and parasols or avoid going out in the sun altogether. The Trotula, a 12th century text on women's medicine, recommends using boiled deer tallow for roughness of the face caused by the sun. The treatise also discusses the benefits of a very useful unguent that is good for sunburn for both the treatment and prevention. The ointment was to be applied at night and left on during the day to preserve the ladies from sunburn, sort of like an early version of the sunscreens that we use today. Sadly though, the ointment consisted of 1 ounce of lily root, 2 ounces of white lead, mastic and frankincense, camphor animal grease, and rose water. The ointment was used by the women of Salerno, Italy to also, quote, "raise the skin and colour it beautifully." We are now aware of lead poisoning and can only imagine the horrific symptoms that many of these poor women suffered when ingesting lead into their bodies. Symptoms like headache, constipation, infertility, and in some extreme cases, seizures, coma, and even death. Summer breeze doesn't make me feel fine. As far as physicians were concerned, July and August were just about the most dangerous time of year for us humans, believing that the summer air was corrupted and infected, and carried the miasma thought to bring deadly diseases. Medieval medicine followed the belief of the four humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, introduced by Hippocrates. These four substances were organised around the four elements, the four attributes of cold, hot, moist, and dry, and the four seasons. It was the yellow bile that was the problem in summer, as according to Bartholomew Anglicus, the sun was at its highest point and shone directly on the top of a person's head. This caused an excess of yellow bile and the dry, hot humour associated with being short-tempered and easily angered. In summer, Bartholomew added, the body would heat up and then perspiration would cause it to dry and become weak. This could cause people to be affected by plagues, fevers, and other hot and dry diseases. The first confirmed outbreak of the mysterious sweating sickness was in 1485. It's possible that there may have been an outbreak as early as June, although records of the patient's symptoms aren't complete enough to be sure. According to the Croyland Chronicle, Thomas Stanley, the 1st Earl of Derby, gave sweating sickness as the reason why he didn't join Richard III's army at the Battle of Bosworth. It's not sure whether this is true, as there is speculation that Henry Tudor's army brought the sickness over from France with his French mercenaries. Nevertheless, by the summer of 1485, the disease was in England, and when the new plague hit at the beginning of Henry VII's reign, it caused anger, mass paranoia, and superstition. The epidemic hit right at the end of the War of the Roses, which saw the death of the Yorkist King Richard and the crowning of Henry Tudor. The people wanted something or someone to blame for the new disease, and some believed that God had sent the sickness to punish Henry's supporters. Cruel summer. A physician named Thomas Forestier recorded his experience of the sweating sickness and wrote about how sufferers became suddenly breathless in their final hours when loathsome vapors had gathered around the heart and lungs. Oh my god. In the mid-16th century, a physician from Shrewsbury named John Caius noted that the disease began with a sudden sense of dread and violent cold shivers, dizziness, and a headache. Then came pains in the neck, shoulders, and limbs, followed by chronic fatigue. Anytime after 1 to 3 hours, the sweating began with delirium, palpitations, heart pain, and extreme thirst. In the end, there was an irresistible need to sleep, and Caius believed that if the patient gave in to this urge, then death was inevitable. There was no immunity, and some people might contract the disease several times before dying. Most either recovered or died within 24 hours, and the disease occurred in the summer and early autumn. The epidemic hit London on the 28th of August, and by late October of 1485, sweating sickness had killed thousands of people, including 3 sheriffs, 6 aldermen, and 2 lord mayors. The cause remains unknown, although sewage, bad sanitation, and contaminated water have all been blamed for the illness at some point. A couple of known diseases have been proposed as reasons for the outbreaks, including relapsing fever spread by ticks and lice, and hantavirus, which is carried by bats and rodents. Relapsing fever usually only occurs during the summer months, but symptoms include a rash and a scab at the site of the tick bite. Hantavirus is also seasonal, and unlike most diseases that strike down children and the elderly first, hantavirus usually affects middle-aged adults, something it has in common with the sweating sickness of the Middle Ages. Hot like the summer. In 1077, the Worcester manuscript noted that it, quote, was the dry summer, and wildlife came on many shires and burned down many villages, and also many towns burned down. Just as they are today, forest fires were an ongoing problem during the medieval summer. Houses tended to be made with wooden beams, often with thatched roofs, and had rushes or straws on the floor, making them a real fire risk. The Chronicle of John Worcester also reported that fire in the air, commonly called wildfire, burnt many townships and cornfields in Derbyshire and several other regions in 1048. To make matters worse, houses were closely packed together along the narrow, windy streets of medieval towns and cities. Shops were usually made from flammable materials as well, and then there were stables and wooden bridges. Parisians were ordered to keep a pot next to their door in case of fire during the hot months. Most people have heard of the Great Fire of London of 1666, but there was another devastating fire in the city long before that, in 1212. In John Stow's summary of the English Chronicles, he claimed that around 3,000 lives were lost. The fire began in early July just south of the River Thames. It destroyed a church and Borough High Street before reaching London Bridge. There, high winds spread burning embers across the bridge and the blaze quickly spread to the other side of the river. Many people were trapped on London Bridge between the two walls of flame as the wooden shops and homes on the bridge caught alight. Those who did not die in the fire jumped into the river and drowned. Only the bridge, which was made from stone, survived. Medieval summers were very much like our own. People tried to cool off by swimming, finding shade, and using sunscreen to protect themselves. Work still went on, but the medievals were able to enjoy more outdoor activities in the fairer weather. For them though, summer was a particularly dangerous time because of disease and wildfires, a threat we are also all too aware of ourselves because of the climate emergency. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, I hope you have an awesome week. Cheers! Like us, the medievals wanted to step out looking and smelling their best. For women especially, grooming was not just about creating the illusion of beauty, it was also a way to show off their social status, because the higher the rank and wealth, then the more access people had to expensive cosmetics made with rare ingredients. Let's travel back to the Middle Ages to take a look at male and female grooming and discover how people used their available resources to create beauty products that still inspire and influence cosmetics manufacturers today. Welcome to Medieval Madness. The beautiful people. Galen, the Roman and Greek physician, surgeon, and philosopher, was all the rage in the Middle Ages, as he was considered to be one of the most accomplished medical researchers of antiquity. His influence could be felt everywhere, in anatomy, neurology, logic, physiology, and most importantly for this video, pharmacology. He was so influential that some of his treatments, such as bloodletting, continued well into the 19th century. Galen was very unhappy about the crossover between medical treatments and cosmetics, stating, quote, "The object of the cosmetic part of medicine is to produce an enhancement of beauty, while the object of the decorative part is to preserve everything natural in the body that is naturally accompanied by beauty. The appearance of the head suffering from alopecia is ugly, as it is with the eyes when the eyelashes and the hairs of the eyebrows fall out, and these hairs contribute not only to beauty, but much more to health of the parts. But to make the colour of the face whiter by means of drugs, or redder, or the hair of the head curly, or yellow, or black, or to make it much longer as women do, and the operations like these belong to the depravity of cosmetics and not to the healing art." Galen conceded that there were times when a physician had no choice but to provide cosmetic treatments when it came to administering to royalty. He even had some of his own recipes for curing baldness and colouring hair for his royal patrons. All the pretty faces. During the Middle Ages, cosmetics were made from indigenous ingredients like beeswax, honey, and plant oils. Women made cleansing waters by steeping herbs and flowers. They also made perfumes by combining different essential oils. Many were homemade preparations, but for the wealthy, they could be bought from an apothecary. The 12th century Trotula, a medieval set of texts dealing with women's medicine and written in Italy, also happily blends medicine with the pursuit of beauty. It has several recipes for makeup and various remedies for ailments that might befall a woman through everyday living, such as fissures on the lips caused by, quote, "the excessive embraces of their lovers and their kisses with their lips rubbing between them. We treat these women with an ointment made of fleawort or with the unguent made from lily." Likewise, there are other women who suffer fissures caused by the air and the wind and similar causes. For these, then we anoint the lips with honey and sprinkle on powdered Greek pitch. For removing the wrinkles of wrinkled old women, the Trotula recommends the use of, quote, "stinking iris that is gladden and extract its juice, and with this juice anoint the face in the evening. And in the morning the skin will be raised and it will erupt, which rupture we treat with the above mentioned ointment, in which root of lily is employed. And first pulling off the skin, which after the rupture has been washed, it will appear very delicate." It sounds like a similar sort of process to the peel-off masks that are used today. It's advised that when freckles occur on the face by accident, a mixture of bistort, cuttlefish bones, and frankincense can be smeared on in the morning before rubbing them with rose water of bran or breadcrumbs until the freckles are removed. Breadcrumbs and bran were often added to water, scented with herbs, and used on the face as an exfoliant or face scrub. Sometimes the mixture was spread on the face and left on as an overnight face mask. Women strived to have the whitest complexion. It was an indication of their status, as only women who worked outside would have a tanned appearance. The Trotula suggested using leeches to bleed a woman who wanted to remove the redness from her face by placing the parasitic worms around the nose and ears on both sides. If the complexion became too pale, then a blusher was needed to add a little colour to the cheeks, and this could be made with powdered briny root. A paste of eggshells softened with vinegar and combined with mustard, ginger, and ground lily root was one of the safer concoctions, as many whitening foundations were lead-based and caused poisoning to the body with adverse side effects. Lotions like the moisturizers that we use today were popular. They were usually made with some kind of animal fat, perhaps left over from cooking. Animal tallow contains a lot of vitamin E, which is often used in modern skincare products. The grease was usually mixed with a scent to give it a more pleasing aroma, like sweet violet, rose, or mastic, a resin that came from a tree grown on the Greek island of Chios. Also known as Tears of Chios during the Ottoman Empire, the Sultan sent the finest mastic crop to his harem, and the penalty for stealing the resin was execution. Not a hair out of place. For noblewomen who wanted to get rid of body hair, a decoction could be made using toxic quicklime and the equally hazardous orpiment or yellow arsenic blend, and then mixed with mastic, frankincense, cinnamon, nutmeg, and clove to make it smell sweet. It was to be applied before a steam bath, and if the hairs, quote, from the pubic area do not fall out easily, she shouldn't rub herself vigorously, as the skin will be stripped away. Ouch. One recipe that was recommended for taming hair used the pretty mallow flower. The plant had to be dug up and cleaned first, as the root was also needed. The mallow had to be steeped in a pan with some psyllium seeds and willow leaves. Once boiled down, a gloriously gloopy mixture was left that could be slathered on the hair as a leave-in conditioner to stop it from being flyaway. For golden and shimmering hair, a cleanser could be made with, among other things, the ashes of burnt vine and licorice root. To perfume her hair, a medieval could use a mixture of rose water, clove, nutmeg, watercress, and galangal so it will smell marvellously. Any noblewoman should wear musk in their hair or clove or both, but take care that it not be seen by anyone. Also, the veil with which the head is tied should be put on with clothes and other sweet-smelling substances. Finally, quote, if the woman wishes to have long and black hair, take a green lizard and having removed its head and tail, cook it in common oil and anoint the head. Manscaping. It wasn't just medieval women who sought out cosmetic enhancement. Men were also happy to use any means possible to improve their appearance, especially when it came to staving off old age. They would pay to have their hair washed and were keen on treatments to prevent baldness and on colorants that could cover up any grey hair to appear younger looking and vigorous and attract women. However, many of the activities that were intended to improve the male appearance were also seen as emasculating, and the men who took part were treated with derision. One 14th century story about Amadeus VII, the Red, Count of Savoy, was used as a warning about death by vanity. In 1391, because he was going bald, Amadeus used an ointment to thicken his hair. He died quite young, even for the Middle Ages, at the age of just 31. His physician was accused of his murder with the use of poison. It was said that this was at the request of his mother, Bonne de Bourbon, because he had left guardianship of his son and heir to her. This was perhaps meant as a cautionary tale against vanity and the deadly sin of pride. Even in early Anglo-Saxon burials, a typical male grave would contain a grooming kit consisting of a pair of metal shears, a knife, and an iron razor. Some even included tweezers. Alcuin of York, the 8th century English scholar, clergyman, and teacher, believed himself more than qualified to pass judgment on the English men living in Viking York. He was scathing of the Anglo-Saxon tendency to emulate their Scandinavian conquerors' hairstyles, especially when it came to facial hair. He believed that, quote, trimming their hair and beard like the pagans would lead to the downfall of England. Quote, see how you have wanted to copy the pagan way of cutting hair and beards, he said. Are not these the people whose terror threatens us, yet you want to copy their hair? In Ireland, the 14th century Book of Lecan contains a poem titled Prohibitions of the Beard that clearly outlines who is entitled to wear a beard and how it should be worn, highlighting the connection between beards and a man's status in society. The author, who claims he is, quote, a man of great knowledge for what is lawful of every kind of beard, states, quote, "There are warriors who are entitled to a beard who are not cowardly, noble chiefs by land and sea and battle champions. But then there are artificers, smiths, house builders, physicians who cure the infirm. Because of their fatigue, they shave every month the beard on their faces." It was usual for the reigning monarch to set the trend for male hairstyles. In England, King Edward I and II both had long hair to the chin level. Edward III grew his down to shoulder length. Most of them were bearded, whether that was short and bushy, long and flowing, or long and forked as befitted a powerful and virile ruler. In contrast, clergymen were always tonsured and clean-shaven. Smile like you mean it. One thing that bothered both sexes was the thought of having bad breath. For stench of the mouth caused by a disorder of the stomach, the Trotula recommended drinking a potion of wine and middleberry to sweeten it. In Gilbertus Anglicus Commendium of Medicine, rubbing the teeth and gums after meals is suggested so that, quote, "no corrupt matter abides among the teeth," whereas chewing on a paste of salt and pepper is said to be good for cleaning them. For black and badly coloured teeth, the Trotula has a solution that makes use of walnuts. They have to be rubbed on the teeth 3 times a day. According to the physicians of Meath-Fai, scrubbing the teeth briskly with the elecampane herb gives great results. Or making little balls of baked and powdered sage leaves and rubbing them on the teeth will make them clean, white, and sweet. Interestingly, for some, makeup was the perfect medium for a scam. Ambrose Paré, the French barber surgeon, who is considered one of the fathers of forensic pathology, related a story about a beggar who got caught trying to trick Paré's brother. He said, quote, "The beggar sat in front of a church. His face was covered with large pustules made of a certain strong glue and painted in a livid reddish fashion approximating the colour of lepers. And he was very hideous to see, thus out of compassion everyone gave him alms. The artful impostor tightened from beneath his cloak a rag which he had wrapped around his neck, so as to make the blood mount to his face. After removing the rag, the surgeon washed his face with warm water, which caused all his pustules to become detached and to fall off. The beggar confessed that he knew how to counterfeit several illnesses, and that he had never found greater profit in it than when he counterfeited lepers. So it wasn't all about men trying to look younger or women trying to make themselves more attractive with skin treatments, bikini waxes, hair dyes, teeth whitening, mouthwash, makeup, and man grooming. When it comes to looking and smelling good, we really do have a lot in common with our medieval ancestors. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying these videos, and as always, I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope everyone has a fantastic week. Cheers! In the West, the Middle Ages was a superstitious time. A time when what was real and unreal became blurred. Dragons, witches, basilisks, and zombies were just some of the beasts that offered an ever-present threat to Christian society. Is it any wonder then that in a time when everything had a religious significance, any unexplained phenomenon in the skies was interpreted as either an omen, the manifestation of an angel or demon, or even a message from God himself? It was a time rich with mystery and wonder. But was it possible that the medievals were not alone in the universe? Welcome to Medieval Madness. Waiting for a star to fall. It cannot be overstated just how superstitious European medievals were. Everyone turned to the church for clarification when something happened that could not be easily explained. Something as mundane as a cow dying or a crop failing could be catastrophic for a peasant household, and was often ascribed to the displeasure of God, or even worse, witchcraft. Most people lived in small communities. At night, without the light pollution we have today, the skies must have seemed wondrous, full of bright shining stars. In the Middle Ages, the movement of the planets influenced everything from picking flowers to bloodletting, and medieval chronicles are full of strange tales. Rains of blood, frogs, fish, and even two-headed calves, as well as cosmic phenomena. One of the earliest sightings of a Middle Ages UFO happened in the 8th century. The incident has become so famous that it is often mentioned in discussions about unidentified aerial phenomena. The Annals of Lorsch were a set of chronicles that described the event, which took place in 776. At the time, the Saxons, the Germanic people of what is now northern Germany, were fighting a series of campaigns against the Frankish forces of Charlemagne. A battle between the two foes was taking place as the Saxons attacked the fortress of Sigeberg in what is now the modern-day city of Dortmund. Suddenly, a strange object appeared above the church, described as, quote, "the likeness of two large flaming shields reddish in colour." It apparently looked as though it was floating in the sky above them. The Saxon army turned around and ran away in terror, giving up their siege. It is not known who wrote the Latin Annals, but they cover over 80 years of the history of the region from 741 to 829. It's possible that several individuals wrote down events as they happened, and these snippets of news were brought together into a finished work at a later date. The men who fell to earth. In the 13th century, the English writer Ralph of Coggeshall detailed a mysterious aerial event in the Chronicon Anglicanum when he said a shining cross was spotted in the skies above London. Another bizarre event was said to have occurred in France in 816. This time, the recording of the aerial sighting was made by Agobard, Bishop of Lyon. He wrote about his experience in his book De Grandine et Tonatrius, noting that the local people, quote, "nearly all men, townfolk and countryfolk, old and young, believe in weather magicians, and a certain sky realm called Magonia, where ships come in the clouds with aerial sailors." He claims 3 men and a woman fell from the ships and were kept prisoner for several days before the townspeople were set on stoning them to death. Agobard was able to intervene and stop the executions, although we do not know what happened to the aerial sailors after this. Written in the stars. The English chronicler Gervase of Canterbury recorded an incident that occurred at the Abbey of St Albans in 1200. A large silver disc was seen hovering above the abbey by a group of monks who believed it was a miraculous sign sent from God. 90 years later, in northern England at Byland Abbey, North Yorkshire, another unknown disc-like object was seen. It was, quote, "round and flat like a plate, shining with a bright silver light." Again, it was seen as some sort of divine portent, although the monks could not decide what the wondrous sign foretold. Just outside of the medieval period in 1561, a spectacular celestial event occurred over the city of Nuremberg in Germany. It was so shocking that the details were printed in an illustrated news notice along with a woodcut illustration. The text read, quote, "In the morning of April the 14th at daybreak between 4 and 5 a.m., a dreadful apparition occurred on the sun. This was seen by many men and women." In some sort of dazzling aerobatic display, several cylindrical objects appeared. Out of these came crosses, orbs, and other shapes. These all started to fight among themselves in what looked like some sort of celestial battle that lasted an hour before the strange objects disappeared and the skies cleared. The eyewitness to the incident was a letter painter from Nuremberg named Hans Glaser, and it was thought to be a sign sent by the Almighty God to bring the people of Dortmund to repentance. Lucky Star. In 1066, on the night before the Battle of Hastings, probably one of the most significant events of the Middle Ages, a comet thought to be Halley's Comet was seen roaring across the sky. For the superstitious-minded English, it was an omen for change and turmoil. For the French, it represented divine support for their conquest. Other battlefield celestial apparitions include a group of English knights reporting a burning wheel in the sky, hovering above the field at the Battle of Agincourt in 1415, and a glowing star-like object moving across the heavens at the Siege of Jerusalem during the First Crusade in 1099. Other continents were not immune to the visitation of UFOs either. In 1235, General Yorosun set up camp near the village of Akita, Japan. Several of his soldiers saw strange lights in the sky that were not any ordinary heavenly bodies, but rather something supernatural. The tale involving Yorosun and his men was passed down in Japanese folklore and celebrated in songs and stories, where the lights were referred to as ghostly lanterns carried by some form of spirit. In China, the statesman Shen Kuo wrote about a UFO in his Dream Pool essays in 1088. Eyewitnesses in 2 provinces and in the city of Yangzhou related to him their experiences of seeing a flying craft with opening doors that had an inner bright light. It was able to travel at tremendous speed and cast shadows across the trees over a 10-mile radius. Culturally, the perception of UFO sightings varied across the world. In Europe, the deep-seated belief in Christianity pervaded everything and meant that sightings were nearly always seen through the lens of religion as divine omens and signs. In the East, where the Shinto religion was practiced, there was more of an influence from folklore, and unexplained celestial events were considered to be the actions of spirits, who were sent to guide rather than warn the witness. A spaceman came traveling. The Norman conquest is depicted on the 70-meter-long embroidered cloth known as the Bayeux Tapestry. As well as telling the story of William of Normandy's victory against Harold II, King of England, it also shows a group of messengers pointing to the comet, which is referred to as a star, in the Latin caption describing the scene. Although not an unidentified phenomenon, it does highlight the importance that the medievals placed on strange cosmic events as portents and signs. The tapestry isn't the only work of art to depict a strange occurrence in the medieval skies. The medieval Serbian monastery of Visoki Dekani in Kosovo is home to the 14th century painting of the Crucifixion by an unknown artist. The late Byzantine triptych, which hangs above the altar, depicts two unidentified flying craft, one on either side of Jesus' head. The two UFOs are carrying a pilot each, and the passengers are not shown with any halo around their heads, removing any possibility of them being divine creatures such as angels. The 15th century painting The Miracle of the Snow by Marcellino de Panical portrays the legend of the snowfall said to have occurred on a hot summer's day in Rome during the 4th century. Hovering in the skies above the miracle, there are over 20 disc-shaped objects that look nothing like the clouds they have been claimed to be. A small disc-shaped object also appears in the Madonna with Saint Giovannino. As well as Madonna, the infant Jesus, and St. John, the 15th century painting portrays a man and dog looking up at something in the sky. The object appears to be some sort of oval shape with rays of light projecting out of it from different angles. Star-Lords. It wasn't just the common people who experienced mysterious aerial phenomena in medieval Europe. In the mid-13th century at St. Albans Abbey, a monk named Matthew Paris chronicled the sighting of a large luminous object. It was witnessed by no less than King Henry III of England and his courtiers. The strange craft radiated with a soft golden light and was talked about at court with a sense of awe and unease as the reason for its appearance was discussed. 100 years later, across the Channel, another eerie event had occurred at the court of King Charles VI of France, when several glowing spheres were seen in formation in the sky above Paris. Charles, who was already nicknamed the Mad because of his mental illness and psychotic episodes, was said to be deeply traumatized by the event. The 15th century King of Scotland, James IV, was known for his interests in science and the occult. The polyglot spoke 8 languages and was very well educated. He was said to have carried out a cruel and bizarre speech experiment by sending 2 newborn babies to live on the isolated island of Inchkeith with a deaf-mute woman. Being deprived of any form of verbal communication, James hoped that the children would begin to speak the ancient language of God instinctively. Back on the mainland, as King James made his way through the Scottish Highlands on a grand procession, he and his entourage were confronted by a bright pulsating light in the sky. The glittering light moved gracefully across the beautiful but rugged countryside. The king, who was intrigued by the phenomenon, ordered his knights to halt so that he could approach the light and view it more closely. It hovered for a time before slowly sinking to the ground in front of the king. Unafraid and curious, James advanced on the light, which appeared to be an orb about the size of a carriage wheel. The object produced a low, tuneful humming noise, and the air surrounding it appeared warm. The king put out his hand to touch the orb, but it immediately shot up into the night sky and vanished. The incident later became a favourite tale at the Scottish court, where King James was praised for his calm behaviour. He believed the encounter to be a spiritual experience that confirmed his belief in the supernatural. The Fault in Our Stars. Sightings of unknown aerial objects were a global experience that happened across many cultures during the Middle Ages in a time and place that often saw them as religious messages. The Chinese called them fireballs and dragons in the sky. In India, they were vimana or flying chariots. In Europe, orbs and crosses. Medieval UFOs are a really important part of the history of the inexplicable. Despite the difference in time and beliefs across the centuries, people are still experiencing the same strange bright lights and hovering objects, and the mystery goes on. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Let me know in the comments down below what you think, and please subscribe if you haven't yet, as we do release videos every Friday. Until the next one, hope you have an awesome week. Cheers! For most of us, Halloween is the commercial holiday celebrated every year on the 31st of October, when people carve jack-o'-lanterns from pumpkins and dress up in scary costumes to go out trick-or-treating. But what did Halloween mean to the medievals, and how did their superstitions and beliefs influence how we celebrate Halloween today? Let's travel back now to a time of witches, soul hunters, and Stingy Jack. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Do you believe in magic? It has been thought that the origins of Halloween could be linked to the Roman feast of Pomona, the goddess of fruit trees, gardens and orchards, or Parentalia, the 9-day festival held in ancient Rome in honor of the dead. More often though, it is linked to the Celtic festival of Samhain, which translates as Summer's End. In the Gaelic saga, the Wooing of Ymir, written sometime around 800 AD, it is mentioned as the time in the medieval Irish calendar when the summer goes to rest. It was the first of the 4 quarter days and one of the 4 great festivals held during the Celtic year. A time for gathering the harvest and bringing in the animals from the higher ground to shelter for the winter months, slaughter the pigs and salt the meat ready for the dark, cold months ahead. It was also a time when otherworldly forces were at their height, when decay and darkness walked abroad and the people of the mounds roamed the countryside. Samhain was celebrated on the 1st of November, although the festival extended over 3 nights before the big day and another 3 nights after. The exact nature of the festivities is unknown, although it's probable that the Irish people built huge bonfires as protection from the spirits, and there was a coming together of tribal groups for celebration and feasting. It's also possible that there were animal and even human sacrifices, although there are no references to this in the ancient Irish sagas. Livestock was likely being slaughtered at that time of year anyway. It's hard to trace a direct link between the Irish end of summer festival and Halloween, but they have one major thing in common: the supernatural. The otherworld is talked about a great deal in Celtic literature, and it's at Samhain that mystical events supposedly occur more than at any other time. Strange magic. According to the book Celtic Heritage, Ancient Tradition in Ireland, winter was a dark time when, quote, nature is asleep, summer was returned to the underworld, and the earth is desolate and inhospitable. November was known as the Black Month in Brittany and Cornwall. In Scotland, it was referred to as the Gloom. For the Irish, contact with the otherworld was more likely at Samhain, when the barrier between worlds was thin and the magic fog was lifted. They thought of it as a place somewhere inside our own world where time moved differently, full of gods, heroes, and ancestors. The Celts made offerings to the elves and fairies or Sids that would emerge, and the people left them gifts in the fields outside their villages. As well as the fairy folk, there were other creatures associated with sounds, such as the shape-shifting pucker or the imp-like Dullahan. The Sluagh hunters may come out of the west and steal souls, or the fairy host may haunt Samhain and kidnap people. In The Adventures of Nera, another early saga written around the year 800, Nera the hero meets a zombie-like character hanging on the gallows. He is able to slip into the otherworld on 2 occasions and discovers that its inhabitants are plotting to destroy his people in his world. But Nera finds a way to bring spring flowers and herbs back to his home as proof that he has been to another time and place beyond our physical world, and that the supernatural threat was real. Sinners, Saints, and Souls. In the 4th century, Constantine the Great was the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity. It was a pivotal moment in the history of the Roman Empire, and one that marked the transition from classical antiquity to the Middle Ages. In the early days of Christianity, the theologian Bishop Augustine of Hippo thought it was best to, quote, not kill the heathens, just convert them. Do not cut their holy trees, consecrate them to Jesus. In other words, it was thought much easier to blend pagan customs with Christian celebrations gradually rather than force the issue and upset the locals. Pope Gregory the Great was Bishop of Rome in the early years of the 7th century, and he expanded that idea, believing that pagan practices should be converted from, quote, worship of devils to the service of the true God. Then Pope Boniface IV consecrated the Pantheon in Rome to the Virgin Mary and all the Christian martyrs. The site was previously a pagan Roman temple. Originally, this rite, known as All Saints' Day or All Hallows' Day as it is also known, was observed on the 13th of May, the same date as the annual Roman festival of Lemuralia, a time when Romans performed rituals to banish any malevolent or fearful spirits of the restless dead from their homes. These spectres were appeased with an offering of black beans and the soothing sounds of chanting. It was in the 8th century that Pope Gregory III decided that the 1st of November should be a day to honor all of the saints and martyrs who didn't have a specific named day of their own. There were so many that there weren't enough days to honor each and every one. As Samhain was an important quarter day celebrated by many, it was hijacked by the church. In 835, in the Frankish Empire, Emperor Louis the Pious also declared that November the 1st would be a day of obligation, along with the 5 other days including Christmas Day and Ascension Day. They were marked by high masses, prayers, and other rituals, as well as celebratory feasts. Hallowmass. Saint Odilio of Cluny popularized a feast for remembering and praying for all of the souls of the dead in the 13th century. So the story goes, a pilgrim was swept up in a storm on an island. He had a vision of all the poor souls in purgatory, the space between heaven and hell, who were suffering the purification of flames as a punishment for their sins. Once home safely, the pilgrim approached Father Odilio and asked whether there was not one day in the year when special prayers could be made for the souls of those deceased. As a result, Odilio adopted an annual commemoration for all the faithful departed where alms, prayers, and sacrifices could be made for the relief of those suffering in purgatory. Odilio decreed that those requesting a mass for the dead should make an offering of money to the poor. This linked almsgiving with fasting and prayers for the dead. At first, Odilio chose a date in February for All Souls' Day in Cluny and its monasteries, but it was moved to the 2nd of November to coincide with All Saints' Day, the idea being that saints could intercede on behalf of the dead, and it was soon accepted across the whole Western Church. It became part of a Christian tradition known as All Hallowtide or Hallowmass season, and included All Saints' Eve, All Saints' Day, and All Souls' Day. As Hallowmass and Samhain were intricately intertwined, it was common to build bonfires in graveyards to ward off evil spirits. Church bells were also rung sometimes all night for the souls of the dead and to keep the demons at bay. Some people set out a lighted candle and left a meal on the table at night to appease the lost souls still wandering the earth. In the port of Bristol, the mayor entertained his city council with, quote, fires and their drinkings with spiced cake bread and sundry wines at Hallowmass. Ghosts were, quote, understood to be dead relatives who visited their kin to rectify wrongs committed against them while alive and to enforce the obligations of kinship. In Naples, Italy, on All Souls' Day, the bone houses were opened and decorated with flowers. Sometimes the corpses were dressed in robes and placed along alcoves in the walls. In Brittany, northern France, a solemn procession was taken by clergy to the graveyard where the people could consecrate their dead relatives with milk and holy water. Devil in disguise. The celebration has often raised controversy within Christianity. All Hallows' Eve became associated with witchcraft as popular activities on the day included divination and fortune-telling. These traditions were frowned upon by the church, and several biblical passages warned against the use of sorcery and foretelling the future. However, in 1552, Bishop Hugh Latimer was grieved to report that, quote, a great many of us, when we be in trouble or sickness or lose anything, we run hither and thither to witches or sorcerers whom we call wise men, seeking aid and comfort at their hands. The early church got on quite well with witches, but as the centuries passed, they became associated with the devil and were increasingly persecuted. Their gatherings on All Hallows' Eve didn't help matters, and their rituals came to be seen not just as magical, but satanic. Even their cats got typecast as demonic figures when Pope Gregory IX declared them devil's servants in 1233. The New England Puritans hated Halloween. Reverend Increase Mather, a clergyman in the Massachusetts Bay Colony and forever linked with the notorious 17th century Salem witch trials, referred to it as an abominable shame and a vile piece of heathenism rooted in Catholicism. The Puritans believed that the festival, like Christmas, was based in paganism and had close links to Satanism. Today, Christian evangelists also denounce it as a, quote, holiday that generally glorifies the dark things of this world rather than the light of Jesus Christ. Some even claim that Halloween is one of the 4 black Sabbaths when witches meet to worship the devil. However, the Catholic Church is happy to be associated with the holiday and states that the true substance of Halloween belongs to the Catholic Church and its roots in the observance of All Saints' Day all the way back in the 8th century. The subtle shifts. In medieval Britain, the combination of a sound tradition and praying for the souls of the dead on All Souls' Day developed into the earliest form of trick-or-treating. One tradition from sound talked about the legend of Stingy Jack. He had been foolish enough to play several tricks on the devil. When Jack died, God would not allow him into heaven, and the devil anointed his trickery would not allow him into hell either. Jack had to roam Earth forever with just a burning coal to light his way. He placed the coal into a carved-out turnip. The Irish referred to him as Jack of the Lantern and began to carve out their own turnips, placing them in the windows of their homes to ward off the spirit of Stingy Jack. During the Middle Ages, solars travelled from home to home, often in disguise, offering their prayers in exchange for loaves of bread or a soul cake, sometimes called a Solmer's cake. These cakes that were made with sweet spices and marked with a cross were really alms for the needy, as the solars were usually poor people or children. During Samhain, it was thought that the spirits dressed themselves as beggars, and refusal to help them would result in a curse. As we travel into the early modern period, these solars might sing songs and carry lanterns from hollowed out turnips. This, along with the legend of Stingy Jack, made them the forerunner to the Jack-o'-lantern. Over the centuries, Gaelic, Roman, and Christian feasts have all blended seamlessly together. With massive Irish immigration to the US during the potato famine, Gaelic customs and folklore passed into American culture and shaped the festival of Halloween that we know and love, or hate, today. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Hope everyone has an awesome Halloween, and I'll see you next week for another video as always. Until then, have an awesome week. Cheers! We often associate slavery with non-Christians and the Romans, but unfree people continued to be owned and exploited throughout Europe for hundreds of years after the fall of the empire. In fact, slavery was alive and thriving very well in the medieval world. Let's travel back in time and hear some stories about people who were enslaved, bought, sold, and exploited during the Middle Ages. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Tell me you love me. Most of us have heard of medieval serfs. In the Middle Ages, serfdom was similar to slavery, but there was a distinct difference. It was their labor that was bought, not the person, who couldn't be sold or traded. Serfs lived and worked on their lord's land for 2 or 3 days a week, working half their time for themselves and half for their master. In return, they were usually given a piece of their own land to farm for the subsistence of their family. Serfs lost the freedom of movement. A serf was not allowed to leave the manorial lands without the lord's permission, but they were given the benefits of justice and protection. In the early Middle Ages, up to the year 1000, the practice of slavery that had been popular in the Roman world continued across Europe. Provisions for slaves were included in the laws of Welsh King Hywel the Good in the 10th century. In the Germanic kingdoms, the 7th century Visigothic code proposed enslaving criminals as a form of punishment along with prisoners of war. The Vikings took thousands of people, men, women, and children from all over the known world and either kept them or sold them as slaves, naming them thralls. The 10th century traveller Ibn Hawqal wrote about a Viking slave trade that reached across the Mediterranean Sea from Spain to Egypt. It's thought that the Vikings specifically targeted women and girls on these raids, possibly because they practiced polygamy. That made it harder for low-status men to have access to women and created a need for sexual slaves and even wives. During a raid near Dublin, Ireland in 821, they carried off a great deal of women into captivity. It's thought that as much as 10% of Scandinavia was populated by slaves during the Viking era. In modern-day Iceland, 2/3 of the female population have a Celtic background, making it likely that their ancestors were brought there as slaves from Ireland and Scotland. If you want to learn more about Viking history, we have just started a new channel called the Viking Vault, so please do check that out and subscribe if that's something you're interested in. Money, money, money. By the late medieval period, the Mediterranean region had effectively become a slaving zone, with slaves being transported and sold in the coastal cities across both Christian and Muslim territories. People found themselves sold into slavery for a whole host of reasons, including war, raiding, and piracy. Many criminals were sentenced to slavery as a punishment, and some even sold themselves or their children because of crushing poverty. Slavers, for the most part, were attracted for no other reason than making money. Religion and politics didn't even enter into it. If the pirates could hold and demand a ransom for a person, they might be returned home, otherwise they were sold. Slavers were bought to be used for their labor in agriculture and as skilled crafts workers, as well as military, domestic, and sexual services. Some were motivated to buy slaves because of religion. Neither Christian, Muslim, nor Jew was allowed to enslave a fellow believer. But it was permissible to enslave a person from another religion and convert them to their own. In Italy, Venice and Genoa were two of the major slave centers. Genoese merchants controlled the port of Caffa on the Black Sea and used it as a slaving hub in the late 13th century. The Italians often sold men to the Egyptians, who had a great demand for Mamluk slave soldiers and mercenaries. The Black Sea port sold people from all over Eastern Europe, including Russia, Bulgaria, Turkey, Greece, and Albania, and transported them to southern Europe. The Mediterranean islands of Cyprus, Crete, Rhodes, Sicily, Sardinia, and Majorca also held slave markets where merchants would buy slaves cheaply and transport them to where there was more demand and more profits to be made. In Iberia, the main trading cities were Barcelona and Valencia. In Barcelona, 20% of households owned slaves. From 1415, the Portuguese brought more slaves from their expeditions to the African coast to be traded in Europe. Sisterly love. During the later Middle Ages, the majority of European slaves were young females when they were purchased, and many were put to domestic work across Western Europe. But many also found themselves being sold into prostitution rings, bathhouses, and brothels. In the early years of the 11th century, Wulfstan, the Archbishop of York, wrote his most famous work, a homily titled The Sermon of the Wolf to the English. In it, Wulfstan blamed God's anger towards the English on their lack of morality. He even went so far as to blame the last 30 years of vicious Viking raids as a manifestation of God's fury. He described the horrors of the slave trade as, quote, "And it is terrible to know what too many do often. Those who for a while carry out a miserable deed, who contribute together and buy a woman as a joint purchase between them, and practice foul sin with that one woman, one after another, and each after the other. Like dogs that care not about filth, and then for a price they sell a creature of God, his own purchase that he bought at a great cost, into the power of enemies." In 1367 in Marseille, southern France, a woman named Christine was sold. It doesn't bode well that the man who bought her was told that he could, quote, have her, hold her, give her, sell her, exchange her, and do all that he pleases with her. There was always hope though, as some slaves were able to buy their freedom. Debracha de Bosna was an enslaved woman in the Croatian city of Dubrovnik. In 1282, the city was known as Ragusa and was home to many slaves. A high proportion of them were traded via Venice, as Dubrovnik was part of the Venetian Empire. Debracha de Bosna was probably named after the area in which she was captured, being Bosnia. Records show that Debracha was able to buy her freedom through a process known as manumission, probably by saving up out of her measly earnings. Therefore, she was free to, quote, wander through the four corners of the earth wherever it should please her, free and liberated forever. But there was a price to pay. As recompense, Debracha's sister was given to the master for 4 years in exchange to, quote, serve her owner in all ways according to his wishes. Which doesn't sound ideal. It seems that Debracha either betrayed her sister and sold her into servitude, or the sisters had made a pact together to gain her freedom. Either way, Debracha was free. Some slaves were liberated if their master chose to free them at his death, specifying his desire in his will. Others might be freed if their owner considered it an act of charity and wanted to earn some brownie points within the Christian church. Although it's worth saying that in a lot of circumstances when elderly slaves became infirm, they weren't worth keeping anyway. Suffer the children. Sadly, many women who were made to work in a domestic setting were subjected to some form of sexual abuse. Many became pregnant by their owners. Following the Roman slave laws, a child inherited their parents' status. That's how in 1465, a noble from Marseille named Pascal de Goldie was able to purchase a pregnant slave along with her 4-year-old boy. De Goldie sold her son 3 years later. And in another heartbreaking tale, in the same city in 1377, a mistress sold her slave but kept the poor woman's 1-year-old baby for herself. One woman decided she would fight to keep her children at all costs. Her name was Theodora, and she lived in Crete with her sons Andronicus and Demetrios. In 1345, her owner, Pietro Porco, decided that he would sell the children, and he believed this was in his right because he legally owned their mother. At that time, Crete, like Dubrovnik, was part of the Venetian Empire. The magistrates there put a stop to the sale and ruled that, quote, "The children are and will remain free forever." Another resident of Crete, a free woman named Maria, went to court when she was told that she had to give up her baby because the father was a slave. She won her case, and the child inherited her free status. You can be sure, however, that for every heartwarming tale of a mother winning the right to keep her child, there are hundreds more who had their children brutally snatched away because of their enslaved status. For the love of God. In 1393, 3 teenage slave girls named Grilica, Stjona, and Tritislava were members of a Bosnian heretical sect. Remember that during the Middle Ages, many slaves were converted to Christianity after they became enslaved. Canon law in the Catholic Church condemned the enslavement of other Christians. So, yes, you could own Christian slaves, but they had to have been heretics at the time of their subjugation. But these 3 young girls argued that they had, in fact, converted to Catholicism before they were enslaved, not after. The distinction in timing was crucial to the girls' case. Ownership was invalidated, and all 3 were released from their bondage. Needless to say, the trader who owned them was furious. Freedom. Another road to freedom was to escape and run away. Antoine Simon was a black slave who lived in Barcelona during the 1440s and was owned by a leading trader named Pons Ferrer. Antoine had heard of the town of Palmiers in southern France, where slavery was illegal. So in a desperate bid for freedom, he escaped and made his way across the Pyrenees Mountains in a journey that must have taken great courage and determination. On arrival in Palmiers, Antoine began to work for Pierre Torc, a man who was in the employment of the local count. Ferrer, furious at the loss of his slave, pursued Antoine to his new home, and on his arrival in Palmiers, began legal proceedings against both Torc and his former slave. He accused Torc of theft and argued Antoine was his property. Before the court, Antoine argued that according to the law of Palmiers, his freedom was sacred, and Torc agreed, stating that he had every right to employ Antoine as a free man. The court found in their favor, and Antoine was allowed to stay and live out the rest of his life in freedom. Unlike Antoine, most slaves were unable to find a way out of their bondage during the Middle Ages. Other places implemented similar rules. Toulouse was another French city that harbored slaves. Dubrovnik described the trading of people as, quote, "disgraceful, wicked, an abomination, and against all humanity," but held back from banning the owning of slaves. And although King Alfonso X of Castile passed a law which condemned slaving, the practice continued. Sadly, the medievals had found themselves reliant on trafficking and slavery, and the period became a stepping stone in the advancement of the transatlantic slave trade. In what was a mask for the economic need of slavery, the legal outlines were already being sought out that would justify the racial and religious need for the buying and selling of humans, when in 1452, the Pope issued a papal bull that would allow King Alfonso V of Portugal to enslave all pagans. It read, quote, "full and free power to invade, conquer, fight, and subjugate pagans and other enemies of Christ, and to reduce their persons into perpetual servitude." Thank you for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Have a great week. Cheers. The Middle Ages, with its crippling poverty and lack of law and order, was the perfect time for unscrupulous men to turn to a life of crime and roam around the countryside causing untold trouble. But not all gangsters were poor, some came from noble families, and they certainly weren't all Robin Hoods, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Most were brutal, ruthless, and out for themselves. Let's travel back in time now and take a look at some of the more notorious gangsters of the Middle Ages whose crimes ranged from rabbit robbing to rape and murder. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Organized crime. Today, we might think about the global drug cartels when we hear about criminal gangs, but gangsters have existed for thousands of years. In the Rome of 50 BCE, Milo and Clodius were organizing bands of armed slaves and hiring thugs to fight out their differences, just like modern-day Crips and Bloods in the US. In the Constantinople of the 6th century, the rival Green and Blue gang came together through a common cause and turned on the Emperor Justinian, with riots that killed tens of thousands of people and destroyed half the city. Hereward the Watchful One. Hereward the Wake was born around the year 1035 in Lincolnshire, England. Reliable historical sources relating to Hereward the Wake are few and far between, and often contradictory. We know that he was an Anglo-Saxon nobleman who resisted the invasion of William the Conqueror and his Normans in 1066. In the Gesta Herwardi, a more romanticised account of his life written by a monk named Richard from Ely, Hereward was banished by his father for disobedience and antisocial behaviour, and he was declared an outlaw by King Edward the Confessor at the age of just 18. So Hereward went off on his adventures, which included fighting a rampaging bear in Northumbria to save his godmother and her daughters, protecting a Cornish princess from unwanted male attention, and then fighting the people of Skaldemariland to help the Count of Flanders. By the time of the Norman conquest in 1066, Hereward was a mercenary and the Normans had confiscated his lands back home in Lincolnshire. On his return there, he found that his brother had been killed and his head displayed on a spike. Hereward took revenge by killing 15 Norman soldiers at a drunken feast. In 1070, the Danes arrived and went to Ely. The people there were hopeful that the Danish army would help them overthrow the Normans. Hereward and his gang of outlaws joined the Danes and helped them pillage the monastery at Peterborough. He justified this by saying he wanted to save the treasure there from the Normans. However, the Danes made a deal with King William and hot-footed off back home with their plunder. Now, Hereward and his men were left to face William's men alone. They made their last stand on the Isle of Ely in 1071, where, according to one of the Anglo-Saxon chronicles, the men were overwhelmed by the Normans and surrendered, quote, except for the valiant Hereward who fled with a few men through the fens. His life after the fall of Ely remains shrouded in mystery. It said he negotiated peace with the king, was pardoned, and lived a quiet life after. The Anglo-Saxon chronicler Geoffrey Gamer said that he was murdered by Norman knights. Maybe he just went on the run and was never heard of again. Either way, he became a hero to the Saxon people and a symbol of resistance against oppression. The Cotterells. Led by James Cotterell, he was backed by his brothers John and Nicholas. During the late 1320s and early 1330s, England was in a period of political turmoil. King Edward II had lost the support of his nobles because of his reliance on favourites such as Hugh Spencer, who he showered with gifts and lands. Mainly based in the Derbyshire peaks, the Cotterells hid themselves in the shadows of heavily wooded areas such as Sherwood Forest, and were known as a Greenwood gang. Their first crime, at least the first one recorded, happened in 1328, when the boys were paid by Robert Bernard, the parish priest of Bakewell, to beat up and rob his successor. The gang worked as fixers for the clergy and the wealthy, and because they were protected by several members of parliament, they had no problem recruiting new associates. In 1330, when Roger de Wensley, Lord of Mapleton, was sent to arrest the Cotterell brothers, he ended up joining them instead. Despite being involved in extortions, oppressions, receiving of felons, usurpations, and ransoms, James Cotterell was pardoned of all wrongdoing in 1351. The Folvilles. John, Lord of Ashby Folville, had 7 sons. The second son, Eustace, was well known for opposing Edward II's dishonest and ineffectual reign, and his younger brothers agreed with him. Together, the boys committed countless crimes in their pursuit of justice against the crown, including robbery, kidnap, and murder, often on behalf of other people. In 1326, Eustace took a gang of 50 men with him to ambush and kill Sir Roger de Bella, the corrupt Baron of Exchequer, who was an ardent supporter of the hated Despensers. They did this by, quote, driving a long knife down past his collarbone and into his heart. Bella's murder was likely well accepted by many, but it meant that the Fulvilles were outlawed and fled the country. Once there was a new king on the throne in 1327, the Fulvilles were pardoned and came home to cause mayhem by, quote, roaming the highways looking for victims to threaten, rape, and incarcerate for ransom. Next, they were hired by clergymen to burn down a rival's watermill for £20. Then they joined other gangs, including the Cotterells, to kidnap a wealthy royal judge named Richard Willoughby. The fourth of the Fulville brothers, Richard, was described as a wild and daring man prone to acts of violence, despite being made rector of a small country parish in Rutland. Richard was the only Fulville brother who faced any punishment when he was dragged from his church and beheaded. Willoughby was released after a huge ransom was paid, and the Fulville gang fled to Derbyshire, where they allied themselves with the Cotterell gang and rode with armed forces secretly and openly. The men who had killed Richard had to be absolved of the murder because he was a priest. They were whipped in front of the main churches in the area as a penance. Adam the Leper. The 14th century was a great time for outlaws in England, what with political upheaval, the Black Death, famine, depopulation, and the Peasants' Revolt. Unlike their Midlands counterparts, the Cotterells and the Fulvilles, Adam and his gang were active in the southeast of England and worked within an urban setting rather than the countryside during the 1330s and 40s. Adam's crew specialised in theft. Their most famous crime involved a London merchant who was employed by Queen Philippa of Hainault, wife of Edward II. The trader had some of the Queen's jewels in safekeeping at his home. The Adam gang attacked under the cover of night and demanded that the treasure be handed over. The merchant refused, so the gang set his house on fire and took the jewels anyway. Philippa also lost the pricely sum of £500, the equivalent of around £380,000 in today's money, when her collector of rents was attacked and robbed on his way home. Adam was caught and put on trial, but his gang descended on the court's proceedings and attacked anyone who stepped outside, so the authorities had to let Adam go to continue his criminal activities. It is thought that he died in the 1360s. Roger Godbird. Roger is thought to be one of the men behind the legend of Robin Hood, and he really did like to hang around Sherwood Forest and wind up the Sheriff of Nottingham. Like the Fulvilles and Cotterells, Roger was another Midlander who lived around the Leicestershire area. He became a fugitive after fighting alongside the Earl of Leicester, Simon de Montfort, against King Henry III at the Battle of Evesham in 1265. When Montfort was killed, Roger found himself on the run for taking against the king, just like the Robin Hood of legend. After being captured, he was able to escape and went on to lead a group of outlaws who got themselves into all sorts of trouble. The men committed burglary, arson, robbery, and murder. They even attacked Stanley Abbey, stole money, and killed one of the monks there. Eventually, Roger was captured and tried at the Tower of London, but pardoned by King Edward I when he returned from crusade. Some sources say Roger returned to his farm and died there peacefully, others that he died in Newgate Prison in 1276. Fulk Fitzwarren. Born into a noble family around 1160, Fulk was said to have played with the 4 young sons of Henry II, but came to blows with Prince John over a game of chess. After this, John went to complain to his father, who had him beaten for telling tales. Perhaps John held a grudge over the incident because later, in 1200, when he became king, he granted the estate of Whittington and its castle to a Welshman instead of Fulk, knowing full well that it was Fulk's hereditary claim. Fulk went rogue after he was denied his familial lands, and along with his brothers, other tenants and knights, he decided to fight back. There were 52 followers involved in the uprising, and they were all declared outlaws by the king, who sent soldiers to deal with the problem. After causing trouble for 3 years, the king gave in and Fulk was fined and pardoned and awarded right and inheritance at Whittington. He went back home and is thought to have lived well on into his 90s. John Fitzwalter. John was another nobleman known for his criminal activities. The Fitzwalters were powerful landowners in the county of Essex with property in Norfolk and London. John's first foray into crime appears to be in 1340 when he was part of a 30-strong gang that unlawfully entered the park belonging to John de Seagrave. The hoodlums then, quote, hunted therein, carried away goods and deer from the park, and assaulted men and servants. Now, with the support of powerful men, John branched out on his own and assembled a crew, earning himself a considerable reputation as a thug of the First Order, becoming known as the most feared man in Essex. No crime was off limits. They ran a protection racket, seized property in lieu of pavement, used extortion, fixed jury, stole cattle, and committed larceny and murder, beheading one unfortunate man at the side of the road. They even besieged the town of Colchester, beating up men and ambushing anyone entering or leaving until no man could go to a market or fair. In 1351, John was arrested and held in the Tower of London. Other gang members were convicted and were either fined or imprisoned, some were pardoned, and only one was hanged. After a year, John was also pardoned and released, but the king wanted to make an example of the man whose crimes ranged from running off with someone else's rabbit to rape and murder. He was fined the huge sum of £847, around £500,000 today. John was allowed to return to his estates and was still paying off the fine 10 years later when he died in 1361. So how were these people able to get away with it? Well, the gangs often had links to the richest and most powerful men in the land, including churchmen, and the gangs were often committing crimes on their behalf. Even when the gangsters were brought before the courts, they were nearly always acquitted because threats and bribes were commonplace, and both the jurors and even the judges were just too scared to convict them. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Have a great week. Cheers! My dogs Jasper and Holly the Collie are so well cared for that I often look at them and say, God, I wish I was you. Given lots of cuddles and treats, they spend all day curled up in bed without a care in the world. I mean, for God's sake, look at them. They deserve all the spoiling in the world. And most dogs today are the same, complete freeloaders. Yes, there are guide dogs and canines, but the employment opportunities open to dogs now are nothing like those on offer in medieval Europe. Let's travel back in time to the Middle Ages and find out why dogs were an indicator of social standing, why the church disapproved of them, and just how hard some of them worked. Welcome to Medieval Madness. For the love of dogs. The monk and philosopher Bartholomew Anglicus wrote the Treatise on the Properties of Things around 1240. It was an early type of encyclopedia organised into 19 books. In one entry titled De Cane, Anglicus gives us an introduction to the animal known as the dog, stating that, quote, "Nothing is more diligent and intelligent than the hound, for he has more intelligence than other beasts. And hounds know their own names, and love their lords, and defend the houses of their lords, and put themselves wilfully in peril of death for their lords, and run to take prey with their lords, and do not forsake the dead body of their lords." From this, it's quite easy to see how much admiration Anglicus places on the dog, praising its intelligence and attentiveness, showing these qualities by referring to how loyal the animal is to their master. Not only are they conscious of their own name, but they love their owner, work alongside them, and are ready to risk their own life for their master, and even refuse to leave his body if he should die. It's true that especially in the later Middle Ages, dogs were everywhere, but they were not just seen as utilitarian. They were also regarded as status symbols and beloved companions. Most people still use them for protection and shepherding, jobs domesticated dogs had been doing for thousands of years. Whereas hawking and hunting were huge with the wealthy men in society, and their genteel ladies liked to keep them as pets. Crywolf. During the 13th century, Count Robert of Artois, the nephew of French King Louis IX, kept a wolf, quote, "not for hunting or for food or for protection or for spiritual or tactile companionship or for anything else except as a badge of his own awesome nobility." This wolf would have been an extraordinary statement of power, even more so than one of the ferocious guard dogs such as the Mastiff. During the Middle Ages, wolves were the outlaws of the dog world, unlike domesticated animals that were linked to their masters before the law. Wolves lived in the forests around Europe and were seen as a huge threat to livestock and humans. It was true that they were known to appear on the battlefield after the fighting was done to feed on the corpses of horses and men, and they did attack livestock. But actually attacking and eating humans was rare, at least there are few documented cases. By the end of the Middle Ages, due to a combination of deforestation and hunting, they had been systematically exterminated in England. With wolves being one of the most feared of the medieval wild animals, Count Robert built his reputation on the wrongdoings of his pet. The wolf was more than likely found as a whelp during a hunt. When the animal began to kill the livestock of nearby peasants, Count Robert was more than happy to compensate the owner and retain his status as that guy who owned the savage wolf. Top dog. John Caius, a 16th century physician and scholar, described the hierarchy of dogs in his book De Canibus. At the top of his list were the hunting dogs, such as the bloodhounds whose great sense of smell compelled them through long lanes, crooked reaches, and weary ways in search of their prey. They were essential in bringing down wild boars and stags. The greyhound, known to the medievals as the running hound, was a particular favourite admired for its incredible swiftness. Although the term running actually referred to dogs that hunted using scent rather than speed, perfect for tracking and catching hares and deer. The term greyhound covered a multitude of breeds from the small Italian sighthound to the huge Irish wolfhound. The greyhound was the favourite dog of royalty, and the French Duke of Berry lamented that the biggest problem with dogs was that they lived not long enough. Truer words were never spoken. The Flemish writer Theodoric of St. Truden obviously loved his dog very much, as he dedicated a poem to his furry friend in the 12th century. The poem begins with a call to other dogs to lament, lament, because Pitiless is dead. The eulogy goes on to praise the dog who was like a small puppy and whose whole life was about giving joy to his master. The 15th century Marquis of Mantua, Ludovico III Gonzaga, had at least two dogs, one named Rubino, the other Bellina. When Rubino died, Ludovico was so moved that he buried the dog in a casket and ordered a tombstone for his beloved pet. Many medieval tombstones and brasses portrayed dogs. Women often had grave markers depicting a dog at their feet as a representation of loyalty and devotion to their husbands. The effigy of the dog, or dogs as they were often in pairs, sometimes came complete with collars and little bells. When they were ill, no expense was spared in providing the best veterinary care available. Gaston III, Count of Foix, wrote his hunting manual in the 14th century and set out instructions for the proper care of hounds. Louis I, Duke of Orleans, even prayed for saintly intercession, sending gifts to the shrine of St. Hubert when his hunting pack was struck down by illness. It wasn't just in Europe that dogs were so well loved. The Persian official and physician Ibn al-Mazabun, who lived in Baghdad and seemed to have the right idea, wrote the book on the superiority of dogs over many of those who wear clothes in the 10th century. The treaty begins as though it's a letter to a friend. It opens with a complaint about how the behavior of humans is deteriorating and that they are no longer dependable or trustworthy. Then Al-Mazuban begins to discuss the subject of canines, whom he finds are much better than men in a variety of ways. He uses a collection of several poems and stories that show, quote, the dog's faithfulness, his innate friendliness and staunch defense of his master, also his experience, patience, nobility, wonderful resourcefulness, and his exceptional usefulness. High praise indeed. The stories show how people kept dogs in the Middle East not just for hunting and guarding, but also as pets. He stated that, quote, dogs know their masters well and respond to their own names and know where their homes are. If they are driven away, they come back. If they are starved, they bear patiently, and if they are treated badly, they put up with it. Amongst the dog's virtues is that he comes and faces his master, looking him in the eye, and that he loves his master, and he comes right up close to him. Sometimes the dog even plays with his master and with his master's children by biting them playfully, without hurting them or leaving any mark on them. That's what friends are for. Along with the hunters, Caius also placed gentle lapdogs at the top of the social hierarchy in his treatise on English dogs. Declaring them to be delicate, neat, and pretty, they were above the lowly mongrel but below hunting dogs as they were welcomed inside noble homes. It was noblewomen especially who liked to keep these decorative dogs, who not only served as companions and provided comfort and entertainment for their mistresses, but also reinforced the woman's refinement and social rank. Although lapdogs had existed since Roman times, they were now the new thing to have and highly prized for their playful nature and their ability to entertain their owners. Their small size made them perfect for pampering and cuddling. In fact, the smaller the better, puppies being ideal as, quote, "The smaller they be, the more pleasure they provoke." These small dogs resembled the pugs that we know and love today, but with longer noses. Their ears might be either droopy or short, and their tails were left long and bushy. There were no extremes of features such as the short legs of a dachshund or the squash characteristics of the flat-faced breeds. However, one of the collaborators of the 16th century Holinshed Chronicle wasn't convinced and accused dogs of being, quote, "instruments of folly to play and dally withal, in trifling away the treasure of time to withdraw women's minds from more commendable exercises." Although it could be said that with the often harsh realities of life for the medievals, a dog's playful antics were probably a welcome respite. The Catholic Church wasn't keen on pets either. They thought that keeping them would distract from religious dedication, especially when the medievals got into the habit of bringing them to church. In the 14th century, this caused the Archbishop of York to announce that they, quote, "impede the service and hinder the devotion of the nuns." One monastery brought in regulations against dogs and puppies because they, quote, "after times trouble the service by their barkings, and sometimes tear the church books." It didn't help the cause when one author wrote that a dog would warn his mistress and her lover of the master approaching, and he saw that as a commendable trait. Working dog blues. For those dogs that weren't so well bred and pampered, there was work to be done. Some worked in kitchens, sitting on their owner's head and controlling them to create the perfect dish. Oh, wait, no, sorry, that's ratatouille. No, in kitchens they used to turn a wheel to rotate the meat spit roasting over the fire, ensuring it was evenly cooked. Others performed acrobatic tricks to delight the crowds and earn money for, quote, "their vagabundical masters" in the towns and cities. One common sort of dog, an early type of bull terrier, was used to drive livestock from the farm to the butchery. They were cheap to keep as they lived on the offal of the slaughtered animals. In Southampton, a jury complained that butchers were throwing ox heads to their dogs in the street to the annoyance of the king's people and contrary to the honest order of the town. These types of dogs were also used for bull and bear baiting, where they would wear spiked metal collars and be forced to fight the much larger animals. In Scotland, anyone who killed one of the large, well-trained househounds was forced to stand in their place for the next year. Mastiffs were the most valuable protection dogs. Described by Caius as vast, huge, stubborn, owly, and eager, capable of striking fear and terror with their big barking. They were used to secure London Bridge and often shut up to sleep during the daytime so that they would be more alert at night. Other laws in place banned people without a landed income from keeping hunting dogs, as they could use the hounds to help them poach game from the royal forests, or worse, use hunting parties as a way to cover up rebellious intrigues. Any bothersome dogs were dealt with quickly and destroyed. Some rogue mongrels attacked humans too, and there are many remedies in recipe books as a testament to this. The Middle Ages were a time when humans heavily relied on animals for most things. Agriculture, warfare, and transport all needed their help. It's often said that the character of a person can be judged by how they treat any animal. It's not hard to see that many medievals loved their dogs just as we do today. Perhaps surviving life as a dog in the Middle Ages would have been exactly as it is now, where the well-being, comfort, and love of an animal very much depends on the character of the human owner that they end up with. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Give your dog a pat on the head from me, and please do subscribe if you enjoyed this video, as we do release new ones every Friday. Until next time, hope everyone has an amazing week. Cheers! Gertrude of Morania, Queen of Hungary, and Agnes Sorel, the first officially recognized mistress to a French king. One a princess, the other a minor aristocrat. What could these two young women born 2 centuries apart possibly have in common? Let's travel back in time now to the 12th and 15th centuries to meet them. 2 women who, despite their differences, were both murdered for the same reason: the power and the influence that they held over the men in their lives and the fame and status they had achieved because of it. Welcome to Medieval Madness. Queen Gertrude of Hungary. Gertrude was born into the house of Andech sometime in 1185. She was the second daughter of Count Berthold IV, the Duke of Morania, and Agnes of Rawcliffe from the Saxon House of Wettin. Berthold had assumed the title of Duke of Morania around 1180 to 1182. The Duchy of Morania was a fiefdom of the Holy Roman Empire on the Adriatic Sea coast of the Kvarner Gulf near Croatia. No one is sure as to the territorial extent of the duchy, which was probably small. Nevertheless, its dukes were recognized as princes. Pretty woman. Like most high-ranking medieval men, Gertrude's father had high ambitions for his children and wanted his daughters to make political marriages of importance. This wouldn't be a problem, as Gertrude, like her sisters, was famous for being a great beauty. Gertrude's older sister Hedwig became High Princess of Poland, and her younger sister Agnes married King Philip II of France. Gertrude herself married the Abhad Prince Andrew II, King of Hungary, sometime in the late 1190s. Andrew was the younger son of King Bela III of Hungary, and his marriage meant that he took the side of his father-in-law and supported Duke Philip of Swabia in the conflict over the German throne. In 1196, Andrew's older brother Emmerich succeeded their father to the throne, but sibling rivalry soon began, and Andrew challenged his brother for the crown. King Emmerich had backed King Otto IV of Germany during the dispute, and Andrew came off worse in the troubles with his brother. Andrew was imprisoned, and Gertrude was, quote, stripped of her possessions, and Emmerich permitted her to return to her homeland, when Andrew was captured in 1203. After falling ill, Emmerich had his infant son Ladislas III crowned king in August of 1204 and reconciled with his brother. According to the great chronicler of the Croatian lands, Thomas the Archdeacon, Emmerich gave Andrew, quote, the guardianship of his son and the administration of the entire kingdom until the ward should reach the age of majority. Despite this, Duke Andrew ignored the boy, which resulted in his mother, Constance of Aragon, fleeing to Austria with her child, where he unexpectedly died in exile in Vienna. Andrew was now King of Hungary, and he recalled his wife Gertrude with great honor. Jealousy, jealousy. In 1205, Queen Gertrude used her considerable influence at court to have the youngest Andic brother, Berthold, elected Archbishop of Kalocsa, Hungary. This was even though Pope Innocent III wrote to King Andrew expressing his doubts as to Berthold's suitability for the role because of his youth and inexperience. Meanwhile, in 1208, Gertrude's brother Ecbert had become Bishop of Bamberg, Germany. After Ecbert and their other brother, Henry II Margrave of Istria, were suspected of being involved in King Philip of Swabia's assassination, they both fled to Hungary to the safety of their sister Gertrude. Now the Queen and her three brothers were well embedded into the Hungarian court. The Dominican hagiographer Dietrich of Alpolda referred to Gertrude's masculine characteristics because of her influence over governmental affairs. Around 1212, Gertrude resided over judicial matters during the lawsuit between Abbot Jarosław Pannonhalma and the castle serfs of Pressburg. While the king was away on campaign in both Bulgaria and Halych, an East Slavic principality, she acted as a royal governor. It's clear that Gertrude was influential at the Hungarian court, and King Andrew leaned on her for assistance in running the country. In a chronicle from 1210, it is mentioned that, quote, because the king of the Hungarians was able to capture a certain stronghold with his own troops, he employed, by the advice of his wife, who was German by birth, an army consisting of Germans who were staying in his land. During this time, Gertrude's brother Berthold was by her side, supporting her, and he was given the title of Ban of Slavonia, making him the governor of the kingdoms of Hungary and Croatia, voivode of Transylvania, and Ispan of the counties of Bax and Budrug. Although Queen Gertrude was popular with the common people, this sort of nepotism did not go down well with the Hungarian nobles, and was probably what caused the incident that followed. While the king was on campaign in Galicia, a plot was hatched to murder the queen. Traitor. There is no contemporary source for what happened in late September 1223, but the 19th century Hungarian historian Gaio Lapola believed that Queen Gertrude was hunting in the royal forest with her brother Berthold and the Austrian Duke Leopold VI in the Pilis Hills. A group of Hungarian nobles stormed her field tent and assassinated her. It's thought that she was horribly mutilated and her body was torn apart. The only known perpetrator was Peter, son of Tor, a Hungarian noble and former confidant of the Queen. Gertrude was quickly buried in Pilis Abbey. King Andrew, on hearing the news of the murder of his wife, returned home immediately from his campaign in Halych and ordered the execution of Peter, who was impaled. At the same time, many of his accomplices were pardoned. The brutality of his mother's death traumatized her eldest son Bela and drove him to seek revenge by confiscating the estates of many of the conspirators once he became Duke of Transylvania. Agnes Sorrel, Royal Mistress. Let's move now from one queenly victim to another medieval woman who rose to the heights of power only to be brought down once again by jealousy and prejudice. Agnes Sorrel was born in 1422. Her family were minor nobles from the historical French province of Touraine. By the early 1440s, Agnes had become a lady-in-waiting to Isabella, Duchess of Lorraine, in the household of René I of Naples. As Isabella was sister-in-law to the Queen Marie d'Anjou, this meant that Agnes would often accompany her mistress to various royal functions. It was on one of these occasions at a festival in Nancy, when Agnes was aged about 20 or 21, that she was first introduced to King Charles VII, who was twice her age. The most beautiful girl in the world. The French king quickly became besotted with Agnes, and she was transferred into the service of Queen Marie as a lady-in-waiting. She soon became the king's paramour and stood out as the favourite, and the king made no attempt to hide the fact. Even though Agnes was still officially part of Queen Marie's retinue, she was gifted a household of her own, unlike earlier mistresses who were given a modest income. Like Gertrude, Agnes was known for her attractiveness, and she was named the Dame de Beauté, the Lady of Beauty. She was famous for wearing particularly low-cut gowns, causing a scandal at the French court, where her fashions were both copied and reviled in equal measure. It caused the Archbishop of Reims to counsel the king on the appropriateness of such gowns that had, quote, front openings through which one sees the teats, nipples, and breasts of women. Agnes was also the subject of several works of art in her own lifetime, including the Milan Diptych by Jean Foucault. In this painting, Agnes was depicted as the Mother of God. The fact that appalled courtiers as the mother of the king's illegitimate children was compared to the Virgin Mary. In the 19th century, the French politician and historian François-Frédéric Steenackers said, quote, Agnes had all at once, by a rare privilege, a superior beauty of the body and the soul, with this physical and moral vitality that satisfied all the demands of love. Despite the scandal and gossip, the king lavished Agnes with gifts including castles and jewellery. Even though the wearing of diamonds by a commoner was banned 200 years earlier by Louis XI, Agnes was reported to have worn the first cut diamond around her neck. She wore it with pride at court over her exposed bosom. Agnes was declared the first official mistress of the kings of France, a title that made her one of the most powerful medieval women in the country. In a time when women were barred from working in public office, being a royal mistress meant having great political power with just a whisper into the king's ear. Agnes was said to have brought the king out of a prolonged bout of the depression that often plagued his mental health. Her influence on the king and her power at court did not go unnoticed, and she made many enemies there, although some contemporary sources describe her as a pious woman. Monstrelate, the chronicler, said, quote, So this Agnes was of a very charitable way of life and liberal in almsgiving, and of her possessions she distributed widely to the poor, to the churches, and to beggars. Between 1444 and 1450, Agnes bore the king 3 daughters. She even travelled to Normandy in the depths of winter while heavily pregnant with their 4th child, just to be with him and offer him moral support. King Charles was there on military campaign as part of the 100 Years' War. Strangely, the king was not happy to see Agnes, and he sent her to the nearby Abbey of Jumieges, where she went into labour, giving birth to the couple's 4th daughter. Agnes never recovered from the birth, suffered from severe abdominal pain, and died shortly after in February of 1450. The official line was that she had died from dysentery, but there were whispers that she had been poisoned by her enemies. Like Gertrude, Agnes was just 28 years old when she died. Jealous guy. Charles' heir, the Dauphin Louis, who became King Louis XI, had entered into open rebellion against his father in 1440. It's thought that he may have had Agnes murdered because of her influence over the king. Jacques Coeur, the French minister and financier, had also been named as a suspect in her death. It is true that incredibly high levels of mercury were found in Agnes' remains when they were exhumed in 2004. Scientific tests proved that she had a concentration of up to 100,000 times more mercury than would normally be found in a body. Antoinette de Mainillet took the place of Agnes as the king's mistress after her death. She was her cousin. Legacy. Despite both Gertrude and Agne having reputations for being power-hungry harlots, they made such a lasting impression that they were remembered and celebrated long after their lives were cut short. Gertrude is the main character in the play Bankbarn, written by Joseph Katona in 1819, and an opera of the same name composed by Ferenc Erkel in 1861. Both the opera and the play soon became popular in Hungary. Agne has a main part in the poem La Pucelle by Voltaire, and she is the subject of an 1836 opera named after her. She is also in 2 Russian operas from the late 19th century, The Maid of Orleans by Tchaikovsky and The Saracen. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Please do subscribe if you're enjoying these videos, and I'll see you next week for another one. Until then, hope you all have an awesome week. Cheers! Really, we are not all that different from the medievals. Just as we watch a how-to video on YouTube, they sort out advice from books. From farting protocol to cures for baldness, here are a few pieces of advice from the Middle Ages. Probably shouldn't have to say this, but don't try these at home. Deadly veggies. Unlike today, where we are advised to eat lots of fruits and vegetables to remain healthy, in the 5th century medical treatise Capsula Ebernia, the medievals are warned, quote, "If there is a pain in the nose, and if on the left side there are thick red patches without pain, and if the patient consistently desires vegetables, he will die on the 25th day. Fellow vegans, take note. If on the 25th day after all that veggie eating the patient does become unconscious and, quote, there is any doubt as to whether he is or is not dead, then in 1380 the English medical writer Johannes de Merfield suggests using another vegetable to try and find out. This can be done by, quote, applying lightly roasted onions to his nostrils, and if he be alive, he will immediately scratch his nose." Princely guidance. Some advice manuals were written specifically for royalty. This literary genre was known as Mirrors for Princes and comprised of plans for war and peace, advice on how to govern well, who to trust, and even what to eat. The Secretum Secretorum was a text presented to Edward III at the start of his long and comparatively prosperous reign. Sometimes known as the Secret of Secrets, the book about royal conduct was written around 1326. It recommends the following, quote, "Those things that fatten and cheer and add flesh to the body are moderation in cohabitation, eating wheat bread and the flesh of fat chickens, vomiting every morning with sweetened vinegar in summer, riding on easy-paced cattle, and drinking out of new and sweet-smelling vessels. And those that weaken the body are excessive anxiety and sorrow, wakefulness, occupation of the mind, excessive love, sleeping on the ground, sleeping with old women, and looking at disagreeable and unavoidable sights. But the worst of all are evil thoughts and pursuing anxieties." I suppose avoiding doing anything unpleasant and stressful isn't the worst idea, but my housemates are getting pretty annoyed at me about the morning vomiting. Dancing instructor. How-to manuals are the perfect way to stop anyone from making a fool of themselves whilst on the dance floor throwing some shapes. One of those instruction guides, The Laws of Dancing, was written by the French poet and author Antonius Arena in the 1530s and is all about what not to do at the next party. And for all those men who consider themselves to have the right moves, you definitely don't want to be the one who is arrested for indecent exposure, so Arena recommends that, quote, "You must always be garbed to perfection, and your codpiece must be well tied. We sometimes see codpieces slip to the ground during the bass dance, so you must tie them well. Getting so drunk that you fall over is also not a good look, so, quote, when you fall, pick yourself up quickly and go back to finishing the dance energetically without complaining at all. Patrim patrolo! And if you don't get up, you will not be able to fall any further. There is nowhere to fall for one who is lying on the ground." Wow, that's profound. If you are looking for romance on the dance floor, then it's probably best to follow the next piece of advice, as flatulence and deadly viral diseases are not really the way to go. Quote, Friend, when you are dancing, be careful not to belch, for if you belch, then you will be a real pig. Furthermore, never fart when you are dancing. Grit your teeth and compel your ass to hold back the fart. Do not have a dripping nose, and do not dribble at the mouth. No woman desires a man with rabies. And refrain from spitting before the maidens, because that makes one sick and revolts the stomach. If you spit, or blow your nose, or sneeze, remember to turn your head away after the spasm, and remember not to wipe your nose with your fingers. Do it properly with a white handkerchief. Do not eat either leeks or onions, because they leave an unpleasant odor in the mouth. Well, put a pin in those leeks and onions, you're gonna need them later. And finally, my favorite passage from the book, quote, "When you are dancing, always maintain an agreeable face, and please, brother, wear a pleasant expression. Some men, when they are dancing, always look as if they are weeping and as if they want to crap hard turds." Blowing in the wind. The great Erasmus, Renaissance humanist and theologian, gave some sound advice when it came to farting. In his book on civility in children, a treatise on their practical teaching, he said, quote, "Some teach that a boy should keep in the gas of his belly by compressing his buttocks. But it is not civil to become ill whilst you are trying to seem polite. If it is possible to leave, let him do it alone, but if not, follow the ancient proverb, hide the fart with a cough." On the subject of farting, during the Great Plague of London, it was believed that diseases like the Black Death were caused by breathing in deadly vapours. So physicians recommended that having something noxious nearby to breathe in instead was a good idea. One way to do this was let a stinky goat live in the house. Another way was to fart into a jar and then quickly seal it. That way the fart could be saved, the lid taken off, and the stench could be inhaled whenever someone suspected that they had been exposed to the deadly germs. Remember, don't try this at home, but when you don't try this at home, make sure you don't leave a comment on this YouTube video telling me what it's like to not fart into a jar, because I'm not curious if that would actually work. A stimulating rub. Remember those unused onions and leeks you kept to one side? Well, you can now put them to good use for cosmetic purposes. The Regimen Sanitatis Salicinarium provides loads of advice on diets, remedies, and household matters. For dental health, quote, "Gather the seeds of the leeks, burn them with the juice of the henbane, and direct the smoke towards your teeth through a funnel." But there was some contention over the use of onions, as, quote, "The doctors do not seem to agree. Galen says that they are not good for those of choleric humour, but he teaches that they are quite salubrious for phlegmatics, and especially good for the stomach and the complexion. By frequently rubbing your bald spots with ground onions, you may restore your head of hair." The Cowturd Blues. The Trotula is a collection of 12th century Italian texts which mainly deals with women's health. One section gives weight loss advice. Quote, "If the woman is fat and seemingly dropsical, let us mix cow dung with very good wine, and with such a mixture we afterward anoint her. Then let her enter a steam bath up to the neck, which should be very hot from a fire made of elderwood, and in it, whilst she is covered, let her emit a lot of sweat. We also treat fat men in another way. We make for them a grave next to the shore of the sea and the sand, and in the described manner you will anoint them, and when the heat is very great we place them halfway into the grave, halfway covered with hot sand poured over, and there we make them sweat very much. Afterward we wash them very well with the water of the previous bath." Wow, I don't know about you, but that sounds absolutely delightful, especially the bit where you get smeared in cow shit. Keeping it civil. At the beginning of the 13th century, Daniel of Beccles wrote the Book of the Civilized Man, a treatise on etiquette and manners. Thought to be the first English courtesy book, just one of many, it was a how-to manual for courtiers on what was and was not socially acceptable. Daniel, who was thought to have been a member of King Henry II's court, gave advice on how to fake illness to get rid of an unwanted admirer. He wrote, quote, "If the wife of your lord turns her eyes on you too often and wantonly loses shameful fires against you, letting you know that she wants to have intercourse with you, if she says, 'The whole household and your lord my husband shall serve you forever, you alone shall be my darling, you shall rule everything which belongs to your lord shall be open to you, consult me, my son. What I counsel is planted in your heart. Between two evils, choose the lesser evil. Your safer plan is to feign illness, nerve-wracking diseases, to go away sensibly and prudently." Well, it sounds like Daniel had insider knowledge when it came to getting rid of unwelcome advances. Daniel of Beccles was quite sensible when it came to the subject of child rearing too, recommending that, quote, "Only cheap clothes should be given to little children. They smudge them with ashes, they stain them, they drool on them with their mouths, they wipe noses dripping with slime on their sleeves." When giving birth to your little darling, the 15th century Italian physician Michael Savonarola advocated, quote, "Screaming loudly so that everyone will believe you are in great pain, and your husband and the other members of the household will have compassion, and they will try to put out the great fire of your pain by serving your capons, candied almonds, and fine wines." And Archbishop Giovanni della Casa, a 16th century poet and etiquette writer, warned against, quote, "Constantly talking about your children because no one has so little to do that he has the time to answer or even listen to such nonsense, and so it irritates everyone." The food of love. If there was a woman that you did quite fancy, then the 12th century text, The Art of Courtly Love has the answer. The French author Andreas Capellanus suggests enticing her with some good food because, quote, "There is nothing she would be ashamed to assent to if she were assured of a fine meal, and no matter how much she has, she never has any hope that she can satisfy her appetite when she is hungry. She never invites anybody to eat with her, but when she eats she always seeks out hidden and retired places, and she usually likes to eat more than normal." It sounds like Capellanus had a bit of a problem when it came to women, to be honest. Or perhaps some medieval women that he fancied enjoyed a Friday night in bed alone with some stewed plums in rosewater, some cinnamon spiced dates, and a decanter of expensive wine, rather than go out with him. A blessed relief. On the subject of how to relieve oneself, Daniel of Beccles suggested that, quote, "If it is necessary to empty one's bowels in a wood or field, the one relieving himself should face into the wind and squat in the shadows whilst he's at it. When he's done, he should wipe with his left hand. Whilst your enemy is emptying his bowels, do not seek revenge against him. It is detestable to harm someone whilst he's squatting. Do not let your ass emit silent farts under your leg. It's disgraceful when others notice a person's stench. If a storm is brewing in your bowels, then find a place where you can empty them." And finally, Daniel wanted to make sure that every man knew how to make a great exit. Quote, "When you are about to leave, have your horse at the door, but don't mount your horse in the hall unless your host tells you to." What's this? There's one hidden page at the back of the book. Okay, Daniel's final bit of advice is, subscribe to Medieval Madness on YouTube. Wow, it seems unbelievable, but I can't, it's here on the page, I can't believe he wrote that. Well, that sounds like the one bit of advice from this video that you should follow. Thank you so much for watching, everyone, and as always, I'll see you next Friday for another video. Hope everyone has a great week. Cheers! During the time between the fall of the Roman Empire and the Renaissance, one of the most fascinating aspects of life and society was the changes in fashion. Not just with clothing, but also in the variety of hairstyles that the medievals chose to wear. Let's travel back in time to take a look at some of these do's and how the changes in culture and society have influenced them. We'll look at styles for men and women, the techniques and tools used to achieve those styles, and even find out how medieval hairstyles have influenced hair today. It's a hair thing. The medievals styled their hair not just for aesthetics, but as a distinct visual indicator of a person's social standing, profession, or marital status. It wasn't just about what a person liked, it was about who they were within society, and hairstyles were loaded with symbolism. As one scholar of medieval art and architecture, John Harvey, explains, quote, "Hair is an accessory that cannot be removed, demonstrating one's status and pride." For the medievals, the divisions between sexes were seen as a basic part of the social order. Men and women were expected to act and dress a certain way depending on their gender and social standing. Hair length was an easy way to differentiate between boys and girls, men and women. Unmarried girls in Europe were able to wear their hair loose and uncovered. This was supposed to be a sign of virginity and cleanliness. Blonde hair was particularly prized. Once married, the bride would usually display her marital status and respectability by wearing her hair up and covering it with a veil or a wimple, which was a large piece of cloth covering the head and draped around the neck and chin. Nuns also covered their hair to symbolize their modesty and devotion. The church believed that a woman's hair was directly connected to her sexuality, and untidy hair was seen as sinful. The way that a woman displayed or decorated her hair was clearly an advertisement of her sexual status and availability for marriage. The European clergy condemned any woman who used products to bleach her hair. There were concerns over blonde women having a dangerous hold over men. Lightening agents contained ingredients such as henna, eggs, gorse, flowers, saffron, and for some strange reason, only known to the average medieval woman, calf kidneys. Similarly, untidy hair was seen as sinful and made onlookers prone to temptations of the flesh. Quote-unquote, bad women also wore elaborate styles and ornaments. As a result, well-groomed and controlled hairstyles were seen as more righteous and less sexual. According to the teachings of Cyprian, an early Christian writer, having dyed or overstyled hair was only for, quote, prostitutes and shameless women. French historian Jacques Rosiard states that, quote, prohibiting prostitutes from wearing coifs, veils, or even headdresses seemed to have been widespread in the Middle Ages. In Arles, in the later years of the 12th century, any respectful woman who saw a prostitute wearing a veil could, and in theory was obligated to, rip it off. Hair has been thought to possess magical properties since ancient times, which is why many powerful spells contain hair as an ingredient. It was thought that love potions were best imbued with a lock of hair. Similarly, a spell could be cast which caused impotence in a man by tying his hair into 3 knots whilst chanting an incantation. As long hair was predominantly associated with women and the church saw it as a symbol of eroticism and sexual potency, judges were advised to cut off a witch's hair as a way of disarming her. Devil's Haircut. The Malleus Maleficarum, a guidebook on how to identify and torture witches to elicit a confession, was written in 1486. Its author, Heinrich Kramer, advised removing a witch's hair as a way to, quote, overcome their obstinacy in keeping silence and refusing to confess. Witches were also thought to hide devil's tokens in their hair. In the Far East, during the Tang Dynasty, which lasted from the 7th to 10th centuries, elaborate hairstyles along with false hairpieces and adornments were all the rage at the Chinese royal court. Women of the noble classes wore their hair twisted high in a bun but covered the temples to frame the face. These type of hairstyles had special names like cloud bun and gazing god's bun. They used scented oils to perfume their hair and fragrant flowers in the same way. The empress might wear a large ceremonial wig with all sorts of ornaments attached, such as birds and flowers. In the later Sung Dynasty, which ended in the 13th century, some women wore their locks in braids. Others used long, sharp ornaments that looked similar to pins or darts to decorate their updos. However, women also used these hair decorations for self-defense, and they were banned by law in the 1920s. European women also perfumed their hair with scented teas made with herb-infused water. Rosemary was a popular herb as it was thought to help improve hair growth. By the beginning of the 14th century, many women were wearing circlets made from metal or wire wrapped in ribbon, often with veils attached to the back. Hairnets were widely used during the Middle Ages and the Renaissance period as a way to show off the hair but remain modest and keep locks in place and tidy. By the 14th century, they were made with fine threads and were often decorated with beads and ribbons. Later ones were crocheted to hold buns, or larger chignons were held in place by a bag-like net known as a snood. It was also around this time that wealthy women began to pluck hair from their foreheads to create a high hairline. Hair was also removed from the temples and the nape of the neck to make it smoother. This meant that no hair was visible under the edges of a woman's hair covering, as this was considered attractive. The warrior cut. In many cultures, as the Christian era began, there were laws to protect the length of a man's hair, as long hair was reserved for aristocrats and warriors. The Knights Templars wore their hair long during ceremonies to signify their high status and noble purpose. For combat, their hair was braided for practicality, and they shaved certain areas of their head, like a monk, to reflect their purity and commitment. This style was similar to the Norsemen, who sported long hair, shaved or undercut at the sides and often plaited. Hey, don't judge them, no one wants to get their hair pulled whilst they're out pillaging. Viking men often had full beards as a symbol of their masculinity, which were sometimes braided or dressed with beads or beard rings. Viking women, especially those of high status, wore their hair in elaborately plaited styles. Both men and women tied their hair back in ponytails or buns for practical reasons. Germanic tribes such as the Anglo-Saxons, Alamans, and Lombards had laws against cutting a man's hair too short, either on his head or his face. Anyone cutting a man's beard short faced fines and sometimes further punishments. Alfred the Great, King of Wessex in the 9th century, set the fine at 20 shillings for cutting off a man's beard. During the 4th and 5th centuries, only slaves wore their hair short in Burgundy, France. Pulling a person's hair was illegal, and giving your wig to a slave so he could hide his status would land the lender in serious trouble. The Merovingian dynasty was said to be the first race of the kings of France. They were around for 200 years from the middle of the 5th century. Byzantine historian Agathias noted that in 524 AD, when the Frankish king Clodomir was killed in a campaign against Burgundy, his body was identified by, quote, "his hair flowing and abundant loose down his back, for it is the rule for Frankish kings never to be shorn. Their hair is never cut from childhood, whereas their subjects have their hair cut all round and are not permitted to grow it further." The Merovingian kings wore their hair long as a symbol of power. It demonstrated their status. But shorter hair was much more practical for the average man. Let's face it, it's estimated that 85% of the population in the Middle Ages were peasants. Their hairstyles ranged from the Saxon, a severe haircut shaved at the sides with a small square of hair on top, to the slightly longer but still practical cut worn by the churls of freemen, cut short at the back and sides with a fringe. Depending on their occupation, some men, such as miners, would shave their head completely for safety reasons. In European monasteries, a decree had been issued in 1092 by Pope Urban II that all monks had to be clean-shaven. They also donned a tonsure where just the crown of the head was shaved, leaving a ring of hair around the head to represent the crown of thorns worn by Christ at his crucifixion. In the Western Zhai Empire during the 12th century, the conservative leader Li Yunhao made laws so that men had to wear traditional hairstyles, which meant either bald heads or short hair. From the 14th to 17th centuries during the Ming Dynasty, most Chinese men wore their long hair plaited and wound around the top of their head. In Europe, shorter hair had become more fashionable even for wealthier men. This was because the church, decision-maker extraordinaire during the Middle Ages, decided that long hair was just for women. Clerics concluded that long hair was, quote, barbaric, effeminate, and a sign of low moral character. Pointed beards were also a no-no, as the wearers of them were compared to goats, an animal that has long been associated with the devil. In 1094, on the holy day of Ash Wednesday, the Archbishop of Canterbury refused to bless any man with long hair because he said they looked like girls. Bad Hair Day. Despite the disapproval of the church, the nobility loved their intricately styled hair, and as the High Middle Ages and the rise of Gothic architecture became popular across Europe, hairstyles only became more elaborate. Both men and women were influenced by the intricate details of Gothic sculptures and cathedrals. One popular hairstyle for men was the bowl cut. The head was shaved all around whilst a circular strip was left around the crown. Then the hair was brushed upwards on the edges. The cut had the appearance of an upside-down bowl being placed on the head. The style is perfectly illustrated in the portrait of King Henry V of England, which hangs in the National Portrait Gallery in London. Kings, queens, and nobles also added jewels and accessories to their hairdos as a way to highlight their status and wealth. A similar round cut known as the page boy was also fashionable for men. The hair was grown to shoulder length with a straight fringe. Then the ends were curled inwards to create the rounded shape. Medieval hairdos have influenced and shaped modern styles in many ways. Perhaps the most popular of these is braids or plaits. Even the most complicated of braiding, such as French braids, Dutch braids, and fishtails, were fashionable in the Middle Ages. Curls and waves are also still popular today, but achieved with modern curling tongs and heated rollers rather than leaving strips of cloth in the hair to set it overnight. For the medievals, a child's first haircut would often have a special significance. In the 8th century, a family member or someone who had a meaningful role in the child's life would be asked to perform the haircut. The 4th century emperor Constantine the Great sent the haircut from his son's head to the Pope in the expectation that he would consider himself a surrogate father to the boy. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. Hope you're all letting your hair down for the weekend, and I'll see you next week for another video. Cheers!